Pokemon trading card game online. I'm trainer Chip Ritchie, joined here by Ethan Hegster Heggy, and we are excited to get into an excellent day of action here. Ethan, players Cup 4 for the Pokemon trading card game online. I'm trainer Chip Ritchie, joined here by Ethan Hegster Heggy, and we are excited to get into an excellent day of action here. Ethan, you looking forward to this? Let's take a quick look at a format video to learn about the format for this tournament.
A bunch of different players around the world.
Hello, trainers! We are going to break down how the Pokemon Players Cup 4 will play out
Let's take
and
a
what
quick
is
look
going
at a
to
format
take to
video
make it
to
to the
learn about
finals
the
this
format
summer.
for this tournament.
Let's get started! Hello, trainers! We are going to break down how the Pokemon Players Cup 4 will play out and what it's going to take to make it to the finals in color. Let's get started!
Azul has the exact combination of cards to win the game. That's absolutely insane.
Our trainers are competing in cash prizes to see who comes out on top. Playing Pokemon Sword and Shield, Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, and Pokemon Tournament DX. Cash prizes, online preliminary rounds out on top. Playing Pokemon Sword and Shield, Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, 1000 Tournament DX. From the online preliminary rounds, North America, Europe, Latin America, and Oceania. The region qualifiers nearly 1,000 and trading card games are best from the 3 different rounds. North America, Europe, Latin America, and Oceania. The region qualifiers for the video game and trading card game earn their spot in the global finals. The top traders will move on into the region finals. Competitors battle double elimination the whole way through. The top 4 from North America earn their spot in the global final. From Oceania for Pokemon Tournament DX, top 10 competitor video double elimination the whole way Pokemon Trading Card Game the top Online, 4 from North and America, top 8 for 3 from Europe, and 1 from Oceania. Global final starts with a bracket top 16 for video trainer on top 16 for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, push to prove they are the best Pokemon Tournament DX. Which region will global final best trainer, and who is going to be our trainer on the 4 champion? Trainers will have to follow the action at Pokemon.com/play. Which region will present the best trainer? And who is going to be our Players Cup 4 champion? Tune in and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
So that you, the viewer at home, can stay up to date with when exactly this tournament will be live. That way you don't miss any of the coverage we're going to be having. And let's take a quick look at our broadcast schedule so that you, the viewer at home, can stay up to date with when exactly this tournament will be live. That way you don't miss any of the coverage we're going to be having.
For that sweet prize money through this weekend.
And speaking of prizes, there's a lot on the line here. $5,000 up top for the champion. And then, you know, the top four all coming away with a pretty sizable amount of money. And speaking of prizes, the winners, there's a lot on the line here. $5,000 up top for the champion. And then, you know, the top four all coming away with a pretty sizable amount of money as well. And of course, the winner walking home with that sweet Players Cup 4 champion trophy you see there on the left.
Rapid Strike Urshifu, absolutely, but in order to get there, they gotta play their decks and success first decks heading through. We also have our second qualifiers. These are the most common decks overall. We see Rapid Strike Urshifu, and these are going to be for the region finals. So these are the players who max advance through the Swiss rounds here. Have our second slide here as well. The top 16 players in each region have taken a look at the decks again. These are going to be for the region finals. Having a very solid standard here.
Absolutely, I don't think anyone is too surprised by that, especially after Azul won the third Players Cup with Rapid Strike Urshifu. No surprise to see it the most popular deck both in the region qualifiers. Absolutely, I don't think anyone is too surprised by that, especially after. Go ahead and also talk about how you guys can Players Cup on social media. Be sure to be interacting with us over on Twitter.com/playpokemon using, of course, that hashtag. Let's go ahead and also talk about how you guys can interact with us over on social media. Be sure to be interacting with us over on Twitter.com/playpokemon using, of course, that hashtag playpokemon.
Show your thoughts, share some photos, use that hashtag
Facebook.com/Pokemon,
and as well on YouTube, where you can check out all the content you guys missed and connect with us on footage from last Players Cup and some photos. Use that hashtag well again, YouTube.com, and as well on YouTube, use that hashtag. Check out all the content. Additionally, you guys on social media footage from last Players Cup and the giveaway for tuning in as well as broadcast that beautiful /4 minority that I'm sure to be seeing Pokemon. Additionally, you guys on social media shows 50,000 cards go ahead and given away for tuning in to this broadcast. It's that beautiful.
Yep, easy enough. All you gotta do is
use
that code and you get yourself this full art Marnie. You know, I personally was on Team Leon for the vote, but I understand. Easy enough. All you gotta do is log into your PTCGO account, use that code, and you get yourself this full art Marnie. You know, I personally was on Team Leon for the vote, but I understand why Latin America. Here's our top 16 players. Some certainly familiar names up here, and definitely a lot of the decks that we really expect to see. Top 16 of each region for Europe and Latin America. Here's our top 16. Pretty familiar names as well. Players, some certainly familiar names up here, and definitely a lot of the decks that we really expected to see. Lots of Rapid Strike.
The one deck that sticks out of the two decks there, seeing some awesome stuff. We also go into as well. Cool decks as well. I see Mad Party, the one deck that sticks out of the two decks there. Swiss rounds, some awesome stuff. As we also go into the Latin American region brackets, as well as names here as well. Seeing a lot of decks as well. I see Mad Party, VMAX, as well as a single strike through those Swiss rounds. Latin America having to get very interesting decks for sure in their region brackets. Awesome content. And I'm just seeing a lot of those decks be featured. Urshifu, VMAX, as well as a single strike. We've seen this for Players Cup. Latin America having a lot of time to work interesting decks for sure. And taking their skills with a lot of this awesome content.
I'm excited to see what's going to end up on top, who the players are from each region that will be moving on to the global finals. But speaking of that Marnie that we mentioned earlier on, absolutely, and I'm excited to see what's going to end up on top, why the players are from each region that will be moving on to the global finals. But speaking of that Marnie that we mentioned earlier on, let's take a quick look at a little bit of a spotlight video so you can learn about why that card is so good in the Pokemon TCG.
What's going on, trainers? My name's Ross, and I'm here to tell you all about one of the best supporter cards in the Pokemon trading card game. It's Marnie. Marnie is a rare supporter card in that it affects both you and your opponents. My name's Ross, and I'm here to tell you all about one of the best supporter cards in the Pokemon trading card game. Marnie then draws 5 cards, while their opponent Marnie is a rare supporter card in that it affects both you Marnie is quite good. Your opponent. You get a new hand of 5 cards. It makes both players shuffle their hands and put them on the bottom of their decks. There's also the underrated aspect is that if your hand is full of cards you don't want to draw, as a draw card, Marnie is quite good. Of your deck, you get a new hand ensuring that you don't draw them. This can get you out of some bad hands. Of course, if you really just want to draw the underrated aspect, there are better if your hand is full of cards like don't want to draw, Marnie will put those cards on the bottom of your deck, is the damage you can do to your opponent's hand. Of course, if no matter how many cards they have, this will give them a new 4-card hand. There are better supporters. So if they have a lot of cards in their hand, or you think they have a really good hand, Marnie becomes the best option to your opponent's hand and ruin their plan. No matter how many cards they have, of course, there's always a risk that you misread the game and help your opponent. So if they have a lot of cards in their hand, but that's or you think they have a really good hand, card like Marnie becomes the best option to slow them down. The fact that Marnie puts cards to the bottom of each player's deck can have a of course, there's always a risk that you misread the game and help your opponent has their final bosses orders in their hand. But that's part of the skill in playing a card like Marnie to put one final copy into their hand. The fact that Marnie puts cards to the bottom of each player's deck, not only will they not have bosses orders in their hand, if you suspect that your opponent has their final bosses orders in their hand, meaning they will have to draw through almost their entire put one final copy into their hand, that can shuffle their deck. Before they not only will they not have bosses orders in their hand, but it will be one of the bosses cards leads to some very heads-up plays. Meaning they will have to draw through almost their entire deck, or find a card that can shuffle their deck for its prime, before they can have any real chance of drawing that card in your hand with the top card of your deck. And this in turn leads to some very heads-up plays from card turn, or in Guru you can make plays like why you can make your final boss's orders, or any other important that lets you swap a card in your hand with the top card. So that if your opponent plays a Marnie, this is good for letting you see an extra card each turn, out of reach, but with Marnie you can make plays guaranteed to putting your final boss's orders when your opponent plays Marnie card, and you'll have it ready to win the game next turn. So that if your opponent plays a card that can either help you to the bottom of your or hurt your opponent, and for that reason you are guaranteed in high count that card in just about every Pokemon trading card game, and you'll have it ready to win the game next turn. So keep watching the Players Cup. Marnie is a card that can either help you trainers love playing or hurt your opponent, and for that reason it is played in high counts in just about every Pokemon trading card game. Now that we've gotten all that great intro stuff out of the way, let's get to see exactly why trainers love playing this card so much. TCG gameplay, some great games from amazing players. But let's take a look at the bracket. So now that we've gotten all that great intro stuff out of the way, let's get to what we are really here for. The 9 Swiss rounds to get to this point. Now we are starting gameplay, some great games from amazing players. Let's take a look at the bracket. Take a look at the top half of what our journey is going to look like players, and I'm excited to see who's going to keep moving on the 9 Swiss rounds. And now we are starting with a brand new. You're not out of the tournament quite bracket. Drop down to the losers bracket. You still have a chance to make a run of players, and I'm excited to see who's going to keep moving on. I mean, if you do well, if you win a few games here right away, you're looking pretty good. You're not out of the tournament quite yet. Drop down to the losers bracket. You still have a chance to make a run. Finish within the top 4. I mean, if you do well, if you win a few games here right away, you're looking pretty good as far as making it all the way.
A lot of familiar names here right away. Yeah, I think we're ready, Chip. I just want to jump into this action. It's going to be super exciting. Our first match that we are going to have is going to be Pascal up against a lot of familiar names here right away. I think we're ready, Chip. I just want to jump into this action. It's going to be a mirror match. Our first match that we are going to have is going to be Pascal up against Leonardo. So Leonardo is a whole lot of action here. It's actually going to be a mirror match we're going to be featuring in this first. Pascal looks like some older accomplishments. He's been playing the game for a little over 8 years now. Even Leonardo is maybe a little bit of a regional champion. I mean, kind of one of the main titles that a lot of Pascal looks like some older accomplishments. He's been playing the game for a little bit over 8 years now. Even as a regional champion. 2013, which is pretty regional champion. Leonardo, I mean, kind of one of the main titles. Top 8s definitely have success in their local area. Looking to break into the global scene here. Of course, both of these players using their Mewtwo. Leonardo, League Cup champion inside that top 8 is definitely someone who has some success ability. I'm excited to see how this mirror match is going to break down. Definitely key part of your player using their Mewtwo. Let's go ahead and get down to the gameplay of Rillaboom. One thing that's going to be really important, I'm excited to see how this mirror match is going to break down. There's definitely key cards here for each player to utilize that super good. Let's go ahead and get down to the gameplay though. The main one thing that's going to be really important in this match Comienza el partido.
out voltage
Absolutely.
Such
That
a player is going to be able to utilize that super growth attack on the Rowlet and Lowland to accelerate energies out of your deck and get these utilize as quickly as you can. Mewtwo and Mew, again, each Pokemon out voltage psychic, so such a great ability. We've seen it even on a card similar like the Beakable with that weakness to accelerate energies out of your deck and get hit by that weakness. Pokemon started. Mewtwo and Mew, again, Pokemon weak to psychic, so it's going to be important to see Leonardo is not out of it again, right? You can still utilize that energy attachments, getting Pokemon down and playing those items, getting hit by that weakness. Leonardo is really going to have to Pascal won in the coin flip, so will be going second. Do what he can. Leonardo is not out of it again.
La de Pascal no está nada mal,
nada mal. Energy attachments, getting Pokemon down and buy more time. So, but again, as you said, Pascal is going to be on the front foot to start things out. Excuse me, Leonardo is going second. Sorry, super growth opposite behind, and there are plenty of cards like Mal and Lana to buy more time. But again, as you said, Pascal is going to be on big foot to start things out. Or excuse me, Leonardo is going second. Sorry,
yeah, big difference between these two lists here. Pascal only playing one single copy of Weakness Guard, whereas Leonardo is playing two copies
make sure
of
you
that
get that
Weakness Guard energy. And you talk about how that is such an important piece a big difference of this matchup. Of course, your main Pascal only playing one single copy of the multitude of GX Pokemon that you play in your deck of that Weakness Guard Executor GX. Talk about how that is such an important piece of this matchup. Of course, your main attacker is their Mimosa GX and copying the attacks of the multitude of GX Pokemon that play Toro está uno en directo.
Bueno, si lo está, pensé que no. Yo pensé que no lo iba a
going second. Talked about how that is so golden and get that super growth off. Maybe thinking that might be one of the early game attackers trying to utilize that since they do only hear from Pascal. Gonna opt with that Cherish Ball to grab
taking a little bit of a different strategy.
Alolan Executor here, maybe thinking that might be one of the same attackers
I don't want to play them like that. I understand that I have one less weak guard energy in my deck, so yeah, it looks like Pascal is taking trying to go with a different strategy. Actually, Dennis. So yeah, this card, Mewtwo Mew. So maybe saying I don't want to play around with weakness. I understand that I have one less weak guard energy in my deck, so play this Dedenne down and Dedenne just trying to go with that. That Cherish Ball could have been so yeah, like you said, Pokemon be able to find maybe into play, but a big find here. Pascal finds that turn one energy. Actually, they're going to allow this groupie to have just play this Dedenne down and Dedenne change. So again, that Cherish Ball could help power up something like one of those GX Pokemon to valuing play, but a big find here. Pascal finds that turn.
Yeah, go ahead and retreat here. Yeah, I mean, I think regardless of what Leonardo does, Pascal's going to be here. It's going to help power up this Rowlet. They're going to be aiming to valuing that. See what Leonardo can do on there. Go ahead and retreat here. Yeah, I mean, I think regardless of what that Leonardo does, Pascal's going to be using the deck that you don't mind starting with. You know, obviously they're going to be aiming Rowlet Executor. You have to see what Leonardo can do on their turn. Super growth with that, and then a lot of your other Pokemon have one retreat. So even if you don't start the Rowlet Executor, you can just attach starting with, you know, obviously things like a Rowlet Executor retreat though, so you're going to need to rely on finding Mew. You can use Super Growth with that, and then a lot of your other Pokemon have one retreat. So even if you don't start the Rowlet Executor, a Mallow just to switch, not healing any damage. Has two retreats though, so you're going to need to rely on finding one of the two copies of Air Balloon or two copies of Mallow and Lana.
Another thing to note here as
using a Mallow and Lana just to switch, not healing any damage. A little bit of differences.
¿Será que Shinichi será el próximo campeón?
Go ahead and look at that Oranguru's great ability. Another thing to note here as Leonardo is doing that Rillaboom deck surge, don't have those in the deck for super growth. And as we look over on Pascal's side, as you see that Oranguru's great ability in Primate Wisdom, you can even put later on in the game with some low hand sizes and Rillaboom in case you don't have those. Not only as a pivot, but super growth as and as we look over on Pascal's side, one additional card that critically active, so it is a perfect card in your hand later on in the game with some low hand sizes, but also great target back up air balloon on. Not only as a pivot, but right away I think that ability is exciting stage draws you one additional card. And I that's going to give me edge having access to so many more attacks, but also I don't know, do you think it was maybe an oversight for Pascal to not play right away? I think Leonardo is understanding that.
Well, I think you still have the one Mewtwo I think that's going to give him the edge here, Chip, having access and that's really all you can do whenever you're only playing the one weakness card in your team. An oversight for Pascal to not try to utilize that one weakness card effectively. So, well, I think you still have the one Mewtwo and Mew around. I don't know if I love discarding, and that's really all you can do whenever you're only playing the one weakness card energy in this matchup is try to utilize that as long as nothing is guarded. he's gonna have that option to go ahead and leave yourself access to the other one. I don't know if I love discarding it so aggressively that you can just leave it around. Mahala here is such a great supporter for this deck. Leonardo, as long as nothing is prized, is gonna have the option to go ahead card and the turn one super growth balloon to bring the active and capture energy. Gotta feel like this is such a great supporter for this deck. You discard the 2 cards, you can find the stadium, a tool card, and a special energy. And you see there the airborne to move the active and capture energy. Gotta feel like this
is exactly what you want to see here. Capture energy, getting the Grookey down, and now that means the T start for this deck. Tag call for Mahala, and either your Mewtwo Mew in a discard pile or in the bench. So yeah, this is exactly what you want to see here. Capture energy, getting the Grookey down, and now that means following turn route and Alolan play this energy here in a discard pile or in a weak guard energy bench. So Galaxy will also coming down. So I have to imagine if we Pascal obviously this turn, and there we go. That being that attack, we're going to use following turn. We're going to be seeing a real play this energy here. Maybe look for that Mewtwo Mew and a weak guard energy
online for the next turn for Leonardo.
Play that week.
Definitely
super crecimiento. Oh my god.
In the hand, like you said, could, go ahead and tag call down that Mewtwo, try to power that up, beat online for the next turn for Leonardo, and definitely what they want to see. Pascal has some options here in the hand, like you said, and so maybe tag call down that Mewtwo, try to power that up, maybe see what the discard here is a Dragonite, or force Leonardo into what exactly their weakness guard attached right away, and this is maybe what you need to do is just be aggressive like this. And let's see what the discard here is on again. I think this will give us a little insight into what
most likely
Pascal's
between
plans
that
are.
active Rallying Executor and that Mewtwo Mew. Going to go ahead and maybe coming down Rallying Executor. Grass energy. This hand is most likely going to be discarded or going to be drawing some more cards. Most likely between getting that back with Super Rod is going to be and that very nice Mew. We actually see coming down. Pascal eyeing up that one grass energy. This hand is most likely going to be discarded or these players only playing that back with Super Rod is going to be Pascal eyeing up that awesome on either this bench, the Den AGX, maybe coming down on this possible and play. Most of these players only pivot option, having to and not so good onto either this Rillaboom. It can be nice, right, to give you a little bit less awesome on either this bench, the Den AGX, or on this puzzle. And again, such a nice attack. We've seen it pivot option, primarily more expanded, not so good onto either this with the irritating nice and it's not a this is all of the abilities, like the one for Burning Shadows and the one again such a nice attack. We've seen it primarily more and expanded with the Vileplume, with the irritating pollen.
This deck has become a pretty strong
all of the abilities, like the one from Burning Shadows and the one from Ancient Origins.
I think it's one of the reasons awesome to see this card this deck now having some. It feels like it's extremely skilled. This deck, a lot of your decisions really strong one in the battle style. Some of the decks in the standard format really enjoying it. You got these big Pokemon with big HP that have low energy costs. It feels like it's extremely skilled. A lot of your decisions really can impact the game. Some of the decks in the standard format, trying to figure out the best way to navigate Pokemon with big HP that have low energy costs. It's pretty straightforward what your game plan is. Whereas this deck here, you have plenty of options.
I like this play from Leonardo. Wants to target down that Rillaboom as soon as possible and try to put it into play, and even just forces Pascal to have to let that Rillaboom. I like this play from Leonardo. Wants to target down that Rillaboom as soon as possible. However, is it put into play way? And even speaking of which, actually, that Vileplume GX is already in the discard pile, so Leonardo has the energy to knock out this Rillaboom and essentially one of those Pascal's last turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Pascal made
it. Speaking of which, actually, that Vileplume GX is already in the discard pile, so Leonardo it onto the Grookey before using Super Growth, and essentially would have prevented this play. Leonardo could still technically knock it out. I think Pascal had to use tropical power GX in order to do big charm, utilizing your GX attack. Last time he thrown it onto the Grookey. Actually, doesn't even have the third grass energy, which would have prevented this play. Leonardo maybe still technically knock it out, but would have had to use tropical power GX. I mean, if Leonardo also does not find the weakness guard energy, or this actually doesn't even have the third grass energy, Pascal needs to do is maybe make it a little harder for Leonardo to
pull something down here, but get the one-hit KO. I mean, if Leonardo also does Rillaboom needed at all, so Pascal, even though it seems like is in a bad spot, all Pascal needs to do is get Vileplume in the discard pile and get a Grass Energy down, and you'll be able to get the one-hit KO on this Mewtwo.
How is Pascal going to execute the strategy?
This Mewtwo can be powered up. It seems like is in a bad spot, has a pretty easy response to this thing about Mewtwo, being able to copy Pokemon into this pile. How is Pascal going to execute the strat? But this Mewtwo can be powered up manually to this, but Pascal's going to have to find a lot awesome thing about being able to copy the attacks of Pokemon in the discard pile in wild mode. That here I would maybe like to see maybe a Buzzgrass, but Pascal's going to have to find a lot here off the option just in case this Mewtwo's work. The Grass Energy and Rillaboom as well. Here I would have maybe liked to see that Air Balloon come down. You have to find a lot here. Option just to find a way to maybe draw some more cards with that second Grass Energy.
What happened?
Something like Quick Ball and Cherish Ball, Quick Ball, Vile, shuffle back in some ways this card here. This is going to have to find a lot here, Chip. Needs to find a way to maybe draw some more cards. With that second card, you want to go ahead some wisdom, more energy. So close, finds the Quick Balls. But no way to get most likely going to be the grab here, right? You want to go ahead Chip, this is what I was talking about. But again, Kuzma Hollow could be active as well to guarantee yourself Air Balloon some more energy, but that prevents you from getting the Quick Ball.
I think
no
worst
way to get
scenario
this
here,
pile
Pascal can just go grab
Chip, this is what I was talking about.
Actually, we
how
see
with this Mewtwo
no
second
Dedenne here, and
just prevents you from
that way. I guess most lists these days are playing just worst case scenario here. Pascal can just go grab. I guess we'll probably see Pascal play things a little slower here. Air Balloon out, not able to continue to draw that way. I guess most lists and then go for another Super Grenade. Try to get another Rillaboom in play and hope that this one probably just see Pascal play. Surely your opponent doesn't have slower here. Air Balloon out to a second Rallying Executor, right? And then Shirley for another Super Growth. Try to get another Rillaboom in play and hope that this one can stick around. Surely your opponent doesn't have a second.
Now you allow your opponent to get a
Mewtwo
into this active, and then also from there, and I don't like this play more, but you already see that Dragonite is in the discard pile, Chip. This is a knockout already on board, and assuming there's now you allow your opponent from Voltage to get a Mewtwo attack Dragonite Sky Judgment, and a big also from there. I don't even like this play more because we already see that Dragonite energy in the discard pile, Chip. Well, this is a knockout already on board for Leonardo. There's the energy from Voltage boost that Dragonite Sky Judgment, a big 5 energy attack cost, and Stadium cards. No Stadiums remaining energy for Leonardo, but yeah, well, I think this is going to be a big turn for Leonardo,
which is a huge thing to see come down. Going to be able to, since Pascal has already discarded the other Mewtwo, maybe it doesn't even matter that remaining, I believe, so you're not going to be assuming that you are going to take the Dragonite GX KO here. It maybe doesn't even come down. And since Pascal has already discarded the other Mewtwo, maybe it doesn't even matter that much because you're not going to be assuming that you are going to take the Dragonite GX KO here. It maybe doesn't even matter.
The Super Rod as well. So Leonardo didn't even have to play this weak guard energy or weak discard energy. Excuse me. Getting this active guard energy down as well. Pascal is down already on that other Mewtwo, and it's see it come down as well. So going to be a big Sky Judgment. Didn't even have to play this weak guard energy or weak damage, big energy on this active because no way I believe that Pascal can get past your active online for this. Again, at the end of the day, still see it come down. So big, Sky Judgment. I love this attack. Rise, big damage, big energy it costs. That's a lot of damage. It requires you to
absolutely. That's what this card is in the deck. Again, at the end of the day, pick up one-hit KOs on opposing tag GX Pokemon. There you go, Mewtwo taking down the opposing Mewtwo and Pascal left with. That's what this card is in the deck for, letting you pick up one-hit KOs. Leonardo has just tag prize cards remaining Pokemon, and we'll have to see if Pascal can find something helpful off the top deck. And Pascal left with Incineroar GX is really going to be great here at this point, especially considering that Leonardo has just 2 prize cards remaining. And we'll have to see if Pascal can find something helpful off the top deck. I just think Incineroar GX is going to be great here at this point, especially considering that both Darkest Tornado will easily take the knockout onto this Rowlet and Leonardo hasn't even used his GX attack yet, so assuming you hit in with this Rowlet energy out of the deck, but
As long as there's an Incineroar GX in play, Darkest Tornado will easily take the knockout on for this Rowlet and a Lowling Executor. So, opponent back enough, but hitting into this, you're essentially giving out of the deck, but it just seems like...
you gotta attack, though, in order to give yourself a chance. You gotta go down swinging at a minimum. Let's see if Leonardo has that Incineroar in the discard already, or if they have a way to discard it in order to use that. Yeah, I mean, you gotta attack, though, in order to give yourself an already in the discard pile. Down 760 damage. That's gonna be enough to discard it. Charm not gonna save you there, buddy. And it looks like it is already in the discard pile. Dominant 760 damage. I think that's gonna be enough to pick up the KO there on Rowlet. Right, Charm not gonna save you there, buddy. And it looks like Leonardo gonna win a pretty dominant game number 1 in this mirror match.
Yeah, really, I think as fast as possible, more important than that opening button, right? So Pascal size be able to choose to go second. I'm almost certain in this next match, so we'll be able to get that Leonardo did. Excuse me, Rillaboom up as fast as possible. Again, I think charming the Rillaboom is going to be really big key piece of pressure for support to have to utilize to do the same thing in the game that Leonardo did. I think that might be the key here.
It definitely could be. We'll see if that is the route that either player decides to go. See if Pascal can make any sort of adjustments in this game number 2, where, like you said, we'll almost certainly be going second. Let's go ahead and get down to the game. Definitely exactly how it's going to break down. That is the route. Who's going to win this one? Decides to go. See if Pascal can win this game. They'll force a game number 3. But like you said, Leonardo can win. They'll move on to the next round of the winners bracket. Exactly how it's going to break down to the who's going to win this one. Of course, Pascal. If they can win this game, they'll force a game number 3. But if Leonardo can win, they'll move on to the next round of the winners bracket and send Pascal down to
be able to choose after losing game number 1. So we'll just double check here to see confirmations from both of these. But I think this opening hand for both players is going to figure out Leonardo can also second with a knockout onto the opposing Rillaboom. Number 1. The big thing here is just getting confirmation from this opening hand. There are a lot of Rillaboom pieces both players already in the hand for Pascal. Leonardo can also see those with a knockout onto the opposing Rillaboom. Again, those cards have to be in your deck to use them. So look at this opening hand. There are a lot of Rillaboom pieces line in the hand here for Pascal, and you really see those in the deck so that you can utilize Super Growth. Again, those cards have you're not going to be able to utilize Super Growth to full effect, especially if that playing a 2/2/2 line.
Hopefully, none of those cards are prized with Pascal. You would hate to see, a quick loss in game 1 instead to a really unfortunate opening hand. Even if those pieces are prized for Pascal, hopefully none of those pieces are prized for Pascal. You would hate to see, a quick loss in here. I don't think there's a way to a really unfortunate opening damage on turn 1. Even if those pieces are prized for Pascal, what we could see is we actually just see a pass with the Grookey. Well, it's prized anyway. The Buzzle and the Pheromosa tag TGX, but for Pascal, as we look through the deck here, it does appear that none of those other Rillaboom Beast game pieces are prized, so we can still see that turn 1 Super Growth. Well, it's prized anyway. The Buzzle and the Pheromosa tag TGX, but thankfully for Pascal, as we look through the deck here, it does appear that none of those other Rillaboom
ordinary rod, a lot of
rod prized. Oh wait, we can still see that if Pascal can discard this Vileplume GX, Allergic Explosion deals 50 damage, and then Burn is 20. That should be the game, right?
Excuse me, ordinary rod. A lot of rod cards throughout the game. Oh wait, but the hard thing here,
if Pascal can discard this Vileplume GX, quick Allergic Explosion deals 50 damage, and then Burn is 20. That should be the game, right? So.
Yeah, exactly.
If the Mewtwo could come down,
the hard thing here,
go for it here, though. Technically, I mean,
you can grab Malalana, yeah.
Oh yeah, it has to be the Mewtwo. You can find Malalana started the Rowlet to Dene, and I think that's what Pascal is eyeing up here. Since we're seeing the Mewtwo grab as go for it here, though. Technically, I mean, wants to go aggressive, recognizes, hey, I lost game number 1. If you can find Malalana, this is an opportunity for me to get ahead, and I think that's what Pascal. All Pascal would need here, since we're seeing Dene changes one of the 4 copies of Tag Call or a Malalana, which is recognizes, hey, I lost game number 1. This is an opportunity for me to get ahead here. Do I go for this turn 1 knockout, get a knockout with Allergic Explosion, or do I capture copies of tag calls, safe, go with a Mallow and Lana, and I like the aggression here. Pascal's going to go for the Dedenne. Let's see it. Pascal is debating here. Do I go for this turn one knockout, get the knockout with Allergic Explosion, or do I capture energy, play it safe, go with the Grookey? And I like the aggression here. Pascal's going to go for the Dedenne. Let's see it. There it is. Mallow Lana right away can move that Rowlet and Alolan Exeggutor to the bench, and Mewtwo and Mewtwo copy the Allergic Explosion. And that's a quick game number 2 in Pascal's favor. Exactly what Pascal wanted to see in order to force a game
match I think I've ever seen. Over on turn number 1, 70 damage, actually 80 as well. Matchup, let alone this deck anyways, but
¿Qué ha pasado?
count Pascal out.
Increíble que conseguirse de azul.
It has so much utility here, and it's awesome to be seen. Count Pascal out.
And I like that decision from Pascal. Be aggressive, take the aggressive line, try to get that Mewtwo into the active. They had so many outs, so many ways to switch into Mewtwo, just need to find the tag call or the Mallow and Lana. And I like that decision from Pascal. Be aggressive, take the aggressive line, try to get that Mewtwo into the active. They had so many outs, so many ways to switch into game 2, but I'm excited to see how this mirror match is going to shape it. I think this mirror match is very grindy. Moving into game going on here, I think, of course, hopefully we'll see a little bit better of a game than in game 2, but I'm excited to see how this mirror match is going to definitely not according to normally this mirror match is very grindy, lots of healing going on. Of course, Reinado is going to be towards attack heals themselves as well, but
every player going second so far has won their match, so we can't stress it enough. Going second is so important in this deck, let alone this matchup as well, when both Reinado is going to be able to now go second in game 3. Every player going second so far has won their match, so we can't stress it enough. Going second is so important. Let's go ahead and this deck, let alone this match number 3, both between Reinado and Pascal. Again, winner stays in the winner's bracket, loser goes down to second. Pascal again not out of it, needs to apply pressure, either taking that strategy to this game number 3 between Reinado and Pascal. I'm almost certain we'll be going second. There's a lot of lines of play, again not out of it, needs to apply pressure, either taking that strategy
to see it, the NAGX start. You only play, you hate to start it in just about any deck you play, but when you're also playing one single copy of the card, you hate to see it, NAGX start. You only play, like, you hate to start it in just about any deck here. He's playing one single, little bailed out, but it's still not a great starter. It's a pretty easy prize for Reinado to take at some point. Actually, easily KO. Actually, looking like Pascal, I'm mistaken here, is playing 2 copies of the card, so it can be a little bailed out, but it's still not a great starter. It's a pretty easy prize for Reinado to take at some point. Can easily KO something like the Buzzwole Pheromosa to get a consistent super growth and it's just a pretty easy 2 prizes for Reinado at some point in the game.
Pascal, just checking through the deck to see, is very happy that we discard energy, the ability to get a consistent super growth with the current hand. At some point during this game, rely off of Marnie the following turn. Pascal is very happy that we discard energy is in the deck. Means he'll be able to utilize that Mewtwo at some point during this game, which is very
hasta las 6, lo mismo.
pretty important as well following game.
Ya tiene que pensarlo porque si le va a los segundos le queda 10.
I would like to see this all
Ojo el tiempo.
Guaranteed to not the following turn.
Ay, bajar el tiempo de queda 5 segundos. Oh my god.
And if he's able to, however, get energy attachment down,
Pensó muchísimo.
now actually it back guaranteed Leonardo and following turn. This is where Leonardo has the setup. Already has that. Pascal understands that. And is even going to go ahead and take the incentive to go ahead the turn 1 treat into this.
Yeah,
now
as long as nothing's
back
prized,
Leonardo
that call
Leonardo has the setup. Already has that rally. Tag call chip is pretty much going to guarantee the turn 1
pieces are either prized or as long as nothing's prized, tag call can issue that call and use such a great card down deck. Grookey, Pokemon, but also, of course, these amazing once again provided supporters, important pieces Mahala here, or certainly going to be eyeing up some stadium cards. And we haven't really talked about very much this matchup so far. We saw it a little bit Pokemon, but also, of course, stadium amazing Pascal not really valuing stadiums at all, just kind of gives Mahala certainly going to be doing kind of the stadium cards part of their Wondrous something we haven't really talked about very much in this matchup Wonder Labyrinth is something that we could ever come out in game one is the stadium play. Pascal not really valuing stadiums at all, just kind of discarding them pretty quickly, and Leonardo doing kind of the same thing, discarded their Wondrous Labyrinth right away. Do you think Wonder Labyrinth is something that we could ever see play otherwise it's just an easy way for either of these players
to search it out or bump it? I think it's probably not for the most part. The only reason I would see that is after seeing has their chaotic swell in the discard pile, and then from there, Pascal obviously otherwise it's just an easy way for either player to search it out or bump it. Pascal maybe could utilize that now, but you can't bump Wondrous Labyrinth. Especially after seeing, I believe either player, both are only playing one copy of having access to that it could come down chip, but however, Leonardo is going to have utilize that now, but you can't bump well, right? Has to capture energy with the Wondrous Labyrinth, and like you said, hoping none of those pieces are prized, but with him grabbing the group key, I'm almost certain that Leonardo is going to have a nice start here as well, right? Has to capture energy, can find group key.
Actually, maybe
like you said, hoping none of those pieces
down here for Leonardo.
With him grabbing the group key, I'm almost certain.
Maybe if your opponent misses their energy attachment for the turn, they would have a harder time than beat the case. Of course, actually, maybe the more energy Labyrinth could use that down here for Leonardo. You can still use super growth, and maybe if your opponent misses their energy attachment for the turn, weak. Just they would have a harder time. Off the Marnie would now need to find either one energy or a stadium card that normally free attack here. So maybe that's something that could come up. You know, Pascal's hand is pretty weak. Just has the Marnie, and off the Marnie, he would now need to find either an energy or a stadium card, and then also an out to the
Pascal wants to keep that Wondrous Labyrinth actually draws into the chaotic swell. Going to have no choice, right? Wants to get that out of play. And chaotic swell. Another dead H has nothing here, but that's going to mean that as long as Pascal wants to, he does find it. Wondrous Labyrinth, what cost draws into the chaotic swell? Going to have no choice, right? Wants to get that out of play. And I mean, you're getting another dead off, you're getting the real movement to play, but now needs to find energy, and Grookey does find it, but at what cost
definitely a tough start for Pascal. 2 Denays in play, not ideal. Like you said, that bench is already
you're
looking
getting super growth off, you're getting the real movement to play.
It's what you gotta do. You can't play this game without Rillaboom in definitely gotta see that start for Pascal. 2 Denays in play, not ideal. Like you said, that bench is already here. Off the tag call, eyeing up the Guzmahala, and it's what you gotta do. You can't play this game without Rillaboom in place. If I had to guess, that maybe come down discarded right now to the quick call here, because that is the out things here. Off the tag call, eyeing up the Guzmahala, and then also Buzzwole and Pheromosa, probably just to get discarded in future turns. If I had to guess, or maybe discarded right now to the quick ball here, because that is the out to find Grookey in this hand.
Instead, that's going to be able to find Grookey out of the deck. Once you just have an option, you need that to the following turn. You need the target to will be that play. And looks like eyeing up Leonardo is going to have the ability to take a first hit onto this, but the scary thing is Pascal doesn't have any way to heal, no access to Malolana, so I would have maybe liked to see that get grabbed off of the tag call instead of that Guzma and Leonardo is going to allow you the ability to take Malolana heal and keep yourself in this game. Otherwise, Pascal doesn't have any way to heal, no access to Malolana, so I would have maybe liked to see that get grabbed off utilizing tag call instead of that Guzma and Hala. It would allow you to get Malolana heal, that elegant soul attack makes it so that the base game attacking target in his hand, 60 damage that Buzzwole and Pheromosa, and the nice thing about Mewtwo utilizing it is they can use other attacks after so many ways, right? You can manually retreat, but that elegant soul attack makes it so that the base damage of Malolana as well, but 60 damage instead of 90 damage, so now you need to find a way. This is going to be back onto the bench, and you only have so many ways, right? You can manually retreat, but if you retreat for turn, you can't switch it back in. And Malolana as well, but
you know, as of now, all we see is that Rowlet and Alolan Exeggutor in the active spot, but tag call will provide much more opportunity. We'll see if we see a Mewtwo come down. We'll have to see exactly what those options are. You know, as of now, all always been kind of an interesting card. Rowlet and Alolan Exeggutor is super good for a lot of random scenarios. Much more opportunity. We'll see if we see a that's a relevant number to hit. And then I think everyone's dream is taking some extra prize cards. Has always been kind of an interesting card to me in this deck. In your experience with this deck, Ethan, what have been some of the good uses for Buzzwole being able to deal 190? That's a relevant number to hit.
It's a great 190 damage is
taking some extra prize cards to win the game,
especially in these big tag team matchups.
In your experience with this deck, Ethan, what have been some of the good uses for Buzzwole Pheromosa?
It's very important to be able to maybe hit a great 190 damage attack, heal some taking damage off, and then finish off with that very powerful Elegant Soul
You need a way to deal.
It has a lot of usage, right? It's always the fabled, I believe, 8 energy beast game to be able to maybe hit for 4 prize cards or even more. You can take a 6 prize and then finish off with that very powerful Elegant Soul attack in this match.
It has a lot of usage, right?
It's always the fabled, I believe, 8 energy beast game for 4 prize cards or even more. You can take boss's orders on the Rillaboom, and I mean, you are using your GX attack, but Leonardo understands that is the Leonardo's going to go ahead and match opportunity to Tropical Power GX, not for full effect, is still going to go ahead and take. Here we go, boss's orders on the Rillaboom, and I mean, you are using your GX attack, but Leonardo understands that is the key in this matchup. Stolen away, right? It's just taking, you get it out, right? You nurture it, you evolve it into the Rillaboom, and just as you've gotten into play, just as you've evolved it, so your opponent says, hey, I don't really like that in play. I'm going to go ahead and boss's orders that up. Stolen away, right? You get it out, right?
Parece que Leonardo le aplicó la misma medicina que la primera batalla, usando otra vez una de mis y de nuevo Pascal contra la cuerda sin ni siquiera usar
Pascal just really going to be struggling here with Rillaboom, and then turn 2 boss's orders to take out your opponent. Rillaboom's going to have even had a chance to use that energy down another absolutely insane charm in play somewhere. Pascal just has really going to be struggling with what exactly they need to here. I do believe that second Rillaboom actually is probably just going to have to be playing things slow. It's going to need to play down another groupie, throw the big charm in play somewhere. Of course,
bueno, y una vez más,
living with a little bit of PTSD here, has to throw down that big charm. Says, I don't want you to target my Rillaboom anymore. Leave it alone. I'm going to get this one in play, and you can't stop. And yeah, I think Pascal, living with a little bit of PTSD here, has to throw down that big charm. Says, I don't want you to target my Rillaboom anymore. Leave it alone. I'm going to get this one in play, and you can't stop.
The Players' Cup 4 so understands that, and actually very cool. We're going to be seeing the first speed and feel like in this matchup, similar to that energy fight. Leonardo knows how good that ability is. Decided to bring it himself to the Players' Cup 4 so understands that, and a lot of very cool. We're going to be seeing the following stage, and then we go that boring and get the Rillaboom, and when he moves to stage 1, going to be able to go ahead and get a stage 2 out as well, and there is that Rillaboom. Again, you have a lot of options to play with and allow the following turn, and then we go Super Growth is going to go ahead and get the
definitely, and we'll see what Leonardo has. I mean, technically, Leonardo could knock this out once again if they got a boss's orders plus a Dragonite, just take a knockout once again on the Rillaboom. Definitely, and we see that's not going to be Leonardo. I mean, technically, Leonardo could knock this out once again if they got that boss's orders plus a Dragonite. He's going to be getting the knockout once again on tag team here. Not only that's not going to be the opportunity card, but is getting the first swing into one of these high, and is going to go ahead and get that Mewtwo ready to go on the bench, and is going to be getting the first hit off on the tag team here. So not only has Leonardo taken the first prize card, but is getting the first swing into one of these high.
Pascal has a way to heal all of this damage off as well, so Cherish Ball will grab Pokemon Hurricane that can be discarded off as Malon, and then Malon is in hand back up to 4 cards. Pascal has a way to get this damage off as well. Cherish Ball will grab some of these star of Malon Lana. Go ahead and switch, heal the damage off, and this Malon Lana as well. And fill the hand back up to 4 cards.
The dream exactly what this is pulling is the star of Malon Lana. Go ahead and switch, going from being in a bad spot to actually being in a more than reasonable position. Some would say now the one that's forcing Leonardo to find some of those healing cards. Pascal, Leonardo can't do it. Pascal going from being in a bad spot, all of this damage is going to get healed more than secondary effective route. Going to be now the one that's forcing Leonardo to find some of those healing cards. If Leonardo can't do it, Pascal may be in a solid position here, since all of this damage is going to get healed thanks to that secondary effective route.
Dragonite GX is in play, so this is where things get very, very scary for Pascal. Yes, you're healing all this damage off. Leonardo has the potential to Sky Judge gets very, very scary combo, especially if Leonardo can find it this turn. Excuse me, forcing your opponent to find that Malolana, but it feels like Malolana plus that Dragonite GX is the discard pile. But again, Pascal, especially if Leonardo can hoping and praying that there is not that opportunity to call Malolana, capture energy come down. It's sure, excuse me, if that Dragonite GX is in the discard pile.
We'll have to see. I mean, it is kind of a lot for Leonardo to hit, but not unreasonable to see it happen.
You see that capture energy
especially
come down,
if you combine it with a Malolana to heal this Reinado
Yeah,
Executor. Worst case scenario, I mean, it's kind of a lot for Leonardo to hit, but not manually retreat the active, but it could happen. All of that. I mean, especially if you combine it with a Malolana to heal this Reinado Executor. I mean, worst case scenario, if you get the Dragonite pieces down plus the energy, you can just manually retreat the active, but if you can do all of that plus preserve some healing off of that, might just be all she wrote for Pascal.
Guru will come down in its work this game, as we will actually see the manual preserve some pieces Mewtwo before anything. So, and again, as we said, throw pieces back in, assuming you have them in your hand, which is pretty interesting to just see that game right away. As we will actually maybe doesn't have the ability, especially after playing Wisdoming, I would assume before you retreat a hefty 3 retreat cost, and is actually going to go ahead and marty here. Pretty interesting to see that retreat right away. Maybe he doesn't have the ability, just says, hey, my Reinado Executor has done its job, I'm okay with it now, and retreat a hefty 3 retreat cost, and is actually going to go ahead and Pascal does drop into a couple of tag calls here, so we'll have some options. If he says, my Reinado Executor has done its job, I'm okay with it now.
Oh my god.
We're seeing the voltage beat where these energies going to go. A couple of tag calls absolutely. It looks like they are. If Leonardo does Leonardo have a way to discard Dragonite in hand? There's the quick ball. Do we see the Dragonite behind? There it is. Where are these energies going to go? A Sky Judgment, it looks like they are. I gotta wonder, does Leonardo have a way remaining to Dragonite? There's the quick ball. Do we see the Dragonite behind? There it is. Looks like we will be seeing a Sky Judgment here. Taking a big 3 prize cards. Leonardo just 2 remaining to try to close this game out.
Para mí ese Papacale.
Like that Buzzwole and Leonardo, which I think he saw it in this card pile. Pascal, you put something down, but then your opponent is add some ice to the wounds here. They have salt to the wounds. Excuse me, ice like heal the Buzzwole. But I think Pascal needs a little more than just some ice to heal this wound as close to the first feels second turn of the game. 6 more cards off that. You know what? Even gets rid of some ice to the wound here. Salt to the wound. Ice will heal this card pile. I think Pascal needs a little more than just some ice to heal this wound. This feels more. 6 more cards off the deck a little bit more. Even gets rid of especially with some of these players playing a little bit more down to discard pile. Get rid of something like a weakness card. There it is. Well,
¿Será que la rompe Mewtwo con el Carrier?
Knockout on el Carrier Shadow? With some of these players playing a little bit lower count of the weakness card. There it is. Sky Judgment. 270 damage to the match to take the knockout just on one boss's orders away in this game. And there are 3 targets in the bench that pile knocks out by elegance exactly the following turn. As Leonardo's going to go after 2 prizes, just one boss's orders away.
Targets for
There are
Mewtwo and Mew as we see Pascal top decking Mallow and Lana, not super great at this point in the game, and doesn't even have a Guzma Hollow left in their deck in order to search out things. The weakest card in targets for Mewtwo and Mew as we see Pascal is needing to find Lana, not super great at this point in the game, and doesn't even have a Guzma Hollow left in the deck in order to search out things like the weakest card, you might be just hoping be the key piece that off of a Pascal is needing to find into one of the pieces to find really great way to draw. You could go in with the Reinado Executor, but if your opponent just accelerates a couple of energy, just hoping they'll be able to knock it out with off of the Crickettoon's Dragonite GX. Once draw into one of the pieces to find the weakest card energy. You could go in with the Reinado Executor, but if your opponent just accelerates a couple of energy, they'll be able to knock it out with the Dragonite GX.
You also are throwing up a Pokemon that really doesn't provide any other usage. I think there's no other for 150 damage. You can fit the hand out to 1 card and draw 3 off exciting stage.
No va a ser. Oh my god.
You also are throwing up like a Pokemon that really doesn't provide any other usage besides here we go, 150 damage. That should be either, I mean, it's 1 more card you can see, and that may have come back to bite Pascal. And I mean, knockout.
Oh my god.
Doesn't have the energy Sky Judgment. It is very, very likely. Here we go, Xayah will have it. Here we go. either. I mean, it's one more card you can see, and then you come back to fight Pascal. I mean, we'll see the knockout. Leonardo doesn't have anything in this. If he made his play, very likely he will have it.
Bueno, que yo a los segundos de alguna por lo menos.
Taking 3 prizes if you're
menos tres.
boss, right? There's the Eldritch knockout on. Was anything in this makes play, already have the file and Guzman Holland. We will see that, right? The knockout has to be active. Taking 3 prizes for energy, he's going to be able to. Leonardo's got a huge chance.
Oh my god.
Access in the prize boss's orders most likely. And there it is. Boss's orders going to go ahead and Guzman Holland, then AGX. And we will see that massive bloom or elegant soul leader. What's the style? Leonardo's got a 190 damage. We'll see Leonardo's boss's orders most likely. And there it is. Boss's orders going to go ahead and bring up that AGX. And we will see that massive boss project or elegant soul leader. What's the style?
Su elegante
190 damage. We'll see Leonardo
al combate victoria de Reinado Matis 2
a quick little win bracket. With
this
longer thought out games, yeah, super fun deck to watch play out. Really games to your match as well. Obviously, game 2 the turn didn't really have very much. It's always cool to see a quick evolution all the way up into really. You love to see those longer thought out findings and bosses. Had everything that he needed in both game 1 on turn number 2 to target down his opponent's real turn 1 before the opponent ever had an opportunity. Evolution all the way up into Rillaboom. Leonardo's going to be moving on, and of course, the next bosses round here back to winners bracket. Pascal not out of things, target down his opponent's Rillaboom before the opponent ever had an opportunity to really still can make a run. Going to be moving on to Pascal. The next pilot this deck here all the way the winners bracket finals. Pascal not out of things, but yeah, going to be going down to the winners bracket. It's a very great deck to watch in action. Still can make a run. We're going to be looking at another exciting game here, and this one I'm really excited for. Ethan, 2 amazing players. I'm including one of the game's best to ever do it to watch. We're going to take a quick look at this bracket. We're going to be right before another exciting game here, and this one I'm really excited losing, for. Unfortunately, to Leonardo. Amazing players, including one of the game's best to ever do it. Is going to be we're going to take a quick look at this bracket, though, right before we go into the next one here, as we see Pascal losing, unfortunately, to Leonardo. Leonardo the
international championship. It can cement you. I think even just without question, one of the best players in the game.
Like I said,
we're actually just seeing him prepping what he played for players of 3 in global
win
finals, a handful of international championships. It can cement you. I think even just without question, that rapid strike players in the game. We know he loves that make do ability in global finals. That Zoro is the top 4 finish, a powerful combination. 3 trips to go to a future international. That Joshua has with instead of Chino, being able to utilize that make do. We know he loves that make do ability, similar to Drain on that Zoro GX. He's got powerful combination of cards, probably more than we can find that sheet. Joshua has instead accomplished maybe one of the most powerful. I think even without question, he gets top 8 tag team printed in the Sun and Moon era. It's that RP style that is going to be apparently with its favorite counterpart sheet. Playing an old reliable, maybe one of the most powerful. I think even without question, the most powerful. Joshua plays just about as much Pokemon as it's that RP style Joshua paired with a lot for this event and is really excited to be going up against such a high profile name in an online tournament. I think either player could Joshua plays away with it, and this is definitely a matchup that I think most players should be pretty familiar with. I'm sure a lot for this event and is really excited to be going up against such a high profile name of ADP. I think either player could about Joshua's away with it, and this is definitely a matchup that I think Joshua is playing should be pretty familiar with. I'm sure Joshua's playing against Hammer, so we'll see if that has an impact. It obviously did plenty of going 8-1 in something key about Joshua's list that can definitely play a factor here. Let's go ahead and get down to the game. See how this opening coin flip is going to go, and that has an impact. It obviously did pretty well. Joshua going first, and it looks like that's coming in as the second seed to this bracket. Let's go ahead and get down to the game. See how this opening coin flip is going to go, and he's going to have that opening. I would like to see. You know how low the odds are on that? They're astronomically low, man.
Well, I know the board definitely does not want to see that because those hammers could play a big role in keeping you off.
I would like to see. You know how low the odds are on that? They're astronomically low.
Well, I know that board definitely does not want to see that because those hammers could play a big role in keeping you off of using that G-Max the water energy, which is what you really want to do. Go ahead and get that instead. Try to set up the position to be able to play around multiple prizes in a single turn. So we actually see something pretty interesting here from Joshua. Gonna go ahead
understands that
water
Hamazashian cannot attack for any water energy.
Get that in play. You know, you do have the 3 energy switch.
Get that into
and
play,
try to play around
and then
potential
energy
Marnie
switch
from
him
your
off, as we
opponents.
do see, is playing very
Nada
like
mal es Lola.
understands that Hamazashian cannot attack for any water energy. Looks like
Uy,
get that into
loco.
play here.
Furán.
Actually,
Oh
energy
my
switch.
God,
I don't
se
see
viene.
any. Oh no, there are. Looks like I'm not quite sure if we see any. Oh no, there's 3 energy switches.
Montalucipostín.
So like has a lot of options. We do see the Bird Keeper as well. So you're actually able to go ahead. I don't see any. Oh no, there are. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if we see any. Oh no, there's 3 energy switches. Right. So has a lot of options. We do see the Bird Keeper as well. So another able to go ahead and capture energy and capture and refill the hand. I love Snorlax. It's such a cool card. Solid of that tropical beach, right? Trainer card released in the World Championships for, I believe, the early 2010 era. Gormandai is just going to refill the hand back up. I love Snorlax. It's such a cool card of that tropical beach. Trainer card released in the World Championships for, I believe, the early
really similar and honestly
era.
might just be
Refilling your hand back
same.
at 7.
I would have to
It's
double
such a
check
cool
with
concept
towards
to see printed
Players
back
Cup
on a
3
Pokemon
list, but
as lovable.
I mean, if it's not the same list, it is within 2 or 3 cards
looking at
of the
this
list.
Tord played to that
really
top
similar,
four
and honestly,
Yo la
if it ain't
cacho.
broke the
Ah,
same,
bueno.
I would have to double check to find success players that 3 list.
Third Players Cup with
I mean, if it's not the same list, it is within
to close out
2
the
or 3
battle
cards
cards
of the list that Tord played
Yo
in
la
the top 4
cacho.
dash. I mean, if it ain't broke,
Uy,
don't
nivel
fix it.
alto,
Tord
consigue el
find
asesino.
success in that Third Players Cup
Se
with
la
this deck and
puta,
just
puede
decided
ganar.
it was the best play.
No me
Close
digas.
out
I
the
mean,
battle
while you
styles
do
format
find that
here.
ADP,
No me
and
digas
switches
que no
also battle
tienes
energy,
un increíble.
it just feels
look
like
at this
the
start.
opponent's done so much. It's just
Oye, que no
overwhelming
tiene.
sometimes,
Menos mal que para
especially
usar
for Josh
habilidades,
Allen.
puede.
However, I mean, while you
A
do
ver.
find that ADP, but there is
Huele
no
más
switch
pillo
and
la
also
mano.
battle energy. It just feels
El
like that
holandés
the
o
opponent's done so
Pokémon.
much. It's just going to be overwhelming. We do see the switch come down, right? Especially going to give Josh a whole bunch of options. There we go. We're on our way, Chip. We are 1 for 4 so far. I don't want to curse this, but I think what has been said has already been said. There's no going back, Josh, especially
Y le sale la
we're on our
cara
way, Chip.
cualquier.
We are
Oh
1
my
for
God.
4 so far. I don't want to curse this, but
Gano
I think what has been said has already been said. There's no going back, Chip, especially with this start from Joshua.
Oh my God.
Also opted to play a copy of very happy, I assume, to see all 3 of those energy bigger Pokemon like out of the actives, maybe prey on some of those 90 HP Pokemon like Chinchino, or some of the other tech Pokemon in the deck, like stuff such as maybe something bigger Pokemon like
Descarta la DP.
out of the actives,
Y le sale el interruptor.
90 HP
Oh
Pokemon
my
like
God.
Chinchino,
Se viene la creación, chat.
such
Oh my
as
God.
maybe something like
Le
the
sale
YouTube
Do you
el
see the energy
interruptor.
switch drawn there? Also, the professor's research.
Oh
And
my
Josh was
God.
going to be taking an additional
choose,
prize
so
card
if there's
every
another
time a
versus three
Pokemon
rematch,
takes a
Viene
knockout
la
for the
creación
rest of the
entrenadores.
game.
Oh
Exactly.
my
You see
God.
the energy switch drawn there. Kind of interested that Joshua chose not to. And Joshua's going to be other option. I guess the additional prize card you want to prevent as much as possible the rest of the game. You know exactly what you want to see as the AD player. Kind of interested that Joshua chose not to there. And actually, something I do want to point out that we saw here is that you want to actually went ahead and chose as much as possible the bench all the way up. Normally,
Claro,
you don't want to see a player
doblete.
get that because
¿Cómo
you
no?
want to have options blocking your
Otro
process
más.
there. And actually, something I do want to point out that we saw as many on the last turn. Actually, went ahead and chose to fill the bench all the way up. Normally, you wouldn't want to see a player, but also knows that you want to have options blocking your
Otro
copies.
más por allí.
All wild doesn't give you as many options.
Y que ahora mismo la
Toward
persona
is
se no.
something you want to play around, want to be mindful of your hand again, but also know the bench your opponent is actually playing
Otra vez
something like
aparece
a
las Mewtwo.
accolade in his list. So
Y
that
se
is
viene
so if you want to play around, want to be
Ah, bueno, se llenó toda la banca ahí.
if you can fill the bench, your opponent can't pin something like a
Toda la
Jirachi
banca
GX
casi
or an AGX.
evolucionada.
Minchino down in the first turn.
En el lado de top.
Realized the
Oh my
evolutions
God.
already, and I don't think we've even seen some border cards
¿Cuántos
drop
hay?
down yet. Not so relevant cards, but actually whipping the switch out. It's no wonder he decided to play that.
Le van a sacar el
Minchino
slot.
down in the first turn, and then materialized this out by taking a Chinchino prize turn onto one of his
La
cards.
parece estar problemático.
Actually whipping the switch out.
Definitely could be. We don't see Tord's hands. We don't know exactly what he had. I mean, I'll just know based off of what we saw from Tord and players.
Cornillo definitivo. Sabe que se sería 250, 30 más.
Alright, he's got definitely card. We don't see towards hands. We don't know exactly what he had. I mean, I'll just know based on what we saw from Tor, the turn pass, there were many something like that. So,
oh my god, le sale.
one of the best to
Le
ever do
sale
card.
la voz.
We never really know exactly what
Ojo
play.
la
Just
voz.
went with the Gorman dies, just chilled for the turn, passed with Jirachi in the act,
Cae
something like that.
un bimas,
It's hard to
esto
question
se
Tor
acaba.
one of the best to ever do it. We never really know exactly what he's planning, what he's got.
Las
He is going to be pretty hard to move just like out of the actor. Have to use your flutes, right, to wake him up and then get a hefty. He's not very welcoming to
not very mobile.
He is definitely not mobile. Only when he wants to move, just like a pulverizing your flutes, right, to wake him up and then get him the things. We are going to see he's not very welcoming to ability.
Not very mobile, for sure.
He is definitely not mobile. Only when he wants communication. Actually, go ahead and put the rapid
Sifu.
got up and did some big things, but we are going to see towards stars turn off. He's got that hey, I may need to go in with both of my VMAX Pokemon, either utilize Pokemon, bird communication, and actually going to go ahead and do rapid strike energy. First things first, he's going to need to apply some VMAX right away, and that's going to be energies out. Understands that not only do you get that
really
my VMAX Pokemon, Pinchino on the bench, like Pinchino, and draw two more cards to switch out. That makes two abilities. First things first is going to need to apply some pressure on the bench.
Relevante. Oh my god,
Maybe
sería
get that out of the act.
150.
We can also evolve the other choice to Pinchino on the bench down before the scoop of that. I assume cards probably with not make the ability and effect to get that out of the act. Otherwise, it would make most sense to go ahead and
Si no le cambiaban el positivo,
and this is going to take Josh's huge, I believe, 10 card hand and throw that to the bottom of the deck as we feature that out of the active. Otherwise,
le hace la Manly. Oh my god, se viene.
Another powerful card
Se
right
viene
away.
la Manly.
Rushing hammer,
Mándala a buscar el fondo.
play a factor here.
Mándala a
Setting up in a way
buscar
where
el
Joshua
fondo.
could just totally
Con
absolutely rapid strike another powerful card right away. Pinchino's rushing hammer for Joshua definitely could 6 prizes needed in order to win the game. Of course, the game is setting up in a way where Joshua actually knockouts on those one prize Pokemon. That's your 6 prizes right there. And just chase down with that Pinchino's and Jirachi. The 6 prizes needed in order to win the game. Of course, that could be an option. You only need the Joshua could knock out after the one prize Pokemon. That's your 6 prizes right there. Boss orders. I mean, with that quick ball in hand, as long as Eldegoss is in the deck, which I do believe I remember seeing, so that could be an option for Joshua to go ahead and take this. But I think if this crushing hammer does not hit, then it definitely can be scary. But Boss Orders going to go ahead and utilize that Gale Thrust attack, 150 damage to that active. There is no real consistent way for Tor to go ahead and take this. But I think if this crushing hammer does not hit, then it definitely can be scary. But Joshua is going to go ahead to work with. We use that crushing hammer. I'm Gale Thrust attack, go ahead and get played. I'm still hoping for that 4/4 on the crushing hammer. He does fight Eldegoss, so it looks like Joshua, right? Work with use that crushing hammer. I'm sure that will go ahead and get played. I'm still hoping for that prize for That's actually kind of interesting to know, knowing that a boss's orders is in the prize.
Ay, ay, ay,
Kind
me
of makes
huele
it
la
a
voz.
little easier of a decision here.
Él dijo
We
para buscar la voz.
thankfully don't see
Ay, ay, ay.
the multiple
Ya que se
crushing
viene.
hammers. Okay, that's actually kind of
Me voy
interesting to
martillo al
know,
dolor.
knowing that a boss's
Le va a
orders
salir a
is
calaveras.
50-50 here. Kind of makes
Le
it a
salió la
little
cruz.
easier of a decision here with this hand, as we thankfully don't see the multiple crushing hammers.
No hay posibilidades toque.
Toward play because you have a pretty totally clear chance, but the mission here, you take a boss's orders off the prize card, and that's all you need to close the game out. Now, Tor could technically, I think around had the play, if Tor played 2 we might not see that, so just take away that both of the Pinchinos out of play.
Imagine that's what he's looking for here. Another interesting thing I just noticed, Joshua only plays
I think
boss
if Tor
orders
has that
Girachi,
option, you usually see all
Suno
4
el
you might see
contacto
that,
del
just take
Girachi.
away
go
that
ahead
Bueno.
and utilize that to take a knockout on some imagine that's what he's looking
There
for.
it is.
Another interesting thing
there
I
it
just
is,
noticed,
the
Joshua
boss's
only
orders,
plays
so
3 boss's orders in his list.
Okay.
You usually see all 4
Igual,
Igual,
cualquiera.
just go ahead, reset, utilize that to take a knockout on 2 of them.
Y le sale la voz.
Yeah,
Ay,
there it
ay,
is,
ay.
the boss's orders.
Le
So,
sale la
it's
voz
got
a
that card
Joshua.
down in hand,
Para mí
and
entonces
then
voy.
additionally is going to be able to
Se acabó que ya
actually
estoy
playing 2 of them. So I see Max rapid flow, reset, try to close the game out, and Joshua down 1 less card in the hand, and then additionally, this one, of course, can just retreat to that other, knock GaviviHD out to the bench, potentially more pressure with a G-Max.
Like you said, yeah, I mean, this is exactly card here. This will allow you to G-Max rapid flow since now to get that extra damage, 10 damage needed on the active VMAX on the bench to Gale Thrust. Send it to the bench in order to, like you said, yeah, I mean, this is a ward card here. This will allow you to G-Max rapid. I think Tord went ahead and played that quick ball, get that extra damage, make 10 damage needed on the active to find those two, if he can. It will be a little more difficult though, since Zigzagoon does need to come down in order to get this. I think Tord went ahead and played that quick ball before using the make do, because Tord wants to try to find the equipment if he can. It will be a little more difficult though, since Zigzagoon does need to come down in order to get this knockout.
With G-Max rapid flow this turn, and another scoop up net in towards deck. If there are three, if he decides to play down this all of those one prize, now two prize Pokemon in order with that altered creation attack with G-Max flow this turn, out of play, and actually just go ahead and say, hey, you've done your job, you can now go ahead and take prize. Now two prize Pokemon with that master altered optimization attack. Only uses cards when they're needed, and once they've done their job, sends them straight to this, and actually just go ahead and say, hey, you've done your job, you can now go ahead and take a little bit of rest, just being able to get that extra 10 damage on master optimization. 150 plus 120 plus 10 equals a KO'd ADP, and we're going to see the air balloon onto the active. That's what it's here for. Rapid strike matchup, just being able to get that extra 10 damage on the getting everything he needs. 150 plus 120 plus 10 so it is going to be relying here on and we're going to see the air balloon onto the active and a change rapid strike energy to draw the reset stamp. Crobats are getting everything he needs to try to find that last Joshua, so it is going to be relying here remaining in the deck, and that's what this is going to come down to here. Can Joshua find like two remaining boss draw through the deck, bring up one of those Crobats and close out in order to try to find that last boss orders. There are actually two boss orders remaining in the deck, and that's what this is going to come down to here. Can Joshua find one of those two remaining boss orders, bring up one of those Chinchinos and close out this game?
Y aquí está la Trujillano.
One of these cards is going to be discarded.
Sí, ya era obvio. Hace claro, puede seguir más. Trujillanos no siguen primera ya.
This is what I'm looking for. Do we see it? 6 cards, and there it is. The boss's orders is going to be able to bring up one of those Chinchino. And yeah, Joshua, you even see him hovering it over it with the mouse. Hey, this is what I'm looking for. Do we see 6 cards, and there it is. The boss's orders is going to be able to go ahead and take one of those game number 1. And yeah, Joshua in a interesting fashion, right? Ignoring all of the VMAX Pokemon. Again, never count for V Pokemon. Impossible. It's going to go ahead and take in game number 1, knocking out a one prize Pokemon. As we're going to this game, it's back in the better spot. He is again, never count this man out. He has done
Con esto,
impossible.
Aurimarrón no logró adivinar qué. Ni una sola victoria, ni en la primera, ni en la segunda. Saberán al equipo económicamente a tratar de regresar el año que viene, pero va a tener que jugarse una edición, ya que se resuelve de forma administrativa. Al final, lo administrativo se considera como uno de los descensos a ocurrir de forma deportiva en la liga. Con esto tenemos en total 3 descensos, 2 deportivos y 1 administrativo, y un repechaje. Bueno, el descenso administrativo, el lado de Trujillano que no sumó ni siquiera un solo punto. Ni siquiera era uno por repartir. Mira la temporada de Trujillano, es un equipo histórico. Recordemos que era 0-6. Otro equipo histórico, Estudiantes de Mérida, también descendió. Y hasta fue rival del Deportivo Anzoátegui en la final de la segunda división. En el torneo en el cual ganó la selección, el cual lo ganó el Estudiantes de Mérida, equipo que lamentablemente, por culpa del régimen de Maduro, murió en el año 2019 económicamente.
a Pokemon communication. Excuse me, gonna go ahead
El
and
un equipo fundado
finding
en
one of these is gonna
1981.
be a great ability for a rapid strike turns, right? It's not being threatened by an
Siempre
attack.
ya
This
desde
already
chicos,
does find a obvious
siempre le he apoyado a nuestro guerrero de la montaña y da una ranchera que se vayan a la mierda. Todos los jugadores que están en la élite y en nuestra selección están fuera del país. Hay mesa que te decía suerte monagas, es una lástima que ocurra lo mismo que lanzó a Tigre Fútbol Club. Claro, nuestro querido Deportivo Azores participó en la previa Libertadores 9, 12, 13 y en la Sudamericana en la 10, en la 12, en la 14, en la 16 y en la 17. Es Moreno, mira esto. Qué triste un equipo de trayectoria por su participación siempre en primera división ya no pueda participar más. Yo quiera que exista alguien que rescate este equipo. Qué vergüenza, para mí da vergüenza.
It does increase your odds to hit it, and it does look like Joshua is going to go for this line of play. Too many down, because then it just becomes more difficult to accelerate energy.
Pero debe en algunos casos hacer las tripas de corazón.
And it does look like Joshua is going to go for this line of
mal
play.
manejo.
It's really
Debe
interesting
ser
because
todas,
two energy
complejo
sides there are going to be
las
metal
riendas
sauce
de un
and
equipo
that Stellar Wish. So that's
Oh my gosh, she drew it too! Oh no, it doesn't have the metal saucer.
Metal saucer, the ability to additionally, no, he would need two energy.
Mira, está hablando.
To get the wall on that make do, and that Stellar Wish.
Oh my gosh,
Quisiera que el gobierno metiera la mano por ese equipo, así como lo han hinchado con el doctor Segregorio. Señor gobernador, claro, el gobernador de Trujillo es chavista, para que quede claro. Ese es un reto, no deje que se mueva algo histórico. ¿Dónde está su Claro. Como el régimen le quita oportunidad a nuestro fútbol. Recuerde que la segunda división se va a llamar Liga Fútbol 2 y la tercera división se llamará Liga Fútbol 3. Porque para los electrónicos va a ser Liga Fútbol y Sports como no.
We'll be looking for a lot of cards. Birdkeeper is going to be a make do, so we don't know what the top deck was. That fighting energy or that rapid strike energy this rapid strike version of VMAX. So we'll be looking for a lot of cards. Birdkeeper is going to be an important card. Really looking for that fighting energy or that rapid strike energy that can see it so poor here. Chip to play that down is an easy target for Joshua to take a knockout with it. With either something like Ultimate Ray, even Mawile can take a knockout if Towards benches any cards besides energy X they can deck in Joshua. Feels so poor here, Chip, to play that down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
For Joshua to take a knockout
Peor
with
que
even
hasta
Ray, even Mawile can take a knockout.
No dudo
Benches full, so it's just going to open up even more possibilities for Joshua to
vaya a subir
with the day,
un
definitely.
video
I mean,
quisiera
it's
hacer
the same
tan
thing, right? It doesn't matter if you're taking
¿Cómo
it
se
down
fue
in this instance, because I mean, as we saw,
completamente
prize
la ruina y
Pokemon or a
el
two-prize
lugar?
Pokemon,
Sí.
whenever you're getting those extra prize
Como
cards, it'll
el
still come out
régimen
on the same amount of
dictatorial
knockout maxes, which
no
with
le
the
da
delay in play
oportunidad
is kind of the same
menos
thing, right? It doesn't matter if you're taking the knockout on
rapid strike energy.
one prize Pokemon or a two
Al
prize
menos
Pokemon, whenever
fueron
you're getting those
capaces
extra prize cards, it'll still come out with the same amount of knockout
marcar un
maxes.
gol
Or that Jirachi seemed like
ante el Zulia.
I guess Pokemon does find that key rapid strike energy. That Gale Thrust was unable to get down another Urshifu. So far, no metal energy in hand, but has plenty of ways to draw cards. Or that Jirachi seemed like PC Water. I guess Pokemon that don't necessarily play Marnie in play as we do see that Gale Thrust. Wow, there's actually no metal energy in this hand. So far, no metal energy in hand, but has plenty of ways to draw cards. Marnie is going to be the PC Water. Crushing Hammer here could be pretty big. You can't actually take any metal hands, and so we'll see if this Crushing Hammer hits, but there's actually no metal energy in this hand as these hammers have been hitting since the end of game number 1 energy. And I mean,
Crushing
Hammer here could be pretty big. I still can't actually take energy there. So we'll see this Crushing Hammer hits,
and another Crushing Hammer, and does hit this one. That is certainly huge. Joshua's in a little bit more precarious position in this game compared to game number 1. We will still see the last time was able to get off Ultra Fusion before there even attack. Comes down, and another Crushing Hammer, and does hit this one. That damage in play on Joshua. Joshua's in a little bit more precarious position in this game compared to game number 1. And also, interestingly enough, was able to get off Ultra Creation before Ford ever even attacked. You see now there's already 160 total damage in play on Joshua's side, and now Ultra Creation is finally being played. And also, interestingly enough, again, Dene GX in play, which are pretty easy one-hit KO targets for Rapid.
Go ahead and use Ultra Creation. Yeah, I forgot that Dene was down the following turn. So it's going to go ahead and throw that back to the active. Draw some quite get there. So again, Cherish Ball is able to find that, discard the hand, and got rewarded with that Metal Energy, Rapid Strike Energy. Go ahead and discard pile as well, so that's going to be another full effect as we do see the Let's go ahead and throw that back to the active energy. Only playing 2 fighting energy as well. Like, there are 4 more energy in this deck. That fighting energy, as you said, attack with Gale Thrust energy. Already discard pile as well, so that's 4 captured energy to fill that G-Max Rapid Those last Rapid Strike energy. Only playing 2 fighting energy as well, so there's a lot of options more energy in this deck that Rapid Strike Urshifu can attack with Gale Thrust to put aggression on. We do see one of those 4 captured energy to fulfill that G-Max Rapid Flow attack. I think it was a capture energy if I'm not mistaken. We also there's a lot of options for forward grab, so this could be like a scoop up net here, a split aggression on. We do see one of those Stellar Witch do have great ability against Chip. It's been so popular and prominent ever since in the expansion, and so it's going to grab any trainer card off the top 5 up net here. Honestly, such a cool concept with the card similar to the old Jirachi that was created a great ability against Chip. It's been so popular and prominent ever since
Jirachi from EX Deoxys.
In the
this
team
one
up
a little
expansion,
bit different since you can only
it's going to grab any trainer card off the top 5. And honestly, such a cool concept with the card, similar to the old Jirachi that was created years ago.
There is very reminiscent of that old Jirachi from EX Deoxys. And the only one a little different towards the attack is the fighting trainer card off with that Rapid Strike being the choice here for Tord and the bench. If there is indeed, yes, it is that deep up net to move that out of the active spot. The only missing piece here for Tord to be able to attack is the fighting Tord, honestly, in this spot. As long as there is a crushing hammer played from Joshua and a head hit the other Rapid Striker, Joshua ready to go potentially. And Tord will be able to take a multi-prize turn next turn. Decent for Tord, honestly, in that spot. As long as there isn't a crushing hammer played from Joshua. And that would hit exactly Tord will be able to take a multi-prize turn next turn.
Haría una decisión definitiva sobre la llegada de la situación del segundo
go ahead and switch into that Zacian.
Claro, una de las decisiones es
go ahead and take Joshua can combine fragile one prize Pokemon
del torneo o lo peor
go ahead and switch into that Zacian.
o lo peor del caso
Maybe it's like the Maul Wild.
o sea que ningún club quiere es la desafiliación.
And there it is, the boss's orders is going to be a
O sea que
the
nadie
energy
más otro club lo quiere.
taking knockout. There is no crushing hammerheads,
Pero la
but there are still 2 boss's orders in the deck after. But this
aseguro que la
there
decisión
it is, the
de
boss's orders is mapped out very nicely for Tord. Yeah, Trapify can take a 5 prize turn, take a knockout turn, and then also remains the boss's orders to knock out any of these fighting weak 2 prize Pokemon.
Yeah, I think
Joshua has prizes mapped out very nicely for Tord.
I mean, if you allow Tord to
take
take
5 prize turn
turn
the following
next
turn,
it
and
is
then all
very
Tord needs
difficult
is the
for
boss's
you to
orders
be
to knock
able to
out any
close
of these
this
fighting
game
weak
out.
2 prize Pokemon.
I mean, I think that's just really,
I
think as Joshua, you gotta go ahead and dig either with the research or the money. I mean, if you allow Tord to take the 5 prize turn, you gotta give yourself as much cards as possible here. You can see Joshua's unsure exactly what I think that's just, and when in doubt, go for the crushing hammer line. Go ahead and dig either way is happening. And we see two hammers on here. So many supporters, but one of these, you gotta give yourself as much card as possible here. Metal Energy Joshua's unsure exactly what to do work with, and when in doubt, go for the crushing hammer line. That's what it's gonna not happening. And we see 2 hammers on here. Just needs one of these to be heads. Also has the copies of that card. Metal Energy and also the Great Catcher as well to work with. Crushing hammer number 1. Tails needs to hit a heads here. Let's get a knockout. Does hit the head. Joshua will then play around Tord. Share that on Tord's side.
ahorita jugó club y estará
needed to have one of the main
un
strategies.
histórico
Here's
pegando.
needs to hit a heads here. Let's see it. Does hit the heads.
Because
That is going to keep
sale la
that
cara.
both
Ay,
those
ay,
turns turn, which is exactly what Joshua
most
needed
likely.
to have
So
happen.
it makes the most sense.
Siempre de
This is
premio.
actually excellent for Joshua. Since one of them hit heads, that
Ojo,
energy has been
tiene
not
la
lit.
gre.
I like holding the energy because if it doesn't flip any heads, that bench being full, those targets while hitting for 160 most likely. So it makes the most sense to go ahead and Pokemon in play due to the boosted ultimation. But the Dene has really great, a special type of Pokemon reprise because of that last bench Pokemon. That bench being full,
Parece que el Dene se va a la calle.
knockout bench or with Dene Pokemon in play due to the boosted ultimation. But the Dene has resisted so many metal type Pokemon, so because of that last bench Pokemon being discarded, -20 just barely keep them all around. There's no other onto that bench Pokemon left in play. I think I would like something like that. You're already down so many metal, but it just feels like you need the bench space going forward. But we'll still see that. Then again, quite sure Mawile comes to be active. Around. There's no other reprise Pokemon. Joshua understands that now there's no something like ADP. Gmax Rapid Flow is not on, but it just feels like for the following turns, the bench space going forward. But we will still see that Joshua, especially Mawile, Wiley fight back and knock out it. Awesome understands, or excuse me, Joshua understands that now there's no solid attacker ADP. Gmax Rapid Flow is knockout on board for the following turns. And on the Gmax Pokemon, Joshua especially the Wiley fight like knockout and Mawile.
Yeah, I think Joshua was really struggling with
solid
solid
attacker
on the great
to
catcher
pick up
because
Mawile,
knockout,
while
it's, you know, probably unlikely that you're going to get much
on the
use out of
Pokemon,
captivating Wink
as
at
well
this
as a
point,
nice
the
attacker to
ability there
finish
that
off
most
something
people play
like
the
the
card
NGX.
for. It is your most
Parece
I
que
think Joshua,
Thor
when you're running low on energy,
está a punto de
it's probably unlikely that you're going to get much use out of captivating Wink at this point, the ability there that most people play the card for. It is your process that was going through Joshua. You're running low on energy, you can't attack for just 2 energy, and it can also use a colorless energy meeting. But things are going to be a little awkward for Joshua. He feels like he's in a great spot, of course, winning. I think that's kind of the thought process that was going through Joshua's still has to take 2 knockouts. Still at minimum needs 2 attacks in order to win the game. So you're going to have things are going to be a little awkward for Joshua. It feels like he's in a great spot, or you're going to have to go on the prize trade, 2-hit KO one of these rapid strikers. He still has to take, and if you're relying on 2-hit KO, at minimum needs VMAX attacks in order to win the game. So you're going to have to either go boss's orders, knock something out, or you're going to have to go.
We see the Cheryl has not hit this card pile, unlike game number 1. It didn't matter in that first game when Joshua played around hitting a VMAX for the entirety of game number 1. That fighting energy is a big crucial piece. Tort is down, I believe, 3 rapid strike. The Cheryl has not hit the discard pile, unlike game number 1. And after that scale, Joshua fought around hitting a VMAX. However, Joshua was not going to be removing number 1. That fighting energy is a big crucial piece. Unless it takes a knockout, I believe that case would win the game like energy out. More energy in the deck that can fulfill that Gale's Rust attack. I feel like they have a good board standing, but it's really going to come down more so and then other energy for the rest of the game. Unless it takes a knockout, which in that case would win the game, but a big top deck there. Professor's research is going to be able to draw, Josh, that many more cards standing, but this ball down, hitting more so than Josh. However, to target down Gmax Rapid Flow just feels so scary,
Así quedó la tabla, por desgracia, descendieron a segunda división Troyanos y descendió Lala, descendió a segunda división.
I mean, it's going to be close here. What's going to happen? Joshua is going to be getting off the attack, and he'll be putting on the pressure to
Aragua,
if Tort can find that combination of
otherwise,
promoción,
quiere
salvarse de
and now you're in a really poor position.
Joshua almost timed out there just at the last second, 1 second remaining on the clock. He went with the wily wide. I mean, you can tell Joshua is really struggling with how
cambiar, se le va el tiempo.
I mean, it's tough whenever you're not only playing. Joshua almost timed out there just at the last second, 1 second remaining on the clock. Also went with the wily bite. I mean, you can tell Joshua is really struggling with how to play this game. I mean, it's tough whenever you're not only playing
Tomamos la tabla en sí, Táchira sería directo a Libertadores.
Yeah,
por el
another
Caracas,
part of the deck, you see
los
a lot
mejores de
of
por
players
aquí.
and how they make their decision making in IRL play.
A fase previa iría Gran Valencia, temporadón de Gran Valencia. A la fase 1, ¿quién iría? Un histórico, por supuesto, portuguesa. Iría a la fase 1 de la Libertadores. Viendo cómo está el puntaje, primero de Guayana, Estudiante de Mérida, Deportivo La Guaira, y entonces Minero de Guayana iría entonces a jugar la Conmebol Sudamericana 2022. Ay, Dios mío, no le salga. Sabe que si tú busca la fluida, ya tú sabes. Si va a quedar sin energía, Yocho. Se estelar. El Cherry the top. Oh my god. El Cherry the top. Oh my god. Parece que esto huele a definitivo, Me huele que no vamos a tercero. Nah, fuera. 160, pero vamos. ¿A qué le sale la red? Oh my god. Dios. Debe ser la red. Parece que no vamos a tercero. No, sencillo. Punto sencillo. Si te se desvía no es suficiente. Le queda 20 al mago. 40 con si te se energía.
Giving it full advantage of take this prize, knows exactly where your opponent now. I think Joshua here, in order to win the game, and your opponent is down, even if you top deck boss plus the Eldegoss. So toward what else is that going to do? Taking full advantage of Joshua has access to. I think Joshua to finish this game. I mean, you top deck
salga la voz, sabe que se puede acabar.
From something like Ultimate Creation, that is boosted by Ultimate Creation to give toward the game.
Me encanta la de Piquet, le tira 3 acciones.
Or 3 prize Pokemon that matter. That can be knocked out from something like Ultimate Creation, that is boosted by Ultimate Creation rather. Finding that Rapid Strike energy will be able to draw through 60 damage. We will actually see the Mawile come down and something like.
Lo que soy que si sale la fluida en la dispersación, cae el completo y comer el fantasma. La cuerda, oh my god, la cuerda y la voz.
I think Tord have that most of his deck.
Yo creo que esto se pata ahí.
Joshua has the pieces in hand to win
No
the
se
game.
puede.
Can't knock out the small while in one.
Más no se puede 2 de 3.
This is going to be it. Let's see if Tord finds that Rapid Strike energy or not. And there it is. Right away. Plays it down in max rapid. Tord's going to knock out the small while.
Como salga fluida, nos vamos a tercero.
And Zacian B on the bench. And Tord forces that Rapid Strike energy or not. And there it is. Right away.
¡Quiere ser la fluida! ¡Cae en la dispersación completo! Bueno, pues hay tercero. Se revivió por lo menos. Vaya Dios. Tremendo. Sari, imagínate que estaba en cuestión de caer el dios destruido y cayó nomás. Sí, tal cual con el anterior, nos vamos al tercer. Solamente van a matar hasta las 6 de la tarde, tiempo de Venezuela, 30 de Chile, 2:30 en México. Vamos para el tercero, venga ahí. Arrancar.
Against Ford necessary in order to get again that metal and water and go first. So it's going to be a big advantage. We'll be able to decide the mission is
Arranca el tercero.
necessary in order to get again that metal and water damage.
No sé si estaremos con el segundo. Acá yo le deseo buena suerte. Veremos.
That strafe attack to deal 30 damage. It could set up some nice math. So we'll see exactly what happens.
Energy. Yeah, I mean, and this is the situation, is really what you want to see going first in order to make it much easier to pull off. Unfortunate thing about this hand on the next turn, kind of interesting to go ahead and see energy to attach return, which is really what you want to see in order to make it much easier to pull off that strafe damage that you mentioned. It's not super relevant to go ahead and see, but it could be very relevant on Arceus. That actually because that could mean that if Tord doesn't have access to Zigzagoon on a specific turn, or maybe it's in the prize cards, that is now a way for Tord to get that extra little bit very relevant on our pick up the math combo. That could mean that being able to if Tord doesn't have access to G-Max Rapid Flow plus Gale Thrust, but Tord on a specific turn, maybe it's in the prize cards, and just has to go now with the a way for Tord to get that. Joshua could actually potentially win the game here. Extra little bit of damage needed in order to pick
Look
up
at that hand chip.
the math combo.
Cards that are playable there. Just a few scoop up nets and some other recovery cards, but I think if Joshua finds a metal energy and a metal saucer, we'll be able to take a knockout. We'll still need to find the pivoting option. So interesting choice to not go ahead and switch into that Mawile. That would open up the ability for something like Air Balloon.
Look at that hand chip.
Pivot option there, as we do see a Tails on that Crushing Hammer. So not out of it quite yet, but this is where cards definitely get scary. If Josh has the water energy, but again, no metal energy and a metal saucer, we'll be able to take knockout. Joshua understands we'll still need to find the pivoting option, so it potentially makes the most sense to just try to go ahead and power this Mawile. That would open up the ability, assuming Tord does not top deck anything, a pivot option there, as we do see a Tails on that.
That's exactly what Josh is thinking.
Crushing Hammer.
You still have the other
spinner, not out of it quite yet, but this is where
dig the Ultra Creation on the next turn.
Scary.
If that
has the water energy, but again,
and right away Joshua finds the switch, has the energy. It's going to be up to Tord. Can Tord top deck something playable here?
That Tord is in top deck mode,
so
it potentially makes the most sense to just try to go ahead and power this Joshua up on the bench
here in what has other been a very back and forth set, and does find the capture energy here, which will allow Tord to at least stick around a little bit longer. That's exactly what Josh is thinking here. You still have a lot of other spinner. Grab the other water energy, so you can still
capture the energy here. But when you grab off the capture energy, you know every other card in Tord's hand is pretty much unplayable.
Up and right away, Joshua finds the switch,
but then you're just all the energy attached to your active.
It's going to be up to Tord.
Banking off something like Stellar Wish.
Something playable
the most popular supporter card in Tord's deck is First Keeper. So we'll be able to draw some more cards here, and throwing up that Urshifu V that already you really don't want to be active, so we will be able to at least see him retreat into that Jirachi. So this is going to be a big Stellar Wish for Tord. What does this find? 5 cards, any card needs to at least find a way to maybe get some Pokemon into play, maybe get capture energy here, but when you grab off the capture energy, you know every other card in Tord's hand, I don't know, Tord is playable on the back. I mean, you can find Jirachi. We may even see Joshua just go straight to attach to your active alteration later on, banking off something like Stellar Wish.
could happen
the most popular supporter card
is if
this deck is that Earthkeeper. So while you will be able to draw some more cards, you're throwing up that Earthkeeper that already you really don't want to be active.
De manera, ¿no? Así que estaba perdido y parece que está volviendo a la vida.
Pokemon into play, maybe get some extra energies in order to
and then use Ultra Creation
like
on an Arceus that's already so heavily damaged. It's definitely a tough spot.
We may even see Joshua just straight in with the Zacian and then Ultra Creation later on when it's necessary.
Grabbed out of the deck. What could happen here, actually, for Dead A change that ability we see in so many decks, just such a great consistency option when you're already playing multiple quick balls in your list. Any quick you could find a switch card plus the VMAX and just get a Gale Thrust off right away onto the hand down.
But I think Joshua is like, thank you for that. Now I have the water energy and the energy switch to go ahead and threaten
use Ultra Creation yet.
Like
would Joshua even at that point,
as you said, Joshua has many routes to play
those extra energies in order to use Ultra Creation on an Arceus
energy as well as that ordinary rod to go ahead and throw things back into the deck later on in the game, such as those fighting energy and maybe a 1/1 Cinccino line or the Mewtwo or other pieces that have to get discarded due to something like Make Do or the Dead A change that ability we see in so many decks.
Just such a great
as you said, if Dork find the switching out and that VMAX, I think the two
calls in your list,
as you said, obviously the VMAX needs that to attack, but then something like a Birdkeeper is really the only other way besides Scoop Up Net, but again, Reset's not putting the hand down, but I think Joshua is like, thank you for that. Now I have the water energy and the energy switch to go ahead and threaten. Also, most likely wants to get down some of those Cinccinos because, as you said, Joshua has many routes to play, but following turn, going to be a good start, right? He's going to be able to grab any basic out of the deck and get rid of one of those. Got to get something energy as well. I believe in Tord has definitely showed us how even in poor situations he can find a way to really wrestle himself out of there. But and maybe a 1/1 Cincino line or Mewtwo or other pieces. Another bench Pokemon besides that Cincino means there will be no Gmash Rapid Flow in on board rather. If Joshua, as you said, switch and a boss's orders switching out, take a knockout VMAX, Zacian V on that looking for. As you said, obviously the VMAX needs that to attack, but then something to take the turn to use Ultra is really the only other way besides Tord drew out of the again Tord has not played the supporter for turn, so has you still want to use Ultra Creation and you could go aggressive like you're mentioning what to do and dig for that. Most likely wants to get down some of those Cinccinos because or Minchinos rather, but with only one boss's orders in the deck, able to grab it was actually one in the discard pile already. That maybe makes it a little more likely. I believe in Tord. Tord has definitely showed us how even I think I like the decision find a way to really wrestle himself out of there. But play your game. If things go according to plan like they did in game number 1, you're going to come out on top. Bench Pokemon besides that Minccino means the same way. There will be no Gmash Rapid Flow in on board rather. If Joshua can find something like a switch in the discard pile, so boss's orders definitely be a take a knockout with a Zacian V on that Urshifu. Yeah, I think as Joshua here, you're pretty while there are a lot of grabs here that can be made, but it looks like actually going to go ahead and grab the Eldegoss out of the kind of taking his time. That ding 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 from the timer is putting a lot of pressure on, as we are actually going to see the water energy and the energy switch like come down, and I don't know what Josh does, especially if he grabs something like that Eldegoss. I think is just going to be content utilizing Urshifu on the bench, and it wouldn't be that bad of a play, but with only one boss's orders in the deck, it was actually one in the discard pile already. That maybe makes it a little more likely if there's one in the discard pile, because then you could just grab Eldegoss here, but I think I like the decision here from Joshua. Just play for the Altered Creation, play your game. If things go according to plan like they did in game number 1, you're going to come out on top in this scenario as long as things play out the same way. Yeah, absolutely. So just taking a look through the deck, as you said, I don't know if one of those boss's orders are in the discard pile, so that could definitely be a big thing. Considering grabbing that Eldegoss, could also grab another copy of Mawile. There are a lot of grabs here that can be made, but it looks like actually going to go ahead and grab the Eldegoss. And while Josh is taking his time, that ding, ding, ding from the timer is putting a lot of pressure on, as we are actually going to see the water energy and the energy switch come down. And I don't know what Josh does, especially if he grab something like that Eldegoss, I think it's just going to be ultimate creation for the utilizing and then having plenty of possibilities and options to work with orders, can maybe take the deck more with some research. Orders can maybe change deck more with some research. Wants to just give himself as many possibilities and options as possible.
And the way that Joshua's early game played out, there actually are Joshua's early game played out. There actually are Josh only plays 3 copies of the cards. That means that Josh plays 3 copies of the cards. That means that Josh can actually only use boss's orders via the Eldegoss and once via the one that is left once via the Eldegoss, unless you went for something like via float up, that's the one that is left. I don't anticipate we would see, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. It can. I don't anticipate we would see, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. What this means for Joshua is that it's going to be much harder to use that game one. But what this means for Joshua is that it's going to those Pokemon be much. You almost need for Tord to use that miss for another turn and have to leave one of these one down easy KO Pokemon in the bench. You almost need for Tord the way that to miss for another turn and have to leave one of these one prize knock out the active and boss orders in the active spot, and that's the way that you could play that game plan.
Grabbing that Marnie, we may see that get played, especially after
knock out the active and
grab one of those Eldegoss. You know they only have 1 boss in deck and 2 in discard pile. So I think smart play from Marnie. We may see that get played, especially after opponent grabs one of those Eldegoss. You know they only have 1 boss in deck such a powerful card discard pile. So practically every deck right now in the standard format has been printed throughout time with Lysander, even back on an item card with Pokemon Catcher back on the old days in the black and white era. As we do see practically every deck right now in the standard format has been printed throughout time with Lysander, even VMAX. There it is with Pokemon Catcher back in the old days in the black and white era. As we do see Pokemon has, I believe, going to get played. That's down. So out of the deck, do you Marnie here bank off of finding one of your 2 left in a 30-card Urshifu VMAX? There it is. Sure here. So we'll see that go ahead and get.
I mean, it depends on what's in the hand, and it looks like that's the route that Tord has to go with. Off of these 5 cards, I believe he needs to find the switching card, which the only thing so here since Jirachi is asleep is going to bank off of finding that scoop one of your 2 left in a 30-card retreat. While you are asleep, no escape boards left in the standard format for Jirachi to be partnered with, unfortunately. Let's see if Tord has it. If not, that is just such a big whiff. And Joshua now in a great spot gets the energy switch, can bring it up to the active. Tord has it. If is going to be able to try to play the game out exactly like a big whiff. And Joshua now in a great spot gets the energy switch, can bring it up to the active. And now that he's going to be able to try to play the game out exactly like because that's a great catcher target.
Absolutely here, and
just go knock out the Jirachi here.
A little bit safer, or I mean, in this position, you play a little bit riskier because you have that leeway. Makes it even easier because that's try to get use out of your water energy, but the water energy, they do not want to show up today. They are not in the deck. Most of them maybe being surprised in a smart decision there from Josh. He's going to be able to utilize that, but I feel it's a lot better to get use out of your water energy. But speaking of water energy, they do not want to show up today. They are in a game where not in the deck. So behind your chip doesn't even have any pressure on besides a strafe on turn 1. Utilize that.
Yeah, definitely. And Joshua's in a great spot. Gonna get to accelerate some energies here with the ultimate. I think just kind of debating. I mean, it's a little awkward of a game where all of your remaining
behind your chip
besides the Eldegoss
doesn't even have the ability to put any pressure on besides the strafe on turn 1.
Yeah, definitely. And Josh is kind of, Josh is a very good player. In a great spot. Gonna get to accelerate exactly how this game needs to go. It needs to find boss. Needs to find. I think just kind of great catcher or Eldegoss. Awkward of some combination of those dusting cards. All of your remaining spots. Eldegoss, though. That really it makes it difficult to dig on that turn. Josh is a very good player. He's playing things out. He knows exactly how to
Metal Saucer. I believe is only down 1 to 2 Metal Saucer as well. So
great catcher or Eldegoss.
Especially after taking some more prize cards. Some combination of one of those water energies. That's going to be a perfect card to throw onto Small Wild.
It's solamente un
and from there, maybe energy switch off one of those metal energy. I believe still has 1 to 2 copies.
Sé que se pone la cosa interesante.
This time, unlike in the
novedad
so he's going to get switched half saucer. I believe it's only down to 1 to 3 metal saucer as well. So up As we see, they first make do, and there we go.
PC4
Prize cards is going to get rid of another card. And one of those water energies that's going to be a perfect card to throw and onto the small wild. A lot of stuff to work on
casi los
ADP, apply pressure
vamos a
quickly, and then
poner
from there,
en
maybe
pantalla
energy
la
switch off one of those metal energy.
la clave.
He's going to be able to get a solid hit off here with the Gale Thrust. I
No
mean,
la,
towards,
no la voy a
without
poner
a doubt,
invisible, la voy a
Start the
poner
turn off, including that Urshifu VMAX
from
has that air
behind
balloon, so
positions with
something's going to get switched at
you
one
know,
point
he's
here,
playing
so
a
it makes
Pokemon
the
trading
most
card
sense
game,
to
and also
bring
with this
that
deck,
air
this deck
balloon
is
target
definitely
up.
a little bit
As
slower
we
than
see,
kind of
they
the more
first make
standard
do, and there we go.
Karachi
Make do, I believe,
engine
number
build of Rapid Strike Urshifu, so we'll have to see what
two.
Tord
He's
can
going to go ahead and get rid of
happen.
another card from the hand.
We're gonna
Draw
see at
two more
minimum here
cards
a
for Tord.
Clave en pantalla porque no me quiere ahora.
Time to go ahead and bench another Urshifu.
To work
I
with,
don't think
but
you're super
needs to
pressured to
apply
put it in
pressure
play,
quickly,
but
and
you
even if he
really
does,
want it at
it
this
doesn't feel like
point,
a
so
great
might as well just go ahead and
Joder.
do it now. I guess it also gives you the
It's
option
gonna
to
be
get a solid hit
quiere
off here
irse a
with the Gale Thrust. I mean, Tord's, I mean, without a doubt, on the back foot, but Tord's been in Mitchell Cheryl, something like that. So maybe it is come from behind positions with.
Yeah, it feels like the easiest way to just
since
swing
playing the
Gale
Pokemon trading card
Thrust
game, and
and
also
back
with this
blow
deck,
back
this
and
deck is
forth, I think
definitely a little bit slower than kind of
as
the
he
more
goes ahead and
standard
grabs the Urshifu V, wants to
Jirachi
go ahead and throw that on the bench.
Okay,
of
then.
Rapid
Go ahead and
Strike
Rapid
Urshifu,
Strike
so,
energy the
we'll
bench
have to see what
Urshifu,
Tord
and is content with Gale Thrusting this turn, and then maybe if this active
Dame.
Urshifu
We're
VMAX
gonna see
takes
at
damage,
minimum
Unos
here
it'll be a
minutos
perfect
más.
time to go ahead and
What a
Cheryl
smart grab
and
with this
then
communication
string
is it's
together
time to go
that
ahead
with a
and
VMAX
another
overflow,
Urshifu
but
V.
unfortunately
I don't think you're
for Tord, Joshua has the boss's orders,
Estamos
probably
viendo
like top
dificultades
for the turn,
para
so this is
subir
going to
ahí.
be even more possibilities.
I guess it also gives you the
Sé que
option
no
to
es
just
fácil de
something
llegar a
like that Shinshino on the bench, but it looks like eyeing up the Urshifu V, but I think maybe recognizing I can boss this up, take the prices on it, and then from there, great catcher
Ya
is another
aparecerá en
option for me.
pantalla. Aquí lo tiene.
Yeah, definitely. I think Shinshino is certainly the way you want to go with this one. Take the knockout.
He goes ahead and grabs.
I mean, it does a couple things. One, it means that you're not getting reset stamp. I mean, Josh doesn't even have the knockout in hand yet on that Urshifu on
Gale
the
thrusting
bench.
this
Would need
turn,
to
and
play
then
the
maybe
Dene
if
or throw
this
that to dig for
active
it.
Urshifu
But two, you know, by taking this knockout,
VMAX takes damage, it would be a perfect
not
time to
getting
go ahead
reset
and
stamp
Cheryl and
just
then
one card.
string together
Taking
that with a
three-prize
GMAX
knockout, going down to one
Overflow,
card and getting
but
reset stamp to just the one
unfortunately,
is pretty
for-
tough. So. I'm sure we're going to see Tord dig for the stamp here. Did have to discard one earlier on in the game in that super clunky
big reset.
but I mean,
Damn,
it is.
too.
I mean,
From
Joshua
Josh,
is
fine
certainly in
catcher.
the driver's seat. It's going to be
That's
up to
huge
Tord
with
to
the
find
top
a way to navigate
turn.
back.
That
into
means
this
Joshua will be able to bring up
Estamos
this Dene.
buscando
Joshua
lo
does
que se
not
puede.
bench any of those two prize fighting weak Pokemon like the Dene Acrobat, as long as he has the energy in play, which we already see together. 3 on that Zacian V. This is a big time grab for Joshua, but then from there, even if you put together another GMAX Rapid Flow, start the turn out, and then due to that top play, great catcher in those two
Parece que Toxi va a
smartly
quedar a
avoided
pues
that
se quedó
target. These
afuera
four
nomás.
fighting weak will be able to bring this Dene GX up. And Joshua VMAX get involved. Go ahead and take this energy means not only will a Pokemon get grabbed from the situation, but additionally, Joshua will also go ahead and close it out and get the next round up to not play any Pokemon down, and this is a big reset stamp to 2 from Josh. And an catcher, that's huge with the top deck for turn. That means Joshua will be able to bring up this Dene GX as long as he has the energy play, which we already see. 3 on that Zacian V. This is a big time grab for Joshua. Will be able to promote this Zacian in the active, start the turn out, and then due to that top deck for turn, great catcher and those 2 necessary cards to discard it for the effect. We'll be able to bring on the next GX up, and Joshua will go ahead and take this set 2-1, another nail biter game 3 situation. Joshua will go ahead and close it out, advancing to the next round in the winner's bracket. Tord, an upset almost, is going to go ahead and bump down to the loser's bracket in round number 1.
I mean, Joshua, very, formidable player, definitely someone who's very tougher now. It's all Joshua. It doesn't get much better than Tord.
Sé que el internet va y viene.
Great game by both these players. It's no surprise that the ADP deck has been so prominent for so long.
Let's take this.
I'm sure we're going to be seeing some more
on to the next round of the winner's bracket and send Tord the losers. Now, if anyone can make a run through the losers bracket, we know it is Tord.
Up against a deck that has been prominent ever since its release in
Se viene
be seeing that deck paired with its new threat in the Rebel Clash format.
It's all
set,
Joshua all day.
Set
Able to take the win. Definitely
Pícaro.
very popular deck has been.
Great game by both these players. It's no surprise that the ADG deck has been so prominent
Me vuela la
for so
vuelta de
long.
esquina que
I'm
se
sure we're
ve.
going to be seeing some more
online
alternate
player, and that's what I
regions
really
Y el
in
Picarón
but
con
we have our
Artur.
third match from the European
Tíchale, entonces, campeón de 2021, Laicito 16, regional de Washington 2028, Yuchi campeón del 2018. Luca Gris, actualmente y uno, su primer torneo oficial. Very nice.
match we're going to be taking a look at for round number one of the losers bracket is going to be Lucas Breeze up against Owen Cameron, and this is going to be featuring two decks that we've seen a lot in Players Cup 3,
Están metiendo
especially
cada vez
White.
más gente.
Out Owen, of course, on that winning team. So a champion in his own
Histórico
right,
para el
and
canal.
also the
El primero.
UIC in 2018.
Temas que se van a transmitir. Ojalá Venezuela
accomplishments here on Owen's side.
participara en
But
la
it's
Playa
definitely going to be
Cup.
up
Me
against it here.
encanta
Pretty
el
bad matchup when we're talking about
participación.
it. Rapid Strike Urshifu is a fighting type. Pikachu and Zekrom does not like fighting type Pokemon. So we'll have to see how things are going to break down. This is a matchup we watched a lot in Players Cup 3, and it seems like Rapid Strike Urshifu won pretty much every single time.
Absolutely, but there are some key changes to some of these players' lists that we'll go ahead and get into. But before we do that, Chip, we've got our last game, or match, excuse me, in the European region. I'm excited for this. It's a match that I always look forward to. Let's go ahead and get down into the game between Lucas and Owen. The one thing I want to point out is
Vale, no vamos a meter en la página de Pokémon.
He didn't play any copies of Jirachi. We've actually featured last round as well. It's going to be this Rapid Strike. It's going to be even better now for Lucas against being deck that has been prominent. He plays Jirachi GX in addition to that Pikachu and Zekrom deck to shut off this new threat, the Rebel Clash format, or set, excuse me.
Claro que PTCGoStore.com.
Definitely very popular deck has been as long as it's existed. Like you said, we take a look at some of these players. Lucas has a couple of key cards. You mentioned Jirachi GX is going to remove the psychic love about these online weakness, and then of course Mimikyu's don't go and play make it so that any Pokemon tournaments, they just any Pokemon GX with damage online on them, and this Players Cup format has given these players an opportunity to make a name for themselves, show that they know what they're doing here. Lucas fortunately losing round one. Miraculous Duo is a cool attack and all, but Owen is not
muy sencillo, te vas a la página de PTCGoStore.com. Bueno, te vas a la página oficial de Pokémon. Está el curso el partido. Creo que la vamos a actualizar porque está cayendo demasiado.
Pokemon tournament you could was a member of the winning team at a challenge in tournament here, and that is going to be pretty good as long as you can find a person on that winning team. So a champion in his own right, and also the EUIC in 2018. Huge accomplishments here on Owen's side, but he's definitely going to be up against it here. Pretty bad matchup when we're talking about it. You know, Rapid Strike Urshifu is a fighting type. Pikachu and Zekrom does not like fighting type Pokemon, so we'll have to see how things are going to break down. This is a matchup we watched a lot in Players Cup 3, and it seems like Rapid Strike Urshifu won pretty much every single time.
Absolutely, but there are some key changes to some of these players' lists that we'll go ahead and get into. But before we do that, Chip, we've got our last game, or match, excuse me, in the European region. I'm excited for this. It's a match that I always look forward to. Let's go ahead and get down into the game between Lucas and Owen. The one thing I want to point out right away is back when Tord played this variant of the deck, he didn't play any copies of Jirachi GX, and it's going to be even better now for Lucas. Because Sharon consistently plays Jirachi GX in addition to this deck, especially Mimikyu, to shut off this Mewtwo.
Yeah, and that's the key piece here. Mewtwo in Owen's deck hits for Psychic Weakness onto the Urshifus, but Lucas has a couple of key cards. You mentioned Jirachi GX is going to remove the Psychic type weakness, and then of course Mimikyu's ability will make it so that any Pokemon GX with damage counters on them cannot use their abilities. And of course, Mewtwo and Mew, you know, Miraculous Duo is a cool attack and all, but Owen is not playing any psychic energies in the deck. Really relies on perfection in order to copy the attacks of the other Pokemon GX in the list. So Owen here is going second, it appears. We're getting into this game here, and that is going to be pretty good as long as you can and getting energy onto Bolton and try to get off that turn 1 electrify, exactly what you want to see.
¿Qué será? ¿No existe?
Yeah, as we talked about that Mimikyu,
No me
we do
rayes.
see a lot of these Pikachu and Zekrom lists have
Me
been
quiere
playing that
agarrar.
stealthy
Ahora.
dual card to counteract the
Bueno,
shadow box
simple,
ability
¿cómo
on
es
the
así?
Mimikyu already on the back foot.
Te vas
How
a
many
que
Tech
te
Squad open is
mandas
playing for that this
as soon as
matchup and also playing that
a lo
Crushing
de
Hammer Tails,
estos.
but it feels a little bit better to
Joder,
not have to
porque
get
no
rid
me la
of
quiere
such an
mostrar
important
ahora. Le das
energy that caps
así.
energy. One of the weakest attacking energies on this we saw a dual play back in Players Cup 3, trying to get back down and play. It looks like considering playing the speed,
Le das en aceptar enviar el código. No sé si es así correctamente.
Coming into play, certainly a key
But
card
also
here.
be able
We're
to
going
grab
to
this
see
Bolton
the
V
Jirachi
out
Stellar
of the
Wish
deck,
going back
and
into
Speed
the
Lightning
deck
Energy
for
will
that
also
Rapid
Y ahí
Strike
está.
Urshifu.
Ahí
And
dice
honestly,
Mari.
his final
Final
card
order card yet,
in hand
so we'll see
is
what this grabs, and I
got a
Mari
big
le
grab there on
puso
Marty.
dos y le
looking
das
for the Rapid Strike
en
energy.
picar
So I
allí
think that's
aceptar y
gonna be
esperar.
5 more cards and
Solamente
put Lucas
uno.
down.
multiple Pokemon. Let's
Y no
see if he's able
tienes.
to draw into it from a pretty
Don't see it
awkward
quite
yet, but Cinchino is an almost ideal turn 1. Going to be able to use Make Do, plus draw some cards, really similar to what we just watched, getting that from Ford's game. Things are looking pretty solid here.
Recuerde que es una oportunidad para que quede
That we
claro.
talked about after Players Cup 3 that we expected to see Pikachu and Zekrom
already in the
with the
discard pile,
Mimikyu
and
seeing a
while that can
rise
be a little
in play.
bad, it
We
is
expect
nice
to
as a
see some
target for
stealthy
Mewtwo
hoods
to
pop
get
up into these
and
Pikarom
scoop up
lists,
net.
throwing onto these Mewtwo.
In combination with that Mind Report ability, as we do see the Rapid Strike energy
good for
G-Pass
Owen that he
Rapid
was
Flow,
able to find
and these
it
are
right
exactly what you
away.
want to be targeting.
See
That
how
Parece que ya
that
está
displays
listo.
factor
as
moving
well
forward.
as that Bolton to take the knockout. Absolutely. And while you are able to attack, there's no
Si quieres otra cuenta, copia lo mismo. Lo copias.
when there's no Mimikyu in play 1 and 2, and it's speaking of which, so heavily damaged, will the top deck is not going to help.
Pero en lugar de eso, no, vamos al inicio.
I mean, you can go ahead and
Primer
target down this
lugar.
Rachi GX. We look through this list a little bit more. But then keep in mind, point out some. This is your stealthy hood.
Yo creo que estoy en la
So,
cuenta secundaria.
Todo as long as there's a Mimikyu left in Lucas's deck.
We
put off, as it can rely on Gmax Rapid Flow. But again, putting pressure on consistently is just so scary, especially in a matchup. Where you're already on the back foot.
do you see Owen? Go ahead and throw the energy
How many
onto
tech
Bolton
cards
here. I wonder if this is the game plan we're going to see play out.
Esto hablamos de la cuenta.
Go with the Coco Prism Star here, use Dance of the Ancients, accelerate some energies in combination with a Stamp, and then go with the, Bolt Storm. Just
felt we saw Azul play back in Players Cup 3. Definitely come and play, especially if Lucas takes a little bit more of a passive route.
Ya el mundo tiene 4.100 muertes. El COVID casi 200 mil
tip for some
millones.
decent damage into the active. You also could just go ahead and coming into the active Rapid Strike Urshifu. You could also, like you target Stellar Wish going back into the, and that Rapid Strike Urshifu. The hand is pretty tough here.
Another Minchino, and as you said, a powerful here start. A strike deck. That's especially with the pressure being put on Crobat, can easily map the prizes out on something like a G-Max Rapid Flow, or even a Boss's Orders the following turn.
It is
on just
definitely
like an AGX. There it is, Gale Thrust. At 300 damage with that weak. getting ready to be switched into the following turn, and Lucas says, hey, I know this card is not your favorite, so I'm going to play it down right away, putting that Jirachi GX into play, having that Psychic Zone ability, preventing all Pokemon in play who are affected by Psychic Weakness to be hit for double damage, and
Ahora de
down
vuelta a la
the turn,
actualidad.
just going to have to go ahead and pass. Could be holding up some stuff here, Chip, but Owen is going to be able to have
Atención
some start
que
in this
ahora
Boltund Electrify, building the energy up, and maybe be able to draw some more cards with that Professor's Research. So, Chip, it looks like he's starting out pretty solidly, has some lines of play.
Next round of losers bracket play.
Yeah, and an interesting thing here, Owen will be able to go second this game, so we'll be able to, or he went second last game too, but I have to assume that's what you want again. Has the Boltund, the Mewtwo, Mew, so maybe trying to save Stealthyhood for a little bit later in the game could be a little bit of a better route. Again, Mimikyu didn't even need to come down last game. That just shows how one-sided this matchup can get at times, especially when Owen is not drawing extremely optimally and finding all the pieces needed every turn. I think it's going to have to be a knockout on the Jirachi GX as quickly as possible, and then pairing the Mewtwo Mew with something like that Stealthyhood, as Lucas already starts two excellent Pokemon in that Minccino and that Rapid Strike already on the bench, getting ready to be switched into the following turn. And Lucas says, hey, I know this card is not your favorite, so I'm going to play it down right away, putting that Jirachi GX into play.
Prizes going Lucas's way.
Bueno, ya lo tenemos de vuelta.
As you mentioned, has not even utilized Mimikyu yet, as we see it being utilized there. It's going to discard Marnie, and this is looking like an excellent turn number 2. So I agree with you. I'm not quite sure I agree with that Marnie play, especially when you were discarding so little important pieces off of...
O sea, vuelve a caer otra vez.
Honestamente la Professor Research already in hand, as there it is, Gale Thrust knockout. There is no Mimikyu in play, so this Mewtwo
A ver si lo volvemos a ponerlo.
will be free to attack, but I mean, what, you swing it to the active, you don't even have the ability to knock out a Jirachi. For that point, you don't even have the ability to copy any GX Pokemon. There are none in play or in your discard pile. Marnie's a nice start, right? You go ahead and get yourself 5 fresh new cards, and you can at least get a Pokemon discard pile, but what's your follow-up for this following turn, especially when you Big Charm this Mewtwo? There's no place for the Stealthyhood to go to right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Owen, recognizing Lucas's bench is already full, maybe thinks it's going to be
an exciting one. Let's go ahead and set it down to these...
Only what you would want to see here, and we'll probably, I guess, just see the Rapid Strike again. The Retro grab here. It actually looks like that second Mewtwo and Mew is unfortunately in the prize cards for Owen, which makes things a little awkward. And is actually maybe going to eye up the Boltund here.
And I'm sure Lucas again is going to go ahead and opt to go first. I guess so both players going exactly how they'd like to. And Owen has that Electrify on board for turn 1. Exactly what you want to see. Now just has to find that Mewtwo.
You got to try to stop it
getting it powered up.
Force Lucas to find something like this. Yeah, has the Marnie as well, which is but if Lucas doesn't find those exact play, and right away Lucas once again 3 games in a row. Owen's not getting this Jirachi GX down. Let's see where this energies go off of the full blitz here. The conservative play and probably the correct play is to just go onto the Boltund. Exactly what Lucas. Hey, I mean, I don't hate it either. Just being aggressive here, forcing your opponent to have the answers. Got the Marnie, which is the ideal turn. Is threatening a quarter most of the turn on the next turn. I mean, whenever you see what your opponent is working with, and especially whenever your opponent
also be able to knock out that Jirachi on the bench,
is going to be retreating.
It feels like there's
into a Snorlax, it looks like, and going for the big Gormandize, filling the hand up all the way to 7 cards. And this could actually, you know, if Lucas off of the 4 cards that he gets from Marnie, doesn't find a way to move the Snorlax, this could really be a huge window for Owen to make something happen here in this game.
Absolutely, and Marnie neutralizing that Gormandize and the Snorlax so little that Lucas needs to find this pretty much just into scoop up net and a way to find that Mimikyu, at the end of that assuming turn, again that it is not in the prize cards, as I mean, has the Cherish Ball for the Mewtwo, so right, that's a start. If you find that Mimikyu, you're still content just hitting for 30 damage because now that Mewtwo is shut off. I'm sure Owen's going to be a lot happier. There's no way for Owen to remove that Big Charm off of that active, so actually just content. Lucas just needs so little to find. We see him start to Mewtwo. Phoebe is not in there for this matchup. It's in there for some of those more wall disruptive decks, like the Decidueye deck, like stuff such as the Zamazenta to put aggression. That Dauntless Shield ability. So there's a lot of in that Phoebe is against combination with a Mimikyu. This will be a pretty straightforward standard deck as actually having no pieces whatsoever. Wow, so Owen getting rewarded for this, and this is going to be a big tag bolt. Not only will it take 5 prize cards, but it will also remove the Jirachi GX out of play, opening up potential lives for Owen to just take a knockout next turn if a Mimikyu does not come down from
Lucas. And right away, as the bird key card here, I mean, Lucas didn't have a way to really do much this turn.
Oh, you say that's hard to pull off.
There is, I say, Mimikyu played down on the side. This Mewtwo really could just clean up. Gets the G-Max Rapid Flow more turn. Quick 2 prizes puts Owen. We're definitely going to see the tag bolt. And I gotta imagine we're going to see that Jirachi targeted.
Does not find
Psychic Mewtwo will be back, but actually, I don't hate this either here from Owen. Maybe the obvious play is to target down the Jirachi, but targeting down the Cinccino when your opponent just doesn't have a good
it's going to be able to attack this turn
targeting
as well.
down their only form of draw could be a good option as well.
Playing the Raichu and alone, there are 2 positives that play, as you noted, right? You get rid of more of your 3 prizes. The second thing as well is it's one less card to get draw one less card off the You know there are 2 copies of Reset Stamp as well. But you see so many Owen understands that drawing cards and having options is the biggest possibility here, but there is that dreaded quick ball that's going to be able to find the Mimikyu out of the deck with that Shadow Box ability and rather hit point. So the energy's on there off of the Mewtwo.
Yeah,
you cannot utilize it as an attacker anymore.
The way you in this
problem
game
with this, though, is if there's not a way to knock out this Mewtwo, the Boltund Boltstorm is going to be hitting for a decent chunk of damage, and while you can hit for 150 in the active, all Owen needs is a switch and a lightning energy. Already has that in hand, and Boltstorm
but do I really over have 240 the time damage to afford that? There's plenty of energies in the get a little lucky here as it stands anyway, and we're gonna see a full blitz here. No, or I believe did discard the Pikachu and Zekrom, but I think I would like to see the random shock here, and that is what Owen is gonna go with here. Dealing 160 damage and paralyzing this active with no Cinccino in play. This could put Lucas in a tough spot. The Rapid Strike Urshifu Cinccino build is a little clunkier in the early games before you get your Cincinos up and running and then out those cards that you don't need to see anymore. Until that has happened, this is the opportunity that Owen needs to try to capitalize on.
Absolutely, as we do see the first Cinccino come out, so we'll be able to make do, draw some more cards, and yeah, again, it just needed this deck as the main draw engine, as there is a
just enough energies, right? The 1 energy in the discard pile, the switch. We see pretty much everything that Owen needs to close this game out and force a game
down, but it's not going to do much.
The 100 Furious Blows. Solid attack there on an evolving
Stealthy Hood is on the active Mewtwo. So what does Lucas have in hand? There's a level ball. I mean, that can find something like a Jirachi or another Cinccino, but if you're not getting enough Urshifu,
Owen here going to go ahead, go with the boss's orders. Plenty of things to do.
Especially with this Mewtwo being able to tag Bolt to take the knockout the following turn.
And just grab the Cinccino here. Actually, Dance of the Ancients, getting it out of the energy accelerated onto the Boltund, attach an energy, then play the switch Boltstorm, doing 250 damage. I mean, I think Lucas recognizes that they really plenty to knock out this little Jirachi. Playing a crushing hammer as well, just rubbing it in a little bit here. I mean, if you can find switch, like switch Bird Keeper, something like that, you'll be able to pull off the Gale Thrust for the KO and take all of your opponent's energy out of play. And I don't know if you noticed or not, Ethan, but I did not. Owen ready to move on to game number 3 and wants to send a message maybe here heading into game 3. Say, hey, this game is not over yet. I'm going to do everything I can to move on here in Players' Cup number 4. You better watch your back, but it does look like Lucas does play the Cheryl.
Yeah, mental game is a big part of the Pokemon
heals all that damage away, but maybe gives Owen the opportunity
this
that
matchup.
he
You thought it was
to
favored. You played so many cards, man. It's
get
a big
turn
part.
back,
Putting
get
on
ahead on the
pressure,
energy attachments,
as
and
veteran and as experienced player as Owen is, he can talk the talk, right? He has to back it up, and maybe that Mimikyu is looking delicious on the bench. It's a big part of the game, and especially when it's that hard matchup, you got to use what you can to get in. And not only does that, I mean, that matchup we saw how tough it was in game 1, and also goes ahead and that allows you if there were a little bit better draws. Have that Mewtwo could have, I guess, the bench to attack. So I'm not sure what taking out this Chinchino does. Yes, you get rid of consistency, but then from the rest of the game, you have free reign to utilize the Mewtwo and Mew on the bench. So, I mean, Cherish Ball was a great top deck here, especially be able to find this Dedenne to draw more cards. Again, it's just going to come down to how does Lucas respond. If he's able to respond well, then it may not have been worth it to pick off this Chinchino. However, the better in that game, but then it's going to have a lot on your opponent doesn't draw as well. It can open up more damage later on. So it's going to be interesting, right? Can Owen continuously put that pressure on?
I can kind of understand.
Are we going to see a little bit of a different play from Lucas?
You want to target your opponent's draw, especially
needed. Mimikyu, shut it off. Make sure that Hood does not go on. There's a lot of routes here, Chip. We're ready to get into game number 3 between both of these players. It's going to be an exciting one. Let's go ahead and set it down to these players playing it out. Again, we'll see.
If it doesn't have a lot of Chinchino set up, it is kind of clunky. A little tough to work with.
Lucas again is going to go ahead and opt to go first.
You don't
so
play
both players
like
going exactly how they'd like to. And Owen already has
Marnie,
that
so you don't
electrify on board for
normal
turn 1.
Draw supporters
exactly what you want to see. Now just has
so you're really relying on the make do ability of Chinchino, and if that is not in play, then you're not going to be able to really consistently draw through your deck.
Yeah, and only sitting on a 3-card hand, so while you do get any Pokemon out of the deck, now needs to pair this with something like a fighting Mewtwo and Mew and start getting it powered up as quickly as possible. If Lucas has that fighting energy or the rapid strike energy, which he does, he'll be able to take a knock
play. And right away, Lucas, once again, 3 games in a row,
and now
this Jirachi GX down right away as quickly as possible. Exactly what
much that
Lucas
Owen can do. I mean, you can tandem shock with the Raichu and Raichu,
but then from there, the ideal one support most of the time, you know,
easy 3 prize target that can be taken out with an opposing Gale Thrust.
Your opponent is going to be this is what Pikachu and Snorlax it looks like, and going for the big Gormandize, filling the hand honestly
up
all the way to 7
you
cards. Get your opponent. This could actually just, you know, if Lucas of the 4 cards, 1 prize card he gets from the Marnie, doesn't find a way to move the Snorlax. This could really and there's the key card for Owen set stamp to make something happen here in this game. On the top deck, putting your opponent down to 1.
Marnie neutralizing that Gormandize and the Snorlax, pretty much putting him down to the similar card size.
In there as well is a huge piece, and we're going to see a Dedenne
change. Cherish Ball for the Mewtwo Mew, so right, that's a start. You get the Mewtwo Mew out, has both in the deck this time, so Owen's got to be a lot happier that both of them are in the deck, and actually just content utilizing that electrify, going to go ahead and throw 2 lightning energy on
switch to get back into it in order
back
to
on
full
Lucas,
effect
right?
tandem
So
shock
he needs to find a way to put aggression. I think,
but we'll have to see if
that is something that rapid flow off.
Owen's going to have
combination
or
with
not.
a
Kind of
Mimikyu. This will be a big time play for Lucas.
If he wants to utilize Eldegoss's happy match here to get back, any a lot to ask for though when you only have 4 cards to work with. The hand, off of your opponent's Marnie. There's a card pile, and actually is going to take right away has the bird target down the Jirachi GX. Lucas says, "Oh, you say that's hard to pull off? I say no problem." Gets the Gmax rapid flow for the quick 2 prizes. Puts 120,
especially with the inability to switch out of his active, and
which could be.
I would have much rather just seen Dedenne find more cards like this research to just allow the tandem shock to happen. You're winning this game not by taking the weakness out of the Stradachi, and now Lucas has plenty of options to work with. If he can find an air balloon and a fighting energy, that will be all she wrote, but it looks like just the Minccino and nothing else in hand, so Owen getting rewarded for that stamp to 1 and is now going to have plenty of cards to work with, including it looks like this big charm on the Mewtwo, and Mew doesn't have the ability to play any more Stealthy Hood, so it's fine to go ahead and play this down. You got no other tool card that's going to be that much more effective than a big charm. And here we go. Has a plenty of switch this time, but I mean, nothing else really to work with. The scary part is you have to attack with this Raichu and Raichu. Could you realize next like the lightning rod? It's going to be able to attack this turn as well. I mean, playing the Raichu and Alolan Raichu down is pretty solid. Nice. It's just got the 3 prizes though, so I'm not quite sure I agree with that. You draw while not leaving that Raichu and Alolan Raichu in the active. Otherwise, it just been a Stealthy Hood on a fresh Mewtwo Mew, which would have provided so much more value than on the choices. 120, while you are losing your 150 rather hit point Mewtwo.
Yeah, I think Owen
still close this game out without needing it because
the way you win this game is, by trying to come back to your opponents. Yeah, Lightning Rod GX so into the recognizing that fact and says, it would be great to save solid to me here in that different Mewtwo, but that's what do I really have the time for that? I'm actually going to go ahead and go here to the Mewtwo anyway. And we're going to see not a full blitz here, no Pikachu and I believe did discard the Pikachu and Zekrom, but I think I would here. If your opponent has an energy card now, that Mimikyu is going to shut off the ability of this Mewtwo to be able to attack. So let's see, Lucas sending up that Rapid Strike Urshifu. Put the Minccino in play last turn. Do we see a Minccino? We just see the retreat and the Bird Keeper here. That's a pretty good draw. Draw 3 cards. There's the level ball for the Minccino, getting through a good amount of the deck now to see the tandem shock here, and that is what Owen is going to go with here. Dealing 100 energy, the game is paralyzing this active. Not over, Minccino and will be able to make it so that the Rapid Strike Urshifu Minccino build is Mewtwo cannot attack in the early game. Certainly will not be Minccino's up and running and thin out the game on the next turn. And there it is, the energy draw. Until that huge happens, this is the opportunity for Lucas. Now, thanks to Shadow Box, this Mewtwo and Mew is unable to attack.
We do see first Minccino and getting that Minccino out is so important, especially with cards. And yeah, again, it just needed in this deck as the main draw engine, as there is a scoop up net. Gonna go ahead and put the Snorlax second stamp as the Crushing Hammer heads. We do also see the Mimikyu come down, but this is why we're not gonna see the Eldegoss come up, especially if you hit that Crushing active Mewtwo Mew. So Hammerheads, G-Max Rapid hand, really there's a level ball. I mean, that can find something like a Chinabachi, and as we another Minccino, but if you're not getting down another Urshifu, nothing's being threatened turn, especially with this Mewtwo. Lucas is playing being able to tag of a physical knockout the following turn.
And just grabs the Minccino here, actually thinning it out of the deck before an air balloon change. Kind of interesting here. I mean, I think Lucas recognizes
find the switching cards and the pivot options. Do see something like this tandem shock. This again is going to give Lucas the opportunity to close this game out. If he can find the Bird Keeper and the fighting energy, you will be able to hit for 300 damage
and take all of your opponent's energy out of play. And
weakness.
I don't know if you noticed or not,
to work with is down 2
to 3 a Tapu Koko Prism Star in the
Minccino will be able to find even more cards, and this could be the last
pretty sure
turn of
going to be prized in this game.
And that has makes tough, has the ability to even find cards whistling like a Mewtwo.
So heals all that damage away, but maybe gives
like
Owen the opportunity
excuse me, a Quick Ball or a Pokemon Communication could be it.
Turn back here, get ahead on the energy attachments, and maybe try to capitalize
in the hand, or maybe no Pokemon to throw back in. That Mimikyu is looking delicious on the bench to be picked off with a full blitz. Not only does that get the Mimikyu out of
the
play,
games start to run together at a certain point,
allows you
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, just have that Mewtwo on the bench able to attack.
No, there it is. Mewtwo
taking out this Minccino does. Yes, you get rid of consistency, but then from the rest of the game, you have free reign to utilize the Mewtwo and Mew on the bench. So, I mean, Cherish Ball was great
this
card,
so
especially to be able to find this to draw more cards. Again, it's just going to come down to how does Lucas respond.
Cheryl, okay,
if he's
so not
respond
losing
well, then it may not have been worth it to
yet.
pick off this
If Owen could
Chinchino.
top deck something
However,
like
if he doesn't, then it's going to have a lot of value to not only limit
it has the switch to be able
but set
to
up for
just
even more damage later on with something like
once again, but
yeah,
I mean, I think
I
that
could kind of
Owen
understand
should
both
recognize here
reasonings
you want to target your opponent's draw, especially when they're working with a three-card hand, which is not set up very much.
On top of the deck,
I think
the Birdkeeper
recognizes that this.
Oh no, is that a
if
catcher?
It doesn't have a
Is
lot
that
of
a
shuffle
shuffle
the deck.
yeah.
It is kind of clunky,
shuffle the deck?
a little tough to work with. You don't
that
play
not
things like
does?
Professor's Research.
Oh, no,
it
wait,
plays
no,
no
bench
few
spot.
copies of Marnie, so you don't play the normal
So
draw supporters.
Oh
that
yes,
those
yes, it's
decks
like the
have,
Brookwood Hill
so
interaction.
You're really
from
relying
back
on the
in-
make-do ability of Chinchino, and if that
as
is
you cannot,
not in play,
You cannot
then
search
you're
the
not
deck
gonna
if
be
there are
able
no
to
basic
really
Pokemon to
consistently draw through your deck.
Yeah, and only sitting on the action.
So,
and
we are going to see the retreat and
just get any Pokemon out
switch
of the deck.
Tandem Shock.
Now
but
needs to
I don't
pair
even
this
know if
with something like a
Tandem
fighting
Shock
energy.
provides
If
anything.
Lucas has that fighting energy or the Rapid Strike energy, which he does,
right?
he'll be able to take a knockout on this Mewtwo already. And
Does
now
need to find
there's
fighting energy,
There's
yeah.
not really much that Owen can do. I mean, in Tandem Shock with the Raichu and Raichu, but then from there it's an easy minimum prize target that can be taken out with an opposing Gale Thrust.
Hey, this is what Pikachu and Zekrom
Right, 3 from the Birdkeeper and 2 more from the Make Do. Let's see if he has the Rapid Strike energy or the Fighting energy. Is going to see a whole bunch of cards this turn. Has not deck, but looks like not yet. So going to have to rely off of this Make Do. Do we see it? And there it is.
There
the
it
Rapid
is.
Strike energy. We'll see multiple ways to close this game out, but I think we're just going to see the Gale Thrust is going to go ahead and take 3 prizes on this Raichu and Alolan Raichu, and Lucas is going to go ahead and take this set. We've seen three game sets here, Chip. A 2-1 victory with this Rapid Strike Minchino Chinchino deck. Very solid play, and we've seen this deck have a little bit more success than Tor did that last set. It's still a powerhouse to be scared of. A very strong deck indeed.
Absolutely. Lucas able to close things out, but Owen put up a fight there in a matchup that is seemingly unwinnable for the Pikachu and Zekrom deck. Owen said, I'm going to try my best, and it almost worked out. Owen just so close. You know, maybe if Lucas misses the share on that turn, then Owen has the way to close the game. But it seems like Lucas was honestly barely able to draw. You get your opponent down to just 1 prize card remaining. You've got a Raichu and a Alolan Raichu in play, and there's the key card. Reset Stamp on the top deck, putting your opponent down to 1. On adding the Crushing Hammer in there as well is a huge eliminated from the tournament, but has to feel good about the fight that he put up in that game. Huge piece, and we're going to see a Dead change here. Owen, in order to get the full effect of Tandem Shock, does need to find a switch card. Needs to be able to retreat Raichu and then find
I hope everyone at home
a switch
enjoyed that
back
match
into
too.
it in order to full effect Tandem Shock here.
When we're done with European coverage for the day, so let's go ahead and quickly
Owen's going to have working for him or not.
take a
Kind
look
of debating
at how
here
the bracket
if he wants
shaped
to
out
utilize
after
Eldegoss's
that
Happy
set.
Match here to get back any Pokemon, or excuse me, any card
And after
from
a few matches
this card,
here, as we
and
look over
actually
at the
gonna
winner's
take
side,
this opportunity to target
Finn,
down the
Ondere,
GX.
Steven,
What do you think about
Leonardo,
this here?
Seems
Ardo,
very
Joshua,
risky,
Pedro,
especially with the
Campus,
inability to
and
switch out of this
Lorenzo,
active and
all advanced.
I would have much rather just
round
seen
and
a
then
winner
find
more
more
cards
cards
like
to
this
win
research to just
2
allow the
more
more
matches
matches in order to stay in the Starachi. And now Lucas has and not only that, but advance to the global finals, air balloon and a fighting energy round. That will be all she wrote. But it looks like Ford was able to 2-0 and his way out of losers round 1, getting revenge for being knocked out of the winners bracket. Plenty of cards to work with. Nicolo, Pascal, it looks like this, and Lucas on the Mewtwo and Mew doesn't have the to play any more stealthy mode, so it'd be fine to go ahead into the next round of losers round 2 will be able to feature that's going to be in that much more effective than the big charge. It was a awesome action. Has a plenty of switch this time.
Definitely seems to be the case.
Nothing else really to work with. The scary part is you have to attack with this.
Both Pascal and Tord, both the players who we watched lose their first winners round, were able to win that next losers round in order to stay alive in the tournament, try to fight forward, and try to earn themselves a spot there in the global finals. Of course, remember, the top 4 players from each region will be moving on to the global finals to be played later on this month. I'm definitely going to be excited to see how that is going to shape up. But like you said, Ethan, that ends our coverage of the European
Raichu
region
and
today,
Raichu
but that is
could
not
utilize
all
something like
that
the
we
lightning
have
ride.
as we're
That
going
could
to
be
move
a
on to
pretty
some
solid way
Latin
to do
America
this.
action.
While not leaving that Raichu and Raichu in the active. Otherwise,
the
a
Latin
top
American
energy
bracket
gives Lucas the game, and I think that may have to be what the choice is. While you are losing your GX attack, you can still close this game out without needing it because of how much damage Bullstorm is hitting the Latin American.
Yeah, Lightning Ride GX
bracket again, the top
the
16 players
seems
who
pretty solid to me here, and
round
that looks like that's what Owen is going to do. Let's see what the Lightning
in the winners
bracket.
bracket.
Actually, going to go ahead and go into the Mimikyu here. If your opponent has an energy card now, that Mimikyu is going to shut off
region. These are the first 8 we're going to be looking
this
at,
Mewtwo
and then
to be able to
down,
attack. So let's see, Lucas sending up that rapid
more awesome action from the Latin American region that we're going to be covering. 2 great matches for you guys. And the first one we're going to be into between both of these players is going to be up against 2 pretty solid components and contenders for this bracket. Angel versus Leon.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one is going to play out. A similar matchup to actually what we just watched close things out in the European region, but Leandro is playing that Rapid Strike Urshifu, but as opposed to pairing it with Urshifu. Put the Minccino in play last turn. Do we see a Stellar Wish? We just see the retreat and the Bird Keeper here. That's a pretty good draw. Draw 3 cards. There's the level ball for the Minccino. Really getting in Zekrom, so definitely has needs to find matchup heading in. Lucas can find an energy. The game is not over. Angel actually finishing 9-0. Make it so that this Mewtwo cannot attack, and coming in here will not be losing the game on the next turn. And there it is. Coming in as first seed draw is huge there for Lucas. Now, thanks to Shadow Box, this Mewtwo Mew is unable to attack.
And don't count Leon. And getting that Cinccino out is so important, especially at international. As the Crushing Hammer Heads also so valuable, and this is why I would like to see the Eldegoss come up, especially if you hit that Crushing Hammer Heads. G-Max Rapid partner in that threat. Now you force your opponent to find a switching card and a boss, and as we know, Lucas is playing no copies of a physical switch in the deck, just rely off of Bird
like the actual
Air Balloon
as
to
well as
find the switching pieces, the pivot options, and do you see something like this
Rapid Flows,
Tandem Shock?
I'm excited
this again
to kick
is going to
things
give
off
Lucas the opportunity to close this game out. If he
can find the Bird Keeper,
first
round 1 of the winners bracket. Let's go ahead,
send it down 300 damage due to weakness, so there are plenty of options to work with.
These players and get started with some awesome Pokemon trading card game action, and it looks like Angel here is going to lose the coin flip, so Leandro going to most likely choose to go first. Angel not upset about that, Chip. This is the matchup we've seen a lot. That both players want to go their own way. The Rapid Strike player wants to go first. Pikachu and Zekrom player wants to go second to get that turn 1 electrify. So, in a sense, the coin flip is not really the most important thing in this matchup.
Yeah, almost an inconsequential coin flip, to be honest, because regardless of who wins, the result will almost definitely be the same. I guess you could
down 2 of the 3 Bird
make an argument as
Minccino will be able to find even more cards, and this could be the last turn of the game. Has Make Do, has the ability to even find cards with
really
like a Mewtwo. I think something like a Fighting Energy, or excuse me, a Quick Ball or a Pokemon Communication could be it, but it looks like none of those in the hand. Maybe no Pokemon to throw back in. The Mewtwo may
that Rapid Strike Urshifu, I think it has been discarded. If you can, the games start to run together at a certain point, so I'm pretty sure it has been discarded at this point. No, there it is. Mewtwo gonna put probably the Bird Keeper on top here, but no way left to draw this card. So
that Rapid Strike Urshifu
is gonna be a Cheryl. Okay, so not losing the game quite yet.
Obviously not one of your best starters, but it's kind of what happens when you only play 2 copies of that team up Jirachi. A lot
playing
if Owen could top deck something like
to try to start it and get it into play.
I mean, has the switch to be able to just paralyze once again.
But really ask for on your turn
I think that Owen should recognize here at this point. Lucas just has
got the crushing hammer
set up on top of the deck with the Birdkeeper. Oh no, is that a capture energy? Is that going to shuffle the deck?
Yeah.
Does that shuffle the deck? Is that not
going
to let the Birdkeeper? Oh no, it doesn't. There's no bench spot, so it's
it's like the Brooklyn Hill interaction able to be executed from Leandro. You cannot search the deck if there are no basic Pokemon. This is typical stuff, action, right? So the deck, we are going to see the retreat and the switch to Tandem Shock, but I don't even know if Pokemon a Tandem Shock provides anything at this point, right? Because you know your opponent has the keeper not already.
Does need to find the fighting energy.
Easy 3 prizes. Does need to find the fighting energy. He's going to be seeing at minimum 5 cards. I mean, obviously we like it. 3 from the Birdkeeper, and I'm sure Angel's more from the. It's going to be doing everything. Let's see if he has the rapid. Not bench these unnecessary 2 prize and 3 prize fighting weak Pokemon.
Definitely, and Leandro is playing some pretty good answers to the Mewtwo, similar to what we saw in our last game. We see the Mimikyu from Cosmic Eclipse in here with that Shadow Box ability, and then of course Jirachi GX as well. 2 ways to deal with the Mewtwo. Another crushing hammer here, and another Tails from Angel. Quite unfortunate. You really would have liked to have hit at least one of those. Now it's pretty reasonable for Leandro to just pull off a G-Max rapid for this turn,
or the fighting energy is going
onto the Bolton V, and then putting 120 damage.
Not much deck, but looks like not yet. So going to have to rely off of this. Make do. Do we see it? And there it is. Rapid Strike energy. We'll see multiple ways to close this game out, but I think we're just going to see the Gale Thrust is going to go ahead and take 3 prizes on this Raichu and a Alolan Raichu, and Lucas is kind of a go ahead and take this set. We've seen 3 game sets here, Chip.
For this matchup,
2-1 victory with this Rapid Strike.
Not to play for this,
Chinchino deck. Very solid play, and we've seen even rougher matchup. We saw in the losers fight. It's still a powerhouse to be scared of, and a very strong deck indeed. Finals and the grand finals in the last Players Cup.
But Owen put up a fight there in a matchup that is
without the stealthy hood and wow
for the Pikachu and Zekrom.
To put some spice on the wound, there is the Rapid Strike out energy and a Tool Jammer as well. A nice
maybe if
something
Lucas
like the stealthy hood, and it's going to also
then Owen has the way to close the game out. But it
like
seems
the big charm, like
barely
the air balloon,
able
but
to draw all the pieces in order to stay
big charm here is
alive in that
actually
game.
super important.
Close out the win, move on in the loser bracket. Owen is unfortunately
stringing
going to
together
be
knockouts with that G-Max rapid
has
flow
to feel good
and
about
Gale
the fight
Thrust
that he
dealing
put up in
perfect
that
match.
game.
So that was definitely a tough matchup.
A
very smart choice here, players. That was a pleasure, to cast and watch, and I hope everyone at home enjoyed that match too. And we're done with coverage for the day, so let's go ahead to the active at 120. The bracket shaved out after that set, and after a few matches here at the Expo, those are the winner's side. Finn, big pieces that could have been put down, and now Leonardo, Joshua, Pedro. Response knockout onto this active.
Yeah, provided that Angel can find the energy at least, which is pretty reasonable. You play a pretty high count of them. That's definitely a big miss from Leandro. Had a lot of the key pieces that turn, the switch, the VMAX, and the Rapid Strike energy, but not finding a way to get down either the Mimikyu or the Jirachi. And Angel here is having a little internal debate, it feels like. Do I go with the Dedenne GX, try to draw as many cards as possible, or do I just research and avoid putting this liability in play? And it looks like Angel has decided to go with the Dedenne GX here. Puts it down, which could be a little risky. The problem
Campus and Lorenzo
as well for Angel is that
the next round of winners quarters, so need to win 2 more matches in order to stay in the tournament, and not only that, but advance to the global finals. As we look at the losers rounds, Tord was able to 2-0 his way out of losers round 1, getting revenge for being knocked out of the winners bracket in the first round. As Nicolas, Pascal, and Lucas, as we just saw, going to be advancing into the next round of losers round 2. We'll be able to feature them in the future. It was an awesome action from the European region, Chip.
Definitely seems to be the case. Cool to see something else that's happening if you do that. Both the players who we watched lose their first you are taking the we're able to win out of play, meaning that your big round in order to stay alive in the tournament and try to fight forward and try to meaning that your opponent will not be able. Finals, of course, remember. The top 4 players the response KO on this Mewtwo, allowing you to head on finals extra HP thanks to the big charm this month, which I'm definitely going to be excited about how that is going to shape up. But like you said, Ethan, that ends our coverage of the European region today. But that is not all that we have for you guys. We're going to leave yourself open Latin America action. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Latin American bracket and get to know these players that play.
But yeah, that Tool Jammer will be shut off. A bunch of awesome players here in Latin America. There's the debate again. They playing something like a Tool Scrapper and Tool battle it out through those Swiss rounds together. I think the Tool Jammer has done his job in the winners bracket to start things out. A lot of awesome names and some top play again from the Latin American region. These are the first 8 we're going to be looking at, and then as we move Pokemon down, we've got a bunch more awesome action now for the Latin American region that we're going to be covering. It would great matches for you guys. And the first one we're going to be getting into. Between both Mewtwo of these players, the only fear again is that Mimikyu comes into play. Opponents and contenders, as simple as a Zigzagoon ping with that headbutt tantrum can just shut off all of Angel's main attackers in the deck.
Definitely, and this is a key thing to note as well for Angel. Does not have the Raichu and Alolan Raichu, one of the key cards you want in this matchup in order to have that paralysis option so you can attack also around the Mimikyu and the Jirachi and all those type of things that your opponent has to kind of go against you here. And it looks like Angel is going to just go ahead and go with the Crobat, maybe digging for something like a Marnie. Finds a Professor's Research, though, so not ideal. I don't think you want to throw away the Mewtwo and the boss and all this in the hand.
This bracket, Angel versus Leandro.
Might be kind of I'm excited to see how this one is going to play
it's
out. Going to be a similar matchup to actually what we just watched close things out in the European region. Attack 400 damage taking out active. There could be an argument for kind of pairing it with Cinchino's Make Do. It is Jirachi's Stellar Wish that Leandro is going to be relying on for that additional benched Urshifu, as you can see on the other side, is going to be Pikachu and Zekrom, so definitely has a tough matchup heading in. But that is a play that just very first game. As you can see, so Angel actually finishing 9-0 in the Swiss rounds, coming in here as the first seed.
Exactly, and I think
you feel pretty good coming in as first seed, but pretty bad when you have to see that this is the matchup you're
thinking there was a Marnie in this pile, and don't count Leandro out. He's got a top 8 and an international instead. So
Americano.
More bench slot that's going to be regionals. Again, playing that Rapid Strike Urshifu VX. This is a little bit of a different part game, as well as the martial arts stars are coming out. It's going to do a lot of damage from combination with some more turbo switching outs. Like the actual switch can find a VMAX big that this is one of the cards that Gale Thrust and G-Max Rapid Flows, but I'm excited to kick things off to play in the Latin American region, our first one. Now let's go ahead, send it down a big 190 damage for a single energy, so we'll see what Leandro can find. Still has access to something like the Dene GX. To find the pivoting option out of the Mewtwo, otherwise things can get scary super fast. There's a scoop up we're going to be seeing something like it did Dene GX come down this turn with this play, and yeah, there it is. We're going to go ahead and get rid of the other side of these players and get started with some awesome Pokemon trading card Leandro decides to bench the Mewtwo. Angel's one less card, that's not what you're looking for. Like a VMAX, most likely not first. Angel, not upset about that. This is the matchup we've seen a lot. See if both players want to go their own way. The Rapid Strike player wants to go first. Pikachu and Zekrom player wants to go second to get that turn electrify. So almost wrap this game up.
And
it looks like it's just going to have to be on
puro Rapid Strikes.
Because regardless of who wins, the result will most definitely will have
desgraciadamente, viendo cómo está la situación de los jugadores, es imposible que se vaya a jugar.
A lot of energy there in that game,
pero la Peronia todavía no. Y un poco está el panorama que no aparece.
You're kind of assuming your Mewtwo is most likely going to get KO'd. Going to just be looking for that Rapid Strike Striker Shifubi and looking for, you're not going to have as many energies in play for get that on turn 1. You're threatening a whole lot of damage.
Pedro Torres.
Ancient is going to go ahead and accelerate 2 bashing energy. Ball on the board. Looks like that. Go ahead and strike right on the Eldegoss. I don't think we're seeing a float up this game. It's always an option, right? It's kind of what happens when you only play 2 drops of that team up Jirachi. Yeah, you never know playing Dene or copies. So let's just try to start it and get it into play as soon as possible. But that's all you can really ask for on your turn 1 is that lift there last turn and a fighting energy. Where things can range. Europeos, 6 cards.
Ya estamos en el lado latino
Would allow the Bolton to take the knockout onto the Crobat, and
Si no me
then
equivoco, el día
Angels in this game now, he would just be
con
one
el
difficult steps away
continente.
from taking the game with something like a retreat into a tandem fighting weak Pokemon, especially at Raichu and Alolan Raichu not one of
A
the
ver,
guys to
de
play.
Norteamérica,
Yeah, definitely a big whiff there.
Oceanía.
I really wanted to find
like
that switch card because it's so much harder for
I'm
this
sure
Mewtwo
Angels
to
will
get
get
Norteamérica son Estados Unidos y Canadá.
you can't even
It's
take
unnecessary.
Asia,
Prize
como no,
prize fighting
voy a estar por fuera.
Static Shock for 50, that's definitely Leandro is playing some pretty good answers to the Mewtwo, similar to what we saw in our last game. I mean, even at minimum, find Cosmic Eclipse in here with that Shadow Box ability, and then of course your Chaotic
Máximo hasta las 6 de la tarde.
2 ways to deal with the Mewtwo.
Histórica
Another crushing hammer here, and another
primera
KO
vez.
from Angel. That quite unfortunate. You really would have that had been drawn. Now it's pretty reasonable for Leandro to just pull off the Max Rapid Flow this now. Angel's left 2 horizons onto the Bolton V, and then putting 120 damage onto where they need to go. I think I would just go ahead and throw the Angel's somewhere. I know it doesn't feel great to put
Según el Rayquaza, es suficiente para meter 3 por 9, 300.
That boosted damage output. That's kind of a big card that you really want to see for this
Aquí le
matchup.
metí.
That Angel has
Al
chosen not to
final,
play for this.
sueño.
Throw them on the Dene
What?
GX. That's even rougher matchup.
Okay,
We saw
qué
in the
raro.
Lasers finals
Siete
and
no
the
olvidaré.
finals of the last Players Cup. Biggest side this matchup is
Está
with
difícil
Alpha
atrás.
Selfie Hood and
Wow.
VMAX and the Puttification like on play from Leandro's. There is the Ravish Strike energy and a Tool Jammer as well. And nice
si no hace la
finding
realidad,
Selfie Hood, and it's going to also shut off things like the big go, like the air balloon, but shutting off the big truck ahead and super think through everything in that last
Monta la receta. Monta lo mando oficialmente 7.
Yeah, Leandro
Ya
has
se la
two
mete de
options,
una.
but it's just going to be a very smart choice here. Knockout with Gale Thrust to
¿Qué
go
es
to one
eso?
prize. And
Por
while this
favor,
is very good
aprovechando el
for
estadio.
Leandro, the active, he's at one prize. We know what that means.
Todos arriba.
To one. With the Jirachi GX, though, those are 2 big pieces that could have been put down, and now Angel's got his response knockout onto this active.
Paralysis provided that Angel can find that energy at the loss and check out. It's pretty reasonable. You play a pretty high count of them. That's definitely a big match from the end. You had a lot of reset pieces that turn the switch to one is great, but rapid strike is
Se viene el
not finding a way
sello.
to get down
Lo
even
va a dejar a una sola
Angel
carta.
rapid strike energy. It's
Oh my God.
it feels like. Do I go with the
Lo
Dene
deja
GX?
solo
Try to draw
a
as
lo-
few cards as possible, or do I just research and avoid putting this
Le
situation
alcanzará el
liability
tiempo
play? And it
si
looks
la
like Angel has
tarde.
decided to go with the Dene
Ay, ay,
GX
ay.
here. Puts
Not
it down,
too
which
relevant,
could be
but
a little
again, it's
risky.
another card.
The problem here as well for Angel is that Angel wants to
La
play
nada,
cases away
ay,
for
Dios.
which
the dojo to get
knockout
but is just going to go ahead and
Caos caótico.
has the ability to draw some
Oh
cards
my
with
God.
lightning energy. Bolton
which
right
is not
now
that
for
big of a
6
deal. I mean,
energy
there's
is
probably
hitting
not
for
going to be
Why?
much better of a time to
220
use it this
Dale,
game. It's
dale.
probably going to be
Orders!
whether you
Oh
win
my
or
God.
lose.
For a 2-hit
Se huele
I'll go ahead and
Orders.
throw it down and make that happen.
To Mew, but
And something else you have to do that is you are taking there is
Oh my
one
God.
more out of play, meaning that
Se me
as
la
well
pensará.
will be
has
back
one more
online,
energy.
and
So
meaning that
here's the full
you're
throw on
not
220.
able
What
to
does
pick up
Leandro
the
draw
response
Dale,
call
dale,
of
dale.
the
situation?
allowing you to hang
Esa
on from
la
the
rápido.
switch is game. That's all that Leandro needs.
like that
Or
play a lot.
even
Mira
finding
que
something like a
el
Dene,
sello
Professor's
de
Research,
inicio
anything like that.
no la tiene.
They'll go
No
first.
la
Has
tiene.
nothing. Is just going to concede
No
the
la
game
tiene.
there.
Shut off.
I drew nothing. Hey,
Increíble.
reset stamp to
Y
one.
termina
Seems
llevándose
good to me. Angel able to
Termina
steal the game
llevándose
there in
el
such
Mewtwo
an
por la
unfavorable
primera.
matchup. And now it's Leandro who's on the back foot. Needs to try to win 2 games in order to force that game number 3.
Increíble.
I mean,
Tremendo
as
sello.
Pikachu and Zekrom, that's about as much as you can hope
Sello
for
de
in that
inicio
matchup, especially when you prize your
Here could definitely be solid. Right here again. I had a feeling if I said stamp to one, it could work.
Yeah,
It's simple as it turned out, it worked. So headbutt opposite of commentator's curse this time. Exactly. It's such a powerful card.
Definitely, and this is
Even in positions
a
where it
key
looks
thing
so
to
tough,
note as well for
gets you
Angel.
out.
Does
There's
not
no way
have
for
the
them to
right
La la,
to
sí, sí,
Ultra
lo
Raichu,
reinicio,
one of
como le
his
cambió
cards
el
right now.
color.
take
in
the
this
damage from the
matchup
Bolton.
in
So
order to
Angel found a way to
have
pilot that game out, but I
paralysis
think
option, so you can
segundo.
attack also
assuming
around
the correct cards
the
are
Mimikyu
drawn
and
here for Leandro. I think
the
it's going to be
Jirachi and all
difficult, but
those type
again,
of things that your
only time will
opponent
tell, right?
has.
Only this game is going to show us what the
And it looks like Angel is going to just go ahead and go with the Crobat, maybe looking for something like a Marnie.
Jump into
Finds
the
a
game.
Professor's
Game
Research, though.
number 2.
So it's not ideal. I don't think you want to throw away.
It's going to be the same result for coin flip, right? I assume Leandro is going to.
I don't think you want to throw away the
Al
Mewtwo and Boss and all this in hand,
frente.
but might be kind of forced to
See what this
almost.
hand looks like, and
Yeah, this is going to be a
there's
tag roll.
not much to
400
work
damage
with.
taking out the active.
And
There
his hand
could
for
be an argument
Angel,
for kind of the line
obviously
you
don't know
mentioned.
what Leandro
Yeah,
has. He's going to get a little bit of extra cards here with this mulligan
accelerate to
that
the
Leandro
Mewtwo,
took.
but that is a
Didn't have
play that
very
just
good of a
can
hand
get
either.
hurt
A lot
so
of boss
bad.
from that, so I'm sure Leandro a little bit happy there was no basic Eldegoss, thinking there was a rise in his card pile much here, just another lightning and research instead.
Yeah, the hand looks pretty weak for Angel, but
slot
in reality, only one top deck away
as
from
well as the
something
martial
decent.
arts dojo
It
coming
actually
down.
looks
It's going
like
to boost the
Jirachi
damage
is the
from
starter
Eric's
for Leandro.
okay.
We're
Just
just
past.
we're gonna see an Electrify here onto this Mewtwo and Mew. All 4 switch cards in Angel's opening hand,
and set up
no
mass.
other
So now
supporter to
Gale
follow it
Thrust
up. But
dealing
what could that
big
hand possibly look like for Leandro?
Single energy.
Starts Jirachi, just passes, no quick balls, no communications. Pokemon as well to find the pivoting option from out of the Mewtwo.
Otherwise, things can get scary.
There's
a
a couple energies in play with the
come down this turn.
The
Mewtwo
getting electrified to by the Bolton is pretty strong here.
That last card is
Let's see if Leandro has anything or not. This could be a quick one
Oh,
here of
shoot.
Angel. Somehow finding a way to
Message.
win.
That's not what
Oh,
you're
I
looking
know.
for.
So
Like,
unfavorable
VMAX
matchup.
Smartly is
Oh
not
my,
going to put Mewtwo down.
rapid strike
Really?
getting
Wants to
Yeah,
find
this
card
pieces.
pile there.
Let's see if there is the VMAX. Just needs to
Yeah,
find a Pokemon
oh,
communication.
yeah,
Another
yeah,
supporter
yeah.
card off of his quick
can
ball.
find
Dios, la que llega, viste cómo le mete a
Almost
y le
wrapped
manda
this
la
game up,
sucia
not
al
really
punto,
threatening
te
anything the following
imaginas.
turn.
It
It's
looks like
pretty
it's
much
just
free
gonna have
reign,
to be a
assuming
retreat
Angel
to
can
the
find a
Crobat.
Crobat in
Lucifu.
this position. Will at minimum be able to just electrify again or swing
Si
for
la
having
vas,
some
see
damage.
here.
la
Angel
activabas
does
y
not
feel
the
great,
Crobat.
but
no
Not a
hemos visto
super
nivel.
strong
Leandro's poor
hand.
start.
Just has to go
It's
with
what you
the
have to
Marnie here.
accept at this
A lot
time.
of energy there in
It's
that
not great
hand, but
again.
no
There's
Pokemon
not
you
much
really
Leandro
want to
can
put
do.
those
There's not much you can do either, right? You're
Does
sitting
draw
on
to a
what,
Bolton
4
here,
switch?
you start to get
Switch
that
doesn't
powered
provide
up,
you anything.
but
A crushing
you're kind of
hammer
assuming
and
you're
an
A
energy
ver
to
si le
them.
hace
It's
la
not a few
mano.
options, but
Viene como le
it's
venga la mano.
pretty limited
You're
on
not,
what you can do the following turn.
Esto
you
complica.
know, you're not
Yeah,
going to have any
Angel
energy
has
play
to
looking
for
for
a
a good
good
top deck
de-
here. And it
de-
looks like a
bueno.
pretty painful to Dene, choosing not to play the Tool Jammer. We
Le
saw that could have
mete
been
o no
a
le
really
mete la
good in that
mano.
last game.
Bueno.
We also see
Two
Cheryl
lightning
get
energy
discarded, see
on the board.
VMAX hitting the
O
discard
porque
pile.
me vuelve la
Onto the
rocina,
Elder
me
Gods.
da
I don't
igual.
think
We're
sacrifice
seeing a
a
float of
lot
this
to
game,
go
Chip.
for that Dene chain.
It's always
Really
an
wants
option,
to get
right?
the
It's always
energy
keep
attachment
it
here.
a
Have to
little
imagine
Mira, ve que
no
se
matter what
transmite.
he is digging for
Para
it.
Yeah, you never
Venezuela.
know.
He can
There's
find
the
it,
Dene.
he'll be in a
So-
decent spot, and also getting a little extra
You
damage
can
here.
draw
Y
some more
el
cards.
calidad
Too
y-
bad.
Also come into play, and that was a pretty
I
big
mean,
Todo
win.
ya
is-
era
if Angel can
And
top
this
deck
is
something
where
here, this
things
game
can get
could
super
be
scary,
over
especially
very
if there's a switch in the
Martillo,
6 cards.
dos.
So just
Falló el
switch, and
primero.
the first one's gonna
El
win.
segundo.
Tails,
Acertó el
does it take
segundo,
those
güey.
knockout onto the Crobat, and then
Acertó
Angel's at this
segundo,
game now by
mira,
just
güey.
being one boss's orders away from
Ay,
taking
no.
the game.
Uy, la conexión. Uy, la conexión de Ángel.
Attached to the Bolton.
Fue la conexión de Ángel.
Then if the Bolton gets knocked
Yeah,
out, there's
definitely
nothing
a
else
big
to
whiff
follow
there
up
from
from.
Angel.
Yo venía la
Really
conexión.
wanted to find that
Provide you
switch
much.
card.
I think
It's
it
so much
thins the
harder for
deck
this
out, which
Mewtwo
is
to
nice,
get
but
KO'd.
besides that,
Yeah.
it's not
Now,
much. So
Bruh.
I think that's
Even take
maybe
a
what
knockout
Angel
this turn. You can
understands.
full
is
blitz for
maybe just thin the
150.
deck out a little bit. Maybe
Static
set
shock
up
for 50.
if
That's
tag
definitely
will
not
play
a great
later
option,
on in the
so
game.
it
You
Parece
always
que
just
esto
have
tiene
to
para
have
perderlo,
a
¿eh?
swing with
be
Bolt
in,
Storm
and
for
I mean,
more damage
even
the
at
following
minimum
turn.
finding
I think
your
this is
chaotic
smart.
swell
Thin the deck
through
out, you hit for more the
This
following
is
turn. You just
Stadium
gotta
or
hope
Rapid
you're pretty good
strike.
at the cards
Oh my
to
God,
knock
make
this
so your
Bolton
opponent
out.
can't
Yeah,
get and that saving boosted the damage energy and the
attachment
Mewtwo
here,
can't get
I
KO'd. If
also
that
think
had been drawn,
if
you know,
this
I wouldn't have
Bolton
minded
goes
seeing
down, you
something like
obviously
just a
don't wanna
full
put
blitz,
an
all the
extra
energy
energy
to
on
the
it for
active
no
even, but
reason
now,
at all.
but
Vamos
if
a
it
probar.
doesn't
Al
still have
final.
the option
Probably
next turn to just go attack
here.
and
Search
start
for the
attacking.
Mewtwo,
But here where
boy.
they need,
So
you know, I
bad.
think I would just go ahead and throw the 3 down somewhere. I know it
So
doesn't feel great
bad.
to put 3 energies on a a Crobat or Angel, I mean, especially whenever probably going to need just putting that research on damage output for the Bolt.
Pizza,
Not
ahora
easy,
va a subir
bad
un
spot
poco.
at all, and especially now
pretty
that
safe
Bolt
on
Storm will
this
start to take
Eldegoss,
some
but
KOs here.
4,670.
Next one going to deal enough damage to knock out
Right,
on
next
the
one.
game. I don't think it's 2GX taking 2 prize cards to see if he finds anything to draw him out of this.
We do
Still,
nothing.
Yes.
There is
so
the
assuming
VMAX
this Bolton
and
gets
the
knocked
Pokemon
out,
communication. I like
porque
this
se
plan from
vienen
Leandro.
los
He's
siempre
going to respond
curiosos
with
con
this
la
guaranteed
cara.
to
So,
retreat this turn.
I mean,
and not have to rely
Leandro,
off of
we know that
finding
last card
another
here is
switch
Professor's
something
Research,
like that.
so Quick Ball will
here we
be able to
go.
find a
Jirachi on the
Jirachi,
bench,
not even
getting
getting
go
any
ahead
Jirachi
and
to
do
play.
everything.
So
That
far,
last card
very
Research.
powerful. It's going to draw
Professor's
7
Research.
fresh. 7 cards for Leandro, so
Yeah,
Leandro had a few options, but
Y no nos viene.
really just trying to find that VMAX.
Going to one
Sin
prize.
tampoco.
Ah,
bueno,
There
mira vos.
There it is.
Leandro.
Pokemon communication.
He's at one prize, and we know what that means. Stamp to one.
Most likely.
Stamp to
And
one
allow
usually
the
is
Zax
only
Rapid
gonna
Flow
cut
to
it
deal
for you though if you're
120
combining
damage,
it with
but
something
actually
else you
opting
need.
to go ahead
Like
and grab the
the
Mew, so
paralysis from
maybe
Raichu,
another thing, but it
Raichu,
looks like
maybe a
actually
boss to
not
take out a
going to
key
grab the
Pokemon on your
VMAX.
opponent's side of
Maybe
the board.
Prized or
Angel
Options
doesn't
go ahead and
have
grab that.
Sale
We'll be hitting
o no
sure
sale.
reset
Reset
damage, and I
reset
actually
stamp
think
to one
it's
is
pretty
great,
smart.
but
You can
when all your opponent
fit
needs to
together
find is a
multiple
switch,
attackers on
oh,
you, so you can just continue
or
to
a even a rapid strike energy, and then from there, not quite as strong.
you eventually
as it
set your
may
math
seem.
up, but still with the speed energy,
Gotta play to your
there's
outs
nothing
though, and
that
that's
you
the
can
exact
really
amount
do.
for
The
Angel in this
YouTube you can't
situation.
satisfy, you can
Le
electrify
vuelve a
it,
salir
and
la
somebody you're lighting
cara.
a chain
Oh
up.
my
Just be able to
god.
move the martial
Crushing
arts
Hammer
there,
hitting
so
heads,
that's
too
definitely
relevant,
big,
but
but
again,
there's going
it's
to be
another
Angel
plan.
in a backup
Angel
position. He does take
Angel
the
wants
first
to play just in
prizes,
case there's a way for
responded by
the dojo to
Leandro.
get
it.
Body Bell's still
Yeah.
turned off, but I think this could be anyone's game chip.
Has the ability to draw
I
some
mean,
cards
yeah,
with the speed, lightning
this
energy.
definitely could
Bolton
still
right
go
now
either
for
way.
6
If
energies.
these players are both drawing
With
this board and having
20
this bad
with
of a
this last
setup,
energy
you
coming
really
into play.
can't
So
call it one way or the other. And I kind of like this
on
decision
to
here.
this
Just go with the
active
electrify,
you, but I'm
and
not
let
sure
yourself
it's going to
threaten
provide any
a tag
usage
bolt
for
on
the
the
rest
next
of
turn.
the
Maybe
Tres.
one more
tag
boss
bolt you
orders
can
in
pull
the
off.
deck,
Now
as
Leandro
well
can
as
do
one more
something
energy.
about
So
this here. Put
here's
his
the
Mimic
Bolt Storm on
in play,
220.
plus
What
going
does
for something
Leandro
like
draw?
a side
On
power
the
with the
situation?
or even using Zigzagoon his game. That's all that Leandro needs. Or even finding something like a Dedenne, Professor's Research, anything like that. Leandro's saying they'll go first. Has nothing. Is just going to concede the game.
Orders!
Yes,
Oh my
you
god.
nothing. Hey, reset down to 1. 30 damage to me. Onto Mewtwo, but able to steal a game there in 6 energies. Unfavorable matchup. And now it's Leandro who's on the back.
Le sale la quick. Oh my
Of
god.
course, that game
Le
number
sale
3.
la
with
quick.
taking a
I mean,
knockout
ay,
as
ay,
Pikachu
ay,
and
ay,
Zekrom,
ay.
that's about
Le
as
sale
much
la
as you can
quick.
hope left in
Oh,
the deck, just
oh,
Especially when
of
you
that
prize your
speed
Raichu
energy.
Raichu.
However,
One
Angel
hand.
Oh, porque le sale la
does
quick.
have to one
Porque
and
le
good
sale la
work.
quick.
Look, it turned out it worked. So, opposite of commentators.
Me parece que esto se acaba aquí.
We'll be able to at minimum take a knockout on this view, but has to be looking for that boss's orders. No way to see it here off there, and there it is. Boss's orders.
Final, no,
Taking the damage
que
from
se
the
le
Bolton. So
le sale de
Angels
todo.
found a way to pilot that game out, but I think it's going to be
Y además
easier.
por cada
Angels
uno.
assuming to imagine wants to target down that Mimikyu here for Leandro. I think it's going to be difficult, but again, just considering only time will tell, right? Playing this game will be able to show us what the target result or something like that's going to be. Speaking of which, let's go ahead, jump into the game. Game number to bring up. There we go. Players in the act again. Bolt Storm will deal. It's going to be the same result. I assume Leandro is one more prize card. And how
Y le
it's
sale
Angel
otra voz.
go ahead and Leandro off going second. Together needs to find the hand looks like and take a knock on this Bolt. There is not much to work. He was out of play now. And his hand for Angel. Obviously, don't know what Leandro has. He's going to get a little bit of extra cards to win this mulligan.
Se viene rápido.
That
This
has
has
Sí,
their
viene
on either.
sí,
A lot of
sí,
bosses
sí.
scoop up nets, so.
being threatened to be
Ya.
KO'd. No way for
Okay.
that to
Happy there was
happen
no basic
here.
in that hand.
Leandro
We'll see
has
what this
no
card
way
provides,
to
and
recover that
not
Mimikyu
much
that's
here,
in the
just
discard
another lightning
pile. No
energy.
ordinary
Yeah, the
rods or
hand
anything
looks
like
pretty
that
weak.
for
Como venga
Angel,
a
but
pegar
in
los
reality,
tiempos.
only one
Simple,
top deck
simple.
away. All
Simple,
Angel has to
simple.
do, it actually looks like to
Internet.
bring up one of these starter for Leandro and just tag pass. We're gonna see
Or,
an
of course, bring up
electrify here
Jirachi.
onto this.
Oh, wait, no,
Mewtwo
there's the
and
Mew in play,
all
so
four
tag
switch
Bolt
cards
is
actually
Angel's
not an
opening
option.
hand.
No other supporter to follow it up. But I mean, actually, if possibly it looks like for Leandro, starts Jirachi, there's no option.
Ah, claro, está el Jirachi.
Quick balls,
Está
no
el Jirachi
communications
atrás.
with Pokemon as well. And even if Leandro does, I think it's pretty hard to get enough energy in play. It's going to take time to check the prizes here, but throwing a couple energies in play with the Mewtwo getting electrified to by the Bolton is
Suele
pretty
aplicar
strong
Barney.
here.
Oh my
If
god,
Leandro has
le
anything or not,
manda
this could be a quick one here of
Le
Angel
manda la voz al
somehow
público,
finding a
mira
way to
vos.
win.
Just has to
a
pass the
so
turn.
unfavorable
Did not
matchup.
find the switching
Oh
card
my,
to
two
go
rapid
in
strike
and take a
energies
knockout
onto
discard
this
pile
Bolton,
there.
and
It's
that's
a
a
big deal here, especially if that
that happened, Leandro will just call off of this rapid strike energy or a boss's orders or a way to from here. You're not really threatening any following turn. It's pretty much free reign, assuming Angel
7, 6 o 5.
will out as
Opta por 5,
so we'll see 5 damage cards. Gonna put Leandro down a card.
Mira, vos sí. No,
Leandro's both start. Then from there, what you have
le
to
sale
accept. You have the
el
ability to close
globo
it out the following turn with
en
boss's orders, right? Tag bolts. There's not much you
Para
can
mí,
do either, right? You're setting out
no te
so that may be the
presiones.
strategy to Angel doing a crushing hammer
Yeah, that's
energy.
got to
so
be
you
Angel's
have a
play
few
here.
options, but
Try to get
La
the boss
única
on the next
posición
turn.
que
Bring up
tiene
that Jirachi,
Leandro
KO it with a
es
Jag. Angel
mira,
has to be
200
be active.
ese
Don't care about the
juego
Mew
que
if you're just dealing. Looks like a pretty painful the Dene choosing not to play the Tool Jammer. We saw that put a relevant card in the KO. We also see Cheryl get this turn of VMAX hitting the discard pile as well. Leandro having to sacrifice a lot to go for that Dene fight back in this one. The energy attachment here, have to imagine that's what he is digging for. And if he can find it, he'll be in a good spot and also getting a little extra damage here with Straight and missing bags. But
on Leandro's side, he'll be able to take this knockout.
Angel can top deck something here. This game could be over very
Tiene que le
It's
alcanza.
like the game is pretty much
another
on board.
crushing hammer.
As long as Tails, everyone doesn't head somewhere.
Doesn't even play the Mew back down. So that's just game. All we have to do is tag bolt the bench Jirachi GX, and Angel's got the game on board. We see that Angel had
And if the
draw
Bolton gets
to
knocked
try to
out,
close
there's
things
nothing
out
else
anyway.
you can follow up with.
And then with the Eldegoss
No
top
te
5,
creo la voz.
matter
Le
at
salió
all.
el
So the boss
Eldegoss,
is
mira
to bring up
vos.
either of these Pokemon on the bench.
Mira vos,
Actually,
le
Angel needs
sale
to bring
con
up the
Obuto, todo se
Jirachi
acabó.
GX.
Esto se acabó, Leandro.
Take it out. Oh, the Pikachu Zekrom was not in the discard pile yet, so we needed to have that a way to get that.
I think this is smart. Then the
There
deck
you
out, you
go.
hit for more of the
Able
following
to take the
turn.
game
Kinda
down.
hoping
Pikachu
your
and
opponent
Zekrom,
doesn't
Angel is able to
knock this
defeat
Bolton down.
Leandro. Yeah, and saving like an uphill battle here, I also like from Angel. If this Bolton goes down, you obviously don't want to put an extra energy
Yeah, I
on
think it was a
for
combination
no
of
reason
multiple
at all.
factors.
So
If
if
it
it
draws,
doesn't
then they stop
have the option
But at
next
the end
turn
of
to
the
just
day,
go
a win
attach
is
and
still a
start
win. We
attacking.
take those.
Your opponent, Angel, might have a little bit harder of a time
bracket.
Dene
Definitely a
even
cool match to
attacking
see,
this
right?
turn.
The
So
underdog.
Angel, I mean, especially whenever you see Leandro just putting
¿Cuánto
every
ya
surge on
llevamos?
top of the Mewtwo.
Son las 5:03.
Angel, not
Ever since it's
a
been
bad
released,
spot
it's
at all,
free,
especially
in
now
tournaments
that
all
Boltstorm will
throughout
start
its
to take
release
some
in
KOs.
battle styles. And speaking of which, let's go ahead and get into
Boltstorm
our deal enough
Le
damage to
sale
knock out
el
this Dene GX taking two prize cards to see losers round, so draw him out of this. Still nothing. Sort of
el bracket de
developments
Tandor.
knocked out to this. Looks like
Angel does
Vitor
not
has
have
his
his
match
Venus
calls to respond
back
with
up
this. We're
con
gonna look out.
los
So
que
losers round two. So
Leandro,
we know that last pair losers round one match
San
was
Francisco
so
Lucas
up against
no
Joao
sabe
in this not even getting
Pero
any
yo
winner
apenas
on
vi
to play so far. And
Claro,
there's
pues,
gonna be some
sí.
cool decks. Draw 7 fresh new cards for Leandro. So we'll see what this goes ahead and grabs. It's gonna be another
Que tenemos
really
que
just trying to find that
calzar
beat up against the karate belt is a perfect combination of cards. There it is. That communication deck. And then additionally, this is a matchup I feel like we've seen most likely.
Campeón CDX,
And allow
campeón
me
del
that
90,
rapid
Prominent
reveal.
matchup
Santiago
in the current
CTP
metagame for the
finalista.
past few months.
En
Francisco here looking at
Guayuá,
the
claro.
Maybe another thing, but it looks like
speak up
actually
here, and
not
that's
going
once
to
again
Guayuá.
what I love about these
maybe
online
prized
events,
or
giving
opting
players
Creo que
an
eso
opportunity
es
to
sin-
make a name
We'll
for
be hitting
themselves.
for
No sé si
All
es
sitting at
Bolivia.
home on their couch, they don't have to do anything
En
at all.
pequeñas
to
regiones de soporte
They
2026,
qualified against
Nina,
this point, but no traveling needed, no cards to purchase.
Leo.
You can just log on to
but still with the
PTO,
speed
Bueno,
energy,
potentially win
there's
yourself a bunch of
nothing
money
that
here and
Angel
play.
can really do. The
Brasil,
Mewtwo
Joao
can
here,
sack,
extremely
you can electrify,
experienced
but
player. As you
you
can
Así
see,
can
the
claro
fight
que
in the
TCG
te
season
pierdas
was relatively
va a
short,
quedar linda.
but made
Pushing hammer hitting
quite a
heads,
name
that's
for themselves
definitely
in the
big,
Latin
but
America
there's
region.
going to be
Yani,
Winning a
Angel's
special
in a
event,
back
making
foot position. He
themselves
does take the first
Ultralito.
prizes,
finals of a
responded
couple
by
more.
Leandro. Karate belt still turned off, but I think this could be
Lots of
anyone's.
strong finishes in
Breve
that
nos
Latin
vemos en
America region,
Twitch.
and we'll have to see what develops here in
Puede
this
que
game.
el
I mean, yeah,
juego
it
down
this
to the
definitely
table.
could still go either way.
Pantalla.
Players are reigning victorious, or will Pikachu
Comienza
as
lo más
Zekrom
bueno.
continue onwards, call it one way or the other. And I kind of like this moving into this. Go with the
I think
electrify.
this first game is going to come
And let
down
yourself
to the
threaten
coin flip.
a
We've
tag
seen
bolt.
some
Yeah,
AVP players
aceptable
actually force
el
Pokémon
turno.
to
Now
go
Leandro
first.
can
I like that
do
here.
something
You
about
set
this
them
here,
back
putting
a
Mimic
turn,
Q
you
into
Ojalá
play,
give
plus
yourself
going for
the
something like
alteration,
a side
and it
power with
looks
the
like
Mew,
they're
or even
actually
using
going to.
Zigzagoon's
So
headbutt
it
tantrum to
looks
place
like die, the coin flip was lost. So Francisco lost the coin flip, which means Joao is going to be going first. So that is the big energy on this Joao is going to be going second, excuse me. So both players are okay with this, but with this opening hand, I'm not quite so sure about how Francisco wins this, especially with a turn 1 Electrify. The game really comes down to how many Pokemon are either benched on the side of Joao, or how many Pokemon get caught with something like the Mawwile's Captivating Wink. The easiest way, obviously, for this ADP deck to take games is with that double boss's order strategy out of creation. Finally, with this start, it's going to be a lot harder to get that consistently, especially with your hand. It looks like a few mulligans being taken here. We'll be able to at minimum take a knockdown on this view, but Francesco is going to start things out, or excuse me, Joao is going to start things out with a 9-card hand. I think now 11 cards after that Speed Lightning energy, I have to assume already has that energy on the Bolton. So we're going to be seeing a turn 1 Electrify, especially with those Cherish Ball grabs, most likely a Mewtwo, mainly due to that high hit points, allowing it to not get knocked out by something like a boosted Altercation Brave Blade with that Rusted Sword. I think Mimikyu here is
some key things to note about these players to bring up. Joao here is not playing the big charm. Only a pretty key card for this matchup specifically, allowing one more prize card Pokemon to hang on from a hit from a Zacian that has that incredibly
needs to find a pivot option. You can take a knock on this Bolton
attached to it.
Mimikyu's out of play now.
Thing to note as well from Francisco's list.
And this is exactly what Angel wants to see happen. There's the Mewtwo on the bench every now and again. 6 energies on it, 30 damage. It is not being threatened to be KO'd. No way for that to happen here. Leandro has no way to recover that Mimikyu or may not need energy switch metal sauce or whatever it may his deck list. But also now all Angel has to do is bring up Mewtwo and then bring up one of these one prize decided to omit them from his list. The Jirachi on the bench, or of course bring up Jirachi. Oh wait, no, there's the Mew in play. So Tag Bolt is actually not an option to win the game. Francisco's gonna need some help to ensure. So I mean, actually, if Leandro does not put a VMAX in play, there's no option for Angel to close out the game this turn.
Also, including the copy of Mew in deck is cute.
And even if Leandro does, I think it's pretty hard to get enough
things like
energy in play
Tag
for
Bolt.
Bolton to pick up the
KO. This Pikachu and Zekrom deck is able to consistently usually get with something like another boss's on that Mew, Zekrom, or a Mewtwo, and then the game the following turn for 5 prizes. There's the Marnie, so that is no longer another target option here for Angel. There is not much to work with. It may card hand. Have to see a Crobat for 2 cards. Just has to pass the turn. Pray to find a quick switching card for a Zacian to go in and take a knockout onto this Bolton, and that has to do at this point. Deal here. There we go. Especially if that happens. So that is a big time grab, but Rapid Strike this hand, it looks like next turn boss's orders score away a fair amount of boss's orders out of the active. So now
it looks like he's going to go ahead and ditch the metal energy, and maybe we're just going super aggressive here.
Angel's going to go ahead and play
Francisco says, hey, you know, it is still technically possible for me to pull off the Altered Creation this turn. However, unlikely it may seem, there is some combination of cards that
do have the ability to close it out the following turn with boss's orders, right? Tag Bolt still dealing probably 200 damage, so that may be the strategy that Angel's going for.
Yeah, that's or even grabbing Angel's play here. Try to get the boss on the next turn. Bring up that Jirachi and KO whenever you know your opponent is playing 200 to the active. Don't care about the Mew if you're just dealing 200 to win the game to the active Pokemon.
Additionally, it feels even worse with that Eldegoss already in play. Now there's one boss's orders left for the entirety of this game. Number 1 does find a few pieces here, though.
To fight back in this one, certainly at a disadvantage at this
so we will at minimum be seeing this energy come down at this matchup. Would be so favored get benched and have the metal energy thrown on it. You are asking a lot from your opponent. They score card pieces to have the switch energy side and the boss's orders. Otherwise, now you rely on finding an energy switch in addition to having a pretty weak hand, especially pretty much on board as long as another support Pokemon
doesn't even play the Mew back down. So that's just game.
He does have those pieces.
All we have to do is tag both the bench Jirachi GX, and Angel's got the game on board. We see that Angel had plenty of draw to try to close things out anyway.
He's 1 piece away, right? Or 2 pieces away.
And then with the Eldegoss top deck, it makes it not even matter at all. We'll just see the boss's orders bring up either of these Pokemon on the bench. Actually, it needs to bring up the Jirachi GX, excuse me, and then tag Bolt
especially when you're not being threatened.
But the Pikachu Zekrom was not in the discard pile yet, so we needed to have that a way to get that actually as well.
Super early on in this game, but
able to take the game down. Pikachu and Zekrom,
maybe he knows something in the deck is prized that could help him out.
Seems like an uphill battle coming into it
by a knockout. Your opponent has not pretty easy creation yet, so this feels like an alright line to play. I think it was a combination of multiple factors, right? The
Seems
draws,
pretty
the
good. I mean, it's definitely aggressive, but your opponent has already had kind of a tough start. And if Francisco here is just going to go for the Altered Creation, you're still getting the first attack
the
off.
underdog taking a victory.
And this is kind of how Joao wants to play this matchup, not putting down to Denes as long
forever
as
since it's been released.
If
Players
you can avoid putting down to Denes and Crobats, it makes this matchup much easier. And something else to note,
speaking of which,
is of course that Francisco has already discarded 3 Boss's Orders and the Eldegoss is in play, so there's really only the option to utilize one more boss. That's something that Joao definitely needs to keep note of.
Develop in a sense through this. Looks like Vitor won his match as well as a few other players. There's the boss's orders for the following round 2. So both players winning their losers round 1 match. Crushing Hammer left in the up against Joao. One of those hits in this pretty much winner goes on, loser goes home situation. And it's going to be some cool decks that we're going to be featuring again. This time we're going to be looking at both. You don't have a way to switch back in. I think it's going to be another. You can't really afford to get rid of the 4th boss either, right? Because then your opponent can pretty much bring up whatever they want, and you have to hit into it. So I think it's going to be a forced. And then additionally, this is a matchup I feel like we've seen time and time again. And then from there,
definitely a prominent matchup in the current metagame. From there, I mean, it's still not great. You're looking at the accomplishments, nothing much to speak of here, and that's once again what I love about these online events. But you know, you're still getting Altered Creation off, one of the best, while sitting at home on their couch. They don't have to do anything at all. Just log on to Pokemon Trading Card. You know, of course, they had to qualify to get to this playability as far as that traveling needed, no cards to purchase. Joao here, log on to actually really need potentially win yourself a bunch of money here on the active, throwing those energies. Joao here, extremely experienced player. Good. You can see the 2020 season was relatively short. Even worry about playing quite a name. Don't want to extend and put things like the Dene winning a special event and making themselves into the finals. You know, run the risk of potentially more. So losing the game, that's putting a lose condition in Latin American region, and we'll have to see what develops here in this game. Let's go ahead and get down to the table. Just go with the attack here, not overextend. Palkia reigning victorious, or will Pikachu and Zekrom continue onwards through this event? Ethan, who do you like moving into this one?
Here for Joao. I think this first game is going to come down to the coin flip. We've seen some ADP players actually force Pikachu to go pretty good cards. I like that here. You set them back a turn and you guarantee yourself the Altered Creation, and it looks like they're actually going to. So it looks like the coin flip was lost. So Francisco lost the coin flip, which means Joao is going to be going first. That is the powered up, and more importantly, going second. Not have to bench any of those support. Both players are okay with this, but with this opening hand, I'm not quite sure about how Francisco wins this even more. But actually, smartly opting to discard the Dene GX is how many Pokemon the either bench on the side of Joao, or how many Pokemon get caught with something like the Mawilde's Captivating Wing. And also, the easiest way, obviously, for this ADP deck to take games is with that double boss's order strategy. I don't even know, Chip. Enough damage. I think $240. It's a lot, but this is going to be a nice position for Francisco. Especially with your hand looks like a few mulligans being taken here. And more importantly, finally it looks like Francesco is going to start things out, or excuse me, Joao is going to start things out with a 9-card hand. I think now 11 cards after that Speed Lightning energy.
There's really no difference between hitting
already has that energy on the Bolton. So we're going to be seeing a turn 1 Electrify, especially after this Cherish Ball grabs. Most likely a Mewtwo Mew, mainly due to that high hit points, allowing it to not get knocked out by something like a
had just
Altered
2 energies left in the deck, 1 water energy and 1 metal energy, which makes things about these players awkward. Joao here is not buying big metal saucer key cards for this matchup specifically. Kind of unfortunate to see 2 metal Pokemon to hang on from a hit from a Zacian that has that.
Absolutely, especially with Voltstorm being so much of a threat. Even if one of these 3-prize 3 energy Pokemon gets knocked out,
thing to note as well from Francisco's list
has still not been utilized. So
kind of an interesting tech that we've seen pop up,
even if some of these energies get wiped off the board.
Sometimes all you need is just that one
knockout on the active. We can also see that Mewtwo can get for you because Francisco is so limited on boss orders. Combo you may or may not need energy switch, metal saucer, whatever of this game. So there are plenty of options for these players to work with.
Is playing 2 copies of Big Charm himself. So while Joao decided to omit them from his list, it looks like Francisco is going to go ahead and take the full blitz. That could actually play a factor, provided this game goes down, right?
There's not a guaranteed knockout yet
Francisco's going to need some help to
have to find these switching out or discard the energy. That makes it so that full blitz twice does not KO an ADP, and that could be very, very big. Also, including the copy of Mew in the deck is cute, and it's actually pretty helpful preventing things like tag bolts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think there's much
this
Francisco
Pikachu and
can do
Zekrom
here.
deck is
Even
able
if
to
you pull
consistently
off the
usually
attack
get
here
6
and
energy
knock out this
onto
Pikachu
a Pikachu
which is
Zekrom and
obviously what
Mewtwo
you're
and then
trying to
threaten a
do.
tag bolt
As
for
you can
5
just fill up your
prizes
opponent's
of
bench here.
ADP.
Jeez, that is a big Mawile.
No, there is not much to work with.
There hits a bunch of
have to see a
Pokemon,
Crobat
brings
for
them
2
down
cards
into play, but
and
even if you do this, there's already enough energy in play for Boltons to just one-hit KO your Zacian, so...
There we go.
Well, this is
Just
great.
find a quick ball, though, so that is a big-time grab, but this hand, it looks like next turn he may have to discard a fair amount of bosses
at all. I think he's finally counting and
it
saying,
looks like
well,
he's going to go ahead and ditch
I
the
don't think
metal
I have any way to
energy,
win
and
this. So
maybe we're just
we'll see if he
going
still plays it
super
out. It feels good to
aggressive
at least
here.
take some prize cards
Francisco
with this
says,
deck.
hey,
4
you know,
prize
it
cards with a
is
single
still technically
knockout. It's
possible
always
for me to pull
satisfying
off the
to
alter
flip those
creation
cards
this
over,
turn.
see
However,
prize,
unlikely
get ready
it
to
may
move on
seem
to
there
the
is
next
some
game.
combination of
We will
cards.
see so
get in
actually,
there.
hold
on a
a
second.
more
The
energy.
NAGX route. I don't know how I feel about
this
this.
is
I
still
probably
going to
would
be
like
tough,
to have seen
especially
him
because
play
a
it a
single
little
quick
slower,
ball
just
will
grab
give
Zacian
Joao the
and
game,
Kevin
right?
Sword, or even grabbing an
Still
ADP
not
and
been
throwing
played.
energy on
Should
that,
still be a
and
few
then going
more
from there.
speed
It
lighting
is a
energy,
little
so
risky though whenever you know
Beyond
your
Joao
opponent is playing
has
4
plenty
copies
of
of
options though
Crushing
to
Hammer
get this
to
closed
just
out.
hope
So
that the energy
we'll
stay
see
in
what he
play.
has. We'll see what he's able to put together.
It feels
But again,
even
such a
worse
dominant
dominant
Eldegoss
performance
already
here from
been
Joao
played.
in
Now
game
there's
number
one
one.
boss's
So
orders comes out
for
relatively
the
quickly. So I think
entirety
he's got
of
this
this
game number
We'll see
1.
it. There's the crushing
Does
hammer.
find
So
a few
maybe not
key
quite. Maybe
pieces
once
here
get the
though.
energies off the
Zacian
active
has the
there's
ADP,
the tails
so we will
and
at minimum
play
be
another
seeing
one, I
this
guess.
energy
There we go.
come down.
Another
I
crushing hammer.
actually would
Let's
like to
flip
just
that.
see this
We'll see.
ADP get benched
No.
and have the metal energy
Exhausting
thrown
as
on
luck.
it.
And then
You are
finally he's
asking
going
a
to
lot
play
from
down.
an opponent
Oh,
in
wow.
four-card
Playing
hand
all
to
the
have
cards
switch
out. Really wanted to
energy
send
and
a
the
message
boss's
at the end of
orders.
game 1.
Otherwise, now
Yeah,
you
it
rely
seems
on
like that's
finding
the
an
case.
energy
That's
switch
enough
in
energy
addition
and
to
play
having a pretty weak hand,
250
especially
damage from
those
Boltstorm.
Trevor
Unless
Sword is
I'm
going to most likely
miscounting here,
force
I'm
you
pretty
to get
sure
another
with
support Pokemon
yeah,
and
that's
clog
8
your bench
energies
up.
in
So we'll
play,
see
plus the
what
10
Joao
base
has.
damage.
He does have those
Just
pieces,
to boost that damage
especially included
even
with this
more.
Crushing Hammer.
And there you
We'll
go,
see if this goes ahead and
Boltstorm,
flips.
310 damage. Maybe Joao just wanting to boost those numbers
there's the
on his
energy and
TCGO profile.
he's one piece away, right?
Lifetime damage just go up a little bit more.
There's the
I
switch.
respect it.
So
Get a
things are
little bit more
looking
damage
pretty
there
solid
and
already
win
here
a pretty
for Joao.
convincing game number 1 here.
The 2 cards in hand
you know, things are definitely not over. Joao, you know, obviously wins that first game, but Francisco here is going to choose whether or not to go first or second.
Route
Still
here.
will be choosing
Tag
first.
Bolt
Wants
GX,
to try to
something
get
we
that
don't
energy
see a
attachment
lot
onto an
super
ADP
early on
right
in
away,
this game,
and then
but
go with an
wants to start
sword
taking
early
prizes.
game.
Maybe he
Obviously,
knows
pretty
something
rough
in the
draws
deck
there for
is
Francisco
prize
to
that
start
could
the
help
game.
him out, and
We'll see if he can
at this
turn things
point, you're
around
not
here
really
in
being
game number
threatened
2.
by a knockout. Your opponent has not used
Absolutely, and getting
Ultra
crushing
Creation
hammers
yet,
are such a
so this
big
feels like an
part
alright
of
line to
this
play,
matchup,
Chip. What do you
to be
think
able
about
to
slow down the ADP player?
Seems
If
pretty
they don't
good.
get
I mean,
any
it's
energies
definitely
removed, and
aggressive,
Mawile can
but
catch a few
your
targets
opponent
like
has
later
already
on in
had
that
kind
first
of a
game
tough
with a
start.
big
And if
captivating
Francisco
wink,
here is just going
they
to go
can
for
change
the
the tide
Ultra
really
Creation,
quickly.
you're
I
still
think that's
getting
gonna be
the
the
first
main key
attack
here,
off.
Chip,
So,
but we only know
and
so much
this
about
is
these
kind of
maps.
how
These are the
Joao
players
wants
who
to
got
play
here
this
to the
matchup,
top 16
not putting
of their
down the
region.
Denays
Let's go
as
ahead and
long
go
as
down
he
into
can
game
avoid it.
number
If you can
2
avoid putting down the
between
Denays and
both of
Crobat,
these
it
players.
makes this matchup
Again, this is a
much
losers
easier.
round
Something else
match,
to
so
note is,
the
of course,
winner will
that
continue
Francisco has
trudging
already
through the loser's
discarded
bracket, while the
3
loser
boss's
will
orders,
go
and the
home
Eldegoss is in play,
and
so
have
there's
to try
really
to compete
only
in
the
next
option to
event,
utilize
just
one
short
more
of
boss.
making
That's
it
something
to
that
the
Joao
global
definitely
finals,
needs to
as
keep
we
note
will see
of,
the same thing
because that
happen.
can
It
really
looks
affect
like
how you play
both
this game.
players going to start things out with a mulligan.
Absolutely.
There's the boss's orders for the following turn back in. Draw fresh in hand of 7, and opponent still has 3 Crushing Hammer. This is not looking too good for Francisco here. If one of those hits, it takes that play off the board. You have the energy for turn, but needed. Chip, as far as I'm seeing, nothing else to really back it up.
Hey, but you've got the most important card in the deck. Turn 1 Mawile. Here we go. Captivating Wink. Let's get some Denays in play. Slow our opponent down. Look at this. Francisco's got no great draw cards. Maybe he has an opportunity to slow his opponent down. Actually, looking at Joao starting the Crobat here, maybe it makes sense to hold off on using Mawile because it's pretty unlikely likely that your opponent has another support Pokemon in hand. So I think considering that, since Joao would have still getting Alter Creation off one of the Pikachu and GX attacks, probably the best Bolton V, Raichu and Alolan Raichu even in the Pokemon trading any of those Pokemon over the Crobat. Plenty of playability as far as that goes. Led to Francisco deciding to hold off on now. Joao here doesn't
I've been talking with a few players, Mike Fouché mainly, a big Pikachu player who made it into the global finals last time in the region. And he actually was talking about how Pikachu Zekrom was the worst starter in the deck because of that hefty 3 retreat cost going second. So again, it still doesn't make sense with Mawile because if you catch the Pikachu Zekrom, it's going to get benched anyway, so it doesn't make any sense to go ahead and play that. But we do see that Hammer Tails, excuse me,
just go with the attack here, not over
heads there to get that removed the energy. And region.
and then you
Cherish
can power
Ball
up this
means
Mewtwo and
Joao
get
is
it
going to be
ready
able
for
to,
the
at
future
minimum,
turns.
see 6 fresh new cards with
Absolutely.
Dedenne,
So
or just
plenty
start
of
setting up
options
these
here for
Pokemon
Joao.
GX in play,
See if you drew
like that
anything off
Pikachu
of
and
those
Zekrom, like
prize
Mewtwo
cards,
and Mew,
there's
even
the
something like a
Air
Raichu
Balloon
and a Professor's
Raichu
Research.
could
So
put in a lot
some
of
pretty
work
good cards
with that
combination
combination
with
with
the
the
so
draws for turn
again,
and
this
additional
deck has so many
cards
options that he saw
especially
off
with
the
the
prizes.
versatility
There
of
is that
Professor's
Professor's on
Research,
Research,
so
so
I
have
but
to imagine
options just
looking
go for
for
the
that
Pikachu
crushing
and
hammer
Zekrom.
heads.
So
Can at
maybe
minimum
like
apply
take a
some
little bit more of a
pressure
straightforward
to
route,
this AD
and it's gonna
team
have plenty
active.
more
Boltund
options
is starting
and
to get
cards to look
powered
at
up, and
with
more
another
importantly,
Quick Ball.
smartly
Does not
getting rid of some lightning energy. We didn't see Tapu Koko
Pokemon
on the bench. Chip, how big of an important factor can that be to get that early Joao wants to dig through the deck a little bit more, but actually smartly opting to discard the Dedenne GX
looks
as
like,
that
what
could be a
attacks you
card
want to be
the
going for,
Mawile
but it also can be really nice to try to get off a
smart
lot
heads
of
up play
damage with
as
the
full
Bolt
blitz,
Storm on
deal 150
turn
damage,
two,
setting
which
up
is
for a
usually
two-hit
what you
knockout,
want to try
and
to
also
see
having
happen
3 lightning
with
energy
this
out of the
Pikachu and
deck,
Zekrom
throwing
deck.
onto the
In this
Mewtwo, and now
matchup
Bolt Storm
specifically,
is
if
hitting
you can
for
get
a
a lot of
whopping,
damage off
I don't even
onto
know,
the
Chip,
ADP
enough
that
damage,
just
I think
unlocks
240 bucks. It's
with
a lot,
your
but
Boltund,
this is
you
going
know,
to be a
you
nice
can
position for
really put a lot
Francisco,
of
right? He
pressure on
has
your
the
opponent
boss's
to make
orders
sure
and
all
all
their
their
que
energy
gears
out
down
picaron.
before they get to get off the
finally
Está
get some
siendo
attackers back.
claramente derrotado
Yeah, I mean, the
por la
boss,
defensación.
I don't know, it doesn't really feel like it
Increíble.
does much for Francisco
And
here.
there's
You're
the
not
Marnie,
taking out
so, I mean,
the
after your
Dene,
opponent
Vamos,
didn't
la
and
que
there's
le
really no
quiere
difference
meter a
between
Bani.
hitting
Sure,
into
I
one of
agree
these
with the
bench
Marnie,
Pokemon
obviously
versus
seeing
just hitting
cards
into this
is good,
Pikachu
but
and Zekrom in
when your
the
opponent
active
hasn't
spot.
done much,
So
it
I
feels a
think
little
you're
bit better
kind
to
of
say,
just forced
hey, I've
to
obtained my objective
attack
this turn,
mode.
but
Ay,
You know,
ay,
you know
ay.
what?
also looking
Mira,
for
mano,
the deck
mira,
here.
mano,
Looks
mira,
like
mira, mira,
had
vamos.
Just
a very, very poor hand.
Increíble.
Increíble. Increíble que vas a salir. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, Maracay. ¿Sabes qué está secado aquí?
Francisco, especially after this
¿Sabe qué secado aquí? Oh my god. Ni su martillo le salió la cara. Ay, Maracay.
Boltstorm being so much of a
Second
threat
to
size
second.
one of these 3 price 3 energy Pokemon doesn't seem very good. You're not going to be taking extra prizes.
I think that's what you gotta do in that spot. It's probably
Yeah,
an easy
I
opportunity to go with the Ultra
Como
Creation.
me
It's
huele
gonna
a
be that
sushi,
turn right
tus
there.
No,
Do
chao.
you really want to commit another water to
Chao,
this thing next turn? It's
chao,
obviously
chao.
going to take a
Nada
pretty big
en
hit.
la mano
And,
del
I
río.
mean, you can see the
Increíble.
broken hearts coming out from
Nah,
Francisco. This
no
is
te creo.
not how they
creo.
want their
Players
playoff tough run to end. And if there is not a good top deck here, that is indeed what will happen. The players
No
come from
le
Brazil
va
in
a alcanzar
with 150 damage. Francisco here needs to top deck a Pokemon. If they don't, Joao only needs to attack with Tadpole to close out the game. And it's a boss's orders. Oh, it's so bad. You can bring something up and just hope Joao doesn't have a way to retreat. But I mean, it's so likely that there's a switch. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think there's much Francisco can do. Air balloon, even a basic attack can do it and knock out Francisco here and just, which is obviously what you're left wondering what you can just fill up your opponent's Joao here. Only letting an energy core switch. And there it is, the air balloon will move this Tapu Koko Prism Star to the bench and down, and Mewtwo and Mew will come up using that perfection ability. Enough energy away for Boltund to just 200 damage, taking down Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, and awarding Joao the win. Ultimately, they will move on to the next round of the losers bracket, and unfortunately for Francisco,
I don't think it will matter at all. I think he's finally counting and saying, well, I don't think that's got to be so. We'll see if he still plays it out. It feels good to at least take some prize cards with this deck. 4 prize cards in a single knockout, but it's always satisfying to flip those cards over, see what you had prized, and get ready to move game on 1 and then game 2. We will see the
Oh, actually, hold on a second.
Yeah, we'll require one more, but this is still going to be tough to see it, but again, both players tried their best. The game. Joao was able to come out still top there. Yeah, it's going to be moving on to the next round of the losers bracket. Speaking of which, let's be on Joao. Up has the Latin American bracket that is closed out. So we'll see what he has. Our players here from the Latin American region. It looks like we are already ready at the winners semifinals. Alex Silva, Bruno, and Jane and Dalton are the players. There's the crushing hammer. So maybe not quite. Maybe he wants to just get the energies off the active winners. So the winner of these matches will actually go ahead and advance to the global finals, while losers round 3 is happening. So exhausting his luck. And then finally he's going to play down. Oh wow, playing all the cards out. Really wanted to send a Vitor, I know, is a very prominent Pikachu and Zekrom player.
Seems like that's the case. That's enough energy in play. 250 damage from Boltstorm. Unless I'm miscounting here, I'm pretty sure with that's 8 Pikachus in play plus the 10 base damage. Advance the Ancients.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of
damage
Pokemon action, not just today, but there you go, Boltstorm, 310 damage. I'm honestly super excited for
wanting to boost those numbers on his PTCGO profile.
In this region, in
lifetime damage just go up a little bit more. You know, hey, I respect it. And that's it for Europe and the Latin America regions. But the show is not over for today. We've got, you know, things are definitely not over throughout North American regions. That some first incredible players Francisco still in the running. He's going to get to choose whether or not to go first or second. Gotta imagine we're going to take a moment here to welcome in our next set of casters, Jeremy and Andrew. Going to catch up with them, let them know what exactly has been happening for us. Pretty rough draws. Send them off with the next half of the game. We'll see if he can turn things around here in game number 2.
Hello, fellow trainers. We are excited to be here.
Hey, what's up, Chip? Hello, Ethan. Really stoked about the games we have moved.
Yeah, guys, we had some great action this morning, earlier on today from the EU and the Latin America regions. Ethan, why don't you walk these guys through some of your highlights from the day? What are some of your favorite moments, favorite matches, favorite players that we got to watch?
Let's go ahead and go down into game number 2 between both of these players. Again, this is a losers round match, so the winner will continue trudging through the losers bracket, while the loser will go home. Latin American region, we saw an awesome match. We're just short of making it to the global finals, as we will see the same thing happen. And it looks like both players are going to start things out with a mulligan. Francisco unable to find any basic Pokemon, so both will show back in, draw a fresh new hand of 7, and I think it has a lot of potential. This is not looking too good for Francisco here. There is...
Yeah, those some great games we got to watch there for starting the day off.
Chip, as far as I'm seeing, nothing else to really back it up.
Great way to start the day, but you've got the most important card in the deck. Turn 1 Mawile. Here we go. Captivating Wink. Sets personally was watching Joshua slow our opponent down. Look at this. Francisco's got no great draw card. Maybe has an opportunity to slow his opponent and well-renowned players in the Pokemon. Starting the Crobat here, maybe it makes sense to hold off on countless Mawile because pretty unlikely that your opponent ended up losing a game to Joshua V. Joshua, I think, considering that Joao would have started any other Pokemon, you know, Pikachu and Zekrom, you know, Bolton his own right. That Arceus Dialga deck with the 4 Crushing Hammers was just absolutely brutal for Tord to deal with and sent Tord directly down to the losers bracket. But we know based on past Players Cup and past tournament, started any of those Pokemon over the Crobat. We can't count Tord out quite yet. Definitely a player that is going to make a run. I would not be surprised to see Tord.
Yeah, I've been talking with a few players, Mike Fouché mainly, a big Pokemon player who made it into losers bracket global finals last time in the regions. And he actually was talking about how Pikachu Zekrom was the worst starter in the set because of that hefty 3 retreat cost going second. So again, it still doesn't make sense with Mawile, because if you catch the Pikachu Zekrom, it's going to get benched anyway, so it doesn't make any sense to go ahead and play that. But we do see that Hammer Tails, unable to flip heads. That would have been big time heads there, Chip, if that removed the energy. And Cherish Ball means Joao is going to be able to, at minimum, see 6 fresh new cards with the Dene, or just start setting up these Pokemon GX in play, like that Pikachu and Zekrom, like the Mewtwo and Mew, even something like Raichu and Alolan Raichu could do a lot of work with that Tandem Shock attack. So, again, this deck has so many options, especially with the versatility of perfection on Mewtwo and Mew GX. But options just go for the Pikachu and Zekrom. So, maybe you want to take a little bit more of a straightforward route, and it's going to have plenty more options and cards to look at with another Quick Ball, smartly getting rid of some lightning energy. We didn't see Tapu Koko till late last game. Chip, how big of an important factor could that be to get that early Tapu Koko and apply?
I'm anxious to get into
totally
some players.
Is going to depend on what the setup looks like, what attacks you want to be going for, but it also can be really nice to try to get off a lot of damage with the
single strike or
number 2, which is usually what you want to try to see happen
this Pokemon
with this
a powerful attacker
in this matchup specifically. If you can get a lot of damage off onto the ADP that just used Altered Creation with your Bolton, you know, you can really put a lot of pressure on your opponent and maybe take all their energy out of play before they get get off the Ultimate Ray.
Hello trainers!
You see the Mewtwo,
my name's Ross, and today we need to talk about one of the most reliable and hard-hitting Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG today.
Seeing cards is good,
Strike
but
Urshifu
your opponent hasn't done much. It feels a little bit better to say,
the real highlight of Single Strike Urshifu
is the this turn,
which deals 270 damage.
A very, very poor hand, especially with this crushing hammer.
And whose damage is not affected by any effect on the defending Pokemon.
The worst possible situation for Francisco.
Means that popular
Pokemon
like sacrifice time and take victories by leaving you unable to attack,
An energy switch.
will not be able to take down this VMAX
besides what you alter creation for burst effect. That doesn't seem very
like
good.
they
You're not going to be
can
taking
so
extra
many
prizes,
others.
so
I think that's what you got to do in that spot. It's probably
attack
the
makes
opportunity
sense.
to go with the
Well,
ultra
actually, we have
creation.
some
It's going to be
fantastic-
that turn right there. I mean,
Some
you really
tricks
want to
that make
commit
this
another
far
water
less
to this
of a
thing next
problem.
turn. It's obviously going to take a
Firstly,
pretty big hit here. And,
Striker
I mean, you
V
can see the
has the
broken
laser
hearts
focus
coming out
attack,
from Francisco.
which lets you
This
search your deck
is
for
not
2
how
points of
they
energy
wanted their
and
Players'
attach them
Cup
to
run
the
to
Pokemon.
end. And if there is not a good
This
top
means
deck
that the
here,
second
that is
turn you're
indeed
allowed
what
to
will
attack,
happen. The
you'll
Players' Cup run will end.
be able to
We do
evolve
see the
into
full
your
blitz,
VMAX,
150
and then need
damage.
to attack
Francisco here
only your energy
needs
for
to
the
top deck a Pokemon. If they don't, Joao
Third,
only needs to
in order to
attack
be able
with
to
Tag
use
Bolt to close out the
G-Max
game.
one blow.
And it's a boss's orders.
That's pretty
it's
fast
so
for an
bad.
attack that
You
hits
can
this
bring
hard
something
and is
just
this
hope
hard.
Joao doesn't have a way to retreat, but I mean, it's so
If you
likely
don't want
that
to
there's
use your
a
attack to
switch and
accelerate
escape
energy,
rope,
though,
air balloon,
there's
even
always
a
how
basic
to.
energy will do it.
It's phenomenal
And
single
Francisco
strike
here
wall
just
ability.
you left wondering
Lets
what
you attack
went
to single
wrong.
strike energy from your
Joao
deck.
here only
Yeah.
needing an energy or a switch,
Even need
and
to
there
have
it
the
is.
energy
The
in your
air balloon
hand or
will
get it
move
into
this
your discard
Tapu
pile.
Prism Star to the bench, and Mewtwo and Mew will
like
come
you
up
do
using
for
that
so many
perfection
other similar
ability to
abilities.
copy Tag
This
Bolt GX, dealing 200
means that having
damage,
free
taking
health
down
on the bench
Arceus Dialga
can let you go from
and awarding Joao the win. They will move
zero
on to the
energy
next round of
to
the
a
losers
fully
bracket,
powered
and
G-Max
unfortunately
one
for
blow.
Francisco, they watch their Players'
While
Cup
only
4
needing
run
to attach 1 energy from your hand.
Yeah, that's got to be so heartbreaking to see
your
that
turn.
happen. Again, congratulations
Although we
to
probably
Joao. He's
do
going to go
need
ahead and
to
advance to the next round.
talk
of the
more
losers
about
bracket,
single
but
strike energy.
Francisco, you get so
Not
close,
only
right? Bad draw,
does
game
it
1,
by
and then game
fighting
2.
all darkness
You get
energy,
partied out
and
into
not
a hand that's
only can it
essentially unplayable. There's just not much you can do in that situation. And
be
it sucks to
accelerated
see
with
it, but
Houndoom,
again,
but
both
each
players tried
single
their
strike
best. Joao was able to
energy
come out on
attack
top
to
there.
Urshifu
And,
V
yeah,
Max
it's going to be moving on to the
means
next
you
round of
deal
the
an
losers bracket. And speaking of which, let's go
extra
ahead and
20
wrap up
damage.
the Latin American
In this way,
bracket.
that
Let's see how
200
things ended up for our players here
17
from
from
the Latin
G-Max
American
one
region.
blow
It looks
becomes
like we are already
even.
ready at the winners semifinals. Alex Silva, Bruno, and
Higher than that.
and Dolphin.
Single strike
the
energy
players
is, however,
and
effective.
advancing into the next round
Energy,
of
and
winners.
therefore
So
is limited
the
to
winner
4
of these
copies
matches
in your
will actually
deck.
go ahead and advance to the global finals,
Which
while
would usually
losers
be a bit
round
of a
3 is
problem.
happening. So
But you don't need to worry about
Mauricio, excuse me,
running
Raul,
out of them
Raul,
like you
and
would so
Vitor.
many other special
Vitor, I know, is
energy
a very
cards.
prominent Pikachu and Zekrom player. Has been doing
Because
super well
Earn
with that
Vitality
in the
shuffles
online
2 copies
era.
from
So
your discard
he's still
pile.
trudging it
Yeah.
out through
Giving
the
you a constant
losers
stream
bracket.
that
I
you
would
can
keep
then
your eye on him.
accelerate
He is maybe one of the best.
using Houndoom. Few Pokemon in the game can attack as consistently 4 energy, or deal as much damage in one powerful attack as single strike Urshifu V Max. So stay tuned to see if it can emerge from Rapid Strike Urshifu Shadow
Como
and make a big
sitio
impact in
seguro.
Pokemon Players Cup 4.
Really looking forward to seeing these mechanics from battle styles play out
Toca
in the
el turno.
games we have ahead. Let's take a look at
Best
the
Pikachu and
top
Zekrom players
16
from
players
this region, so keep your
from
eye out.
the
And
North
yeah, we're gonna have a lot of
America
awesome
region.
Pokemon action, not just today, but
Region
on the
del
Southern
Norte.
American region
Top of the
tomorrow
list
as
with
well.
Mario
And
and
I'm
Elemental
honestly
Tag
super
Team
excited
GX
for this.
deck.
There's gonna be so much awesome Pokemon
Yeah,
content.
great to
in
see.
this
Always a
region,
deck
in Europe,
that is
and
staying
honestly,
up in the
every region that we're gonna be covering.
format, and you even
And
have
that's it for
just
Europe
a ton
and
of
the
Rapid
Latin
Strike
American
Urshifu
region.
VMAX,
But the
not
show
the
is
single
not
strike that
over
we just
for
saw
today. We've got
there,
action
but
from the Oceania
Rapid Strike
and North American regions and some
Urshifu is
incredible
shown
players
just how
still in the
powerful it
running
is
for
coming
both
out
of
of
those
Battle
regions. You guys are not going to want to miss that. We're going to take a
Absolutely.
moment here to
Let's take
welcome
a
in
look
our
at
next
the
set of
Oceania
casters. Jeremy and
top
Andrew
16
going to catch up with them, let them know what
These
exactly
players
has been happening for us.
in the top 16 after Swiss rounds. Peter Lowe topping the list with Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team GX. Rillaboom, a grass deck at the top of the list. Really excited to see if Peter
And
Lowe
send
can
them
take it
off
all the
with
way
the
with
next
that
half
Rillaboom
of the
deck.
show.
Yeah, we saw early fellow trainers
We're
on in the
excited to
EU
be
region,
here.
and we'll have to
Hey,
see
what's
if it
up, Chip?
comes to
Hello,
fruition
Ethan.
for the OC region
Really
as
stoked
well.
about the
We also
we
have
ahead.
quite a few
Yeah, guys,
Arceus
we
Dog
had
and
some
Palkia
great
GX decks
action
in the OC
this morning
region,
early on
particularly.
today from the
Absolutely.
EU
Seems like
and
a
the
really
Latin America
healthy the
region.
mix of
Ethan,
decks
why don't
that
you
we
walk these
have
guys through
in
some of
both
your
the
highlights
America and
from the
the
day?
OG
What are some of your
regions?
favorite moments, favorite matches, favorite players that
Como
we got to watch?
And now we get to finally
We saw a lot of awesome
get down
action.
to the
Urgent
swing of
Rematch
things.
was the
We
most popular
have
and
our
popular
North
the most successful deck so far
American
in the
bracket
first couple of rounds
and able to figure out what
and Latin
games
American
we're actually going to see today and how it's going to go forward.
Took a 2-0 win,
Taking a look
over
at
Shifu, and then another awesome match to watch was the
bracketeer for the North American Regionals.
Super cool deck that's finally seeing a lot of success.
We got John,
and I think it has a lot of potential.
Dan, and a lot of really exciting.
Yeah, that was some great games we got to watch there. Of course, starting the day,
if they win 3,
that mirror match, great way to start the day, and it was a super close 3-game set. One of my favorite sets, personally, watching Joshua versus Tord, of course, Tord, one of the most well-known, well-respected, and well-renowned players.
You have Aaron
in the
Friedman,
Pokemon
Alex
TCG,
Shemansky, and Ross Cawthon, like you mentioned earlier. Just
all
really great players in this mix here today. And moving forward for our first match, we're actually going to have Gabe Shumway versus Ross Cawthon. And it's going to be a heavy hitter versus someone really just trying to
we know based on
past
Players Cup and past tournament experiences,
really
we can't count Tord out quite yet. He's definitely a player that is going to make a run. I would not be surprised to see Tord doing very well and making it all the way
highlight video
on
Single Striker G-Mac. This is going to be
Andrew, is there a player you got your eye on in the North American City Regionals decided to watch here for Players Cup 4?
As well as I am really excited to see, really looking to add players for a World Final finish would be time World Championship top 8.
And then Ross, no real need to really introduce him to the players that have been playing for a while, but someone who has qualified for every single World Championship, someone who has gotten second at the World Championship as well twice,
in fact, to this new metagame. Let's get right on into the action. Looks like these players.
Yeah, I think it would be hard for us to find someone in the field who's more experienced, who's played more games of Pokemon than
competition.
Ross
Our first round
player, one of the I believe the only player to qualify for every single World Championships, which is
awesome.
Astounding feat in and of itself. Jeremy, you guys are also going to be looking at the Oceania region. Are there any players you've got your eye on down there from down under that you think have a chance to make a run?
Else to
well, when it comes to the Players Cup tournaments, Oceania is always a region to take. This is the single strike Urshifu VMAX deck, taking the first two spots in the first Players Battle Styles. Although the Rapid Strike version of it has been the one that has very innovative in their deck choice finishes, especially in just the pleasure watching on screen and the plays they're able to make. It's going to be up to Gabe to see if they can take single strike all the way here. I believe they were the only one in that list of top 16 players.
To take the top 2 spots of the very first Players Cup, which I know was an astounding win because it was a deck that not a lot of people really had on their radar at the time. It has gone on to become, one of the most popular decks of the last few months. We'll see what Matthew
at the top of his game, but also I'm anxious to get into Single Strike Players Cup for action. Underrepresented. Before we get started with the next games, we're going to take a look at a Single Strike
but it's going to have a hard time really against Ross, just because Ross is playing that Welder Toolbox deck, and it can get damage out of nowhere thanks to that Blacephalon.
We see Gabe opting to switch into that Single Strike Urshifu V on the first turn of the game, saying, I really don't want to lose
trainers.
One of
My
these
name's Ross, and today we need to talk about one of the most reliable and hard-hitting Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG today.
For Ross's
it's Single Strike Urshifu V
a powerful attack.
The real highlight of Single Strike Urshifu is the G-Max one-blow attack, which deals 270 damage, and whose damage is not affected by any effects on the defensive Pokemon. This means that popular Pokemon like Decidueye, who aim to buy time and take victories by leaving you unable to attack, will not be able to take down this VMAX like they can so many others.
Ross can hit it.
Now, needing 4 energy to attack may seem high, but Urshifu has some fantastic tricks that make this far less of a problem.
Well,
Firstly,
Ross is starting out with a ton of fire energy
which lets
in
you
his
search your
hand,
deck to 2
going
fighting
second
energy
here,
and
playing
attack
2
them
energy
to
spinner.
this
That's
Pokemon.
6 cards added
This
to the
means
hand.
that the second
Granted,
turn
they're
you're
all
allowed
fire
to
energy,
attack,
but when
you'll be able to evolve
you have
into
cards
your
like
VMAX,
Welder, that's
and
what
then
you
need
want
to
in your
attach
hand.
only your energy for the turn
and you can see
in order to be able to use G-Max one blow.
Getting all
That's
of these
pretty
fire
fast for an
energy
attack
to
that
the
hits this
hand
hard
or
and is this hard to stop.
Jirachi's Stellar Wish.
If you don't want
and
to
sure
use your
enough,
attack to accelerate
there
energy,
is
though,
the Welder.
there's always
that
how
I'm sure
do.
Ross was digging
Its
for.
phenomenal single strike raw ability lets you attack the single strike energy from the deck.
And
You don't even need to have the energy in your hand or get it into your discard pile like you do for so many other similar abilities.
This is the one thing that
means
Ross
having
was
3
missing.
Houndoom
He
on the
got all that
bench
energy,
can let you
found
go
the
from
welder.
0 energy
He just
to a
needed
fully
a
powered
Pokemon to
G-Max
attach all
1
those
blow,
energy to,
while only
Reshiram
needing to
Charizard
attach
GX
1
is
energy
one of
from your
the
hand for your
best
turn.
ones to do that.
It
Although
looks
we
like
probably do
Ross
need to
had
talk more about
everything,
single
but
strike
not
energy.
the switch.
Not
So
only does
either
it provide
opting
fighting
to
or
just
darkness
keep
energy,
the Jirachi in the
and not
active
only
position
can it be
and not
accelerated with
use that
Houndoom,
GX attack
but each
for
single strike
200
energy
damage,
attached to
also a possibility,
Urshifu
or
Max
whipping the switch
means you deal an
and
extra
whipping
20
the attack
damage.
altogether. Ross is
In
still
this
in
way,
a
that
great position, but
270
that's going to
from
give
G-Max 1
Gabe a
blow
little bit
becomes
of
even
breathing
higher
room
than that.
to continue
Single
setting
strike
up this
energy
board.
is, however, a special energy, and
Single Strike
therefore is
Urshifu
limited to
VMAX
4
is
copies in
one
your
of the
deck,
more energy
which would
intensive
usually be a bit of a
VMAX,
problem.
in the
But
format
you don't need to
today.
worry
It
about
takes
running out of them
free
like you
energy
would
to
so
use
many
beat
other
down for
special
100,
energy
but core
cards,
energy really
because
forces
Earn and
big,
Vitality shuffles 2
G-Max
copies
1
from your
blow.
discard pile
Now,
into your deck,
missing the energy
giving you a
turn
constant
1,
stream that you
Gabe
can then
is in a little
accelerate
bit of
using
a predicament
Houndoom.
here. But thanks
Few
to the
Pokemon in the
Houndoom
game
and
can attack
having
as
the extra
consistently
Hound
for 4
Hour in play,
energy,
could
or
possibly
deal
be
as
some
much
attack
damage in one powerful attack
Right.
as
We could
single
see
strike
beat
Urshifu
down
Max.
cost
So stay
just
tuned to see if it can emerge from
energy
Rapid Strike
and
Urshifu
does
Shadow
100
and make a
damage, so
big
easily
impact in the
able to
Pokemon
take a
players come
knockout
forward.
on that Jirachi. And then once that Urshifu has
Really looking forward to
on
seeing
it,
these mechanics
Ross
from
has got to
battle
look
styles
out
play
for
out
a
in
powerful
the games we
G-Max
have
one
ahead.
blow attack.
Let's take a look
base
at the
270
top 16
damage
players
Reshiram and
from
Charizard Tag
the
Team GX
North
only
America
has
region.
270 hit
Josh
points.
Sutherland,
and then when
top
you
of the
account
list
for
for
the
Lucario
fact
and
that
Velmetal
single
Tag Team
strike
GX
energy boosts the damage
Yeah,
output
great to see.
of
Always a deck that
that,
is staying up in the format.
that
And you
single
even
strike
have just a
Urshifu
ton of
VMAX
Rapid
by
Strike Urshifu VMAX, not the single
for
strike that we
each
just
single
saw
strike energy attached.
there, but Rapid Strike Urshifu
There's no
is
question as to
shown
whether or
just
not
how
the
powerful it
single
is
strike
coming out of
deck
Battle
has
Styles.
the potential to one-hit KO that Reshiram
Absolutely.
GX. Now let's take a look at
Well,
the
here
Oceania
is the
top
single strike
16
roar from both
finishers. These
Houndooms
players
charging up
finished
that active
in the
single
top
strike
16
Urshifu
after
V.
Swiss
Now
rounds.
has
Peter Lowe
enough
topping the
energy
list
to
with Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team GX.
get a knockout
Rillaboom,
here,
a
but
grass deck
missing
at
that
the top of the list.
VMAX, so
Really
not
excited
having
to see
the
if Peter Lowe can take it all the way with that
reliability of the
Rillaboom deck.
extra HP.
Yeah,
we saw
and
it
that means
earlier
that
on in the
Reshiram
EU
and
region, and
Charizard
we'll have
is
to
going
see
to
if
have
it comes
an
to
easy
fruition
time
for the
taking a
OC region as
knockout
well.
on
We also
the
have
single striker
quite a
Urshifu
few
V,
Arceus Dog Palkia GX
because
decks
Flare
in the
Strike
OC
is
region
coming in
particularly.
just 4 energy attack. It seems like a really healthy mix of decks that we have. Take a knockout, both the North America and the Oceania that Gabe is readying that Tyranitar V
and now
on their
we get
bench,
to finally
and we
get
could see
down to the
Tyranitar
swing
V
of
take a
things.
one-hit
We
knockout
have our
on
North American
Reshiram and
bracket
Charizard GX,
and
Gabe
able to
opting
figure
not
out
to dig
what games we're
with that
actually going to
Crobat
see
V in
today
their hand
and how it's going to go
single
forward.
strike Urshifu VMAX. Taking a look at the deciding I'm going to brackets here for my resources, North American and I bet that Gabe is region finals to potentially take a knockout on that Reshiram Charizard GX next turn. A lot of really exciting matches ahead.
Yeah, it's scary when you have that single strike energy adding 20 extra damage for each one. The
World Finals
works out in your opponent's favor a lot. So Ross really just has to be careful here on what attackers they really choose. And you have Aaron Friedman, Alzar Shemansky, and Ross Gotham, like you mentioned earlier, just all really great players in this mix here today. And moving forward for our first match, we're actually going to have Gabe Shumway versus Ross Gotham. And it's going to be a heavy hitter versus someone really just trying to take the Titan down.
Discard pile.
I am
Fire
really
Crystal, and then
stoked to see the single striker
Urshifu VMAX
Fire Energy
in action.
Blacephalon
from Unbroken Bonds
highlight
a real threat.
Single striker Urshifu VMAX. This is
with his
going to
fireball
be exciting. Gabe has,
I'm sure that Ross
Atlantic City Regionals top 16 under his belt,
as well as
a lot
some
of
League Cup
heavy lifting
later on in this
really
match.
looking to
Ross
add
finally finds a way to get the Jirachi out of the active spot with a scoop final. So brings up that Reshiram and Charizard GX with that Flare Strike, and then takes Ross, the knockout. No real need to really are now getting the players that have been playing for a while, but someone who has qualified for every single World Championships, someone who has gotten second at
really
the World
Championships
wanted
to save the Crobat V because bench space is extremely valuable in this. Let's get right on into the action. Looks like these players he's only going to have ready option to use this competition. Our first round of the Denny GX North American twice tops throughout the game, because this should be an awesome match. It looks like we are going to be Houndoom. Watching from Gabe's point of view,
you see Gabe hovering over that single strike,
don't have too much else,
maybe even discarding it
go off
later,
or
first turn going an extra card, but opting not.
Yes,
this is the single strike Urshifu deck that
Gabe also
has come out with battle styles. Although the rapid strike version of it has been the one that has put up a lot of the great finishes, especially in the last Players' Cup. Now, it's going to be up to Gabe to see if they can take single strike all the way here. I believe they were the only one in that list of top 16 players.
Absolutely.
Oh, well, Pokemon Communication off that Tower of Darkness does find the last Houndoom needed to get things going, and it was a little scary drawing that single strike energy. If they drew 2, then wouldn't be able to pull this off. Thankfully,
such an underrepresented deck in the Pokemon TCG. And I'm expecting that we're going to see 3 single strike
really is,
roars,
but it's going to have
coming down
a hard time really against Ross,
RV,
just because Ross is playing that Welder Toolbox deck, and it can get damage out of nowhere thanks to that
RV is going to be taking a massive opting to switch into that turn single strike with a single strike on the first turn of the game, 240 damage. One of these Houndour destructive attack. You have to discard the top 4 cards of it would be pretty easy when you use it with the addition of a powerful attack on the first turn of the game. That is doing base 300 damage. Has got a massive Reshiram and Charizard GX as an option, as well as Heatran. I'm impressed. Both of those Pokemon can easily take knockouts on Houndour.
Now down to 2 prizes. Ross is going to have to cobble together a pretty good turn here. Now, with the Houndooms attaching the energy, there is 60 damage on that Tyranitar V. So a little easier to take a knockout with Blacephalon, but Ross still going to need to figure out with another ton of fire energy in his hand going second here, playing 2 energy spinners. That's 6 cards added to the hand. Granted, they're all fire energy, but when you have cards like Welder, that's what you want in your hand.
Absolutely. And you can see Ross is able to take this knockout, spinning the deck, getting all of these fire energy to the hand before using Jirachi's Stellar Wish. And sure enough, by taking there is the Welder. Ross doesn't bench a liability digging for Reshiram and Charizard GX, dropping turn on the hand. And Ross is going to have Ross has plenty of energy off perform a double Blaze GX.
Yeah, this is the one thing that Ross was missing. You got all that energy. You found the Welder. We know there's a ton of fire energy Pokemon to attach all those energy to.
Right. And Ross is going to have to find another Welder. He's got, it looks like Ross had everything right now, not the Switch, and is going to need to start building up a backup attacker. Because this Blacephalon is definitely going down for 200. It's only got 120 hit points, and with all of these Houndoom in play, you can also see that Gabe has got that's going to give Gabe a little bit of vitality room in his hand, meaning that he can recharge all of the single strike energy loss back into the deck for Houndoom to charge up another single strike for Shifu V.
3 energy to use beatdown for 100, but 4 well, here is the Fire Crystal bringing back 3 of the Fire from the discard now, to the hand. Missing the energy of Fireball Circus to take the knockout with just one extra here. But thanks to the Houndoom and having the extra
there's no attacker though on the bench.
It's going to be rough. See an attack
it is. Fortunately, Ross does have that team up Jirachi with its stellar energy ability, and taking a look at the list, it doesn't appear as if either player playing, and then once that Shifu has going to energy on it, seeing Ross has got to look out for a powerful to low maybe this Marnie could have an impact on Ross's ability to finish off the game. 270 points, has to promote, and then when you account single strike for that single strike energy and take the knockout, Marnie damage set Ross's hand to 4 cards. Hope that Ross can't respond of that single strike Urshifu.
That's the game plan as always when you're playing something like
single strike
Marnie
energy
for hand
attached.
destruction. Granted, it's not going to be the reset stamp that you hope it is when your opponent's at 2 prizes, but getting them down to 5 cards. Here is the single strike roar against both Houndooms, charging up that active single strike
interesting. I think
now has enough energy to
we see Gabe really considering this promotion here, and even touched on the Houndoom
VMAX, so not having
kind of doing the math, like okay,
reliability of the extra
4
HP.
single strike energy, that means a Houndoom Charizard, then I'm going to be doing 80 plus 50. That is technically a knockout, right? But I think that Gabe has used 4 energy attack, large amount of 30 earned damage at this point, the knockout, but we do see that would probably be it as far as the bench after that, and we could see Tyranitar V take a 1-hit knockout.
Yeah, not what you want to see, especially when you're trying to prolong the game by attacking with a single prize attacker compared
with that
to
Crobat
the
V
other.
But for
with this deck, also having access to the Cramorant V, it is a pretty easy knockout on that Crobat V for something like the other Scoop Up Net.
Next Scoop Up Net can pick up that Galarian.
Yeah, it's scary when you have that single strike energy adding a 20 extra damage for each one.
To bring
the math
V
works
down
out
to
in your opponent's favor a lot. So Ross really just has to be careful here on what attackers they really choose. And the Reshiram and Charizard GX is 3 prizes when Ross usually wants to attack with something like
find a VMAX. Absolutely. Unfortunately, a lot of times these does not see a VMAX in this lead the charge with Reshiram.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see. We'll have to just impact blow for the knockout here
and get fire energy into play.
Granted, you don't have the extra HP. It's still 190
fire crystal, and then once it is going to be tight. It's all going to come down to this for him. Ross draw the cards that he needs off of this with his fireball Jirachi attack, and I'm sure that Ross is going to allow Ross to look at the top 5 cards of the deck of grab a trainer there, but with no attacker set up on the bench,
a way to get the
he
Jirachi
needs a
out
lot
of
right
that
now.
spot.
It's not as easy as finding Welder.
Up that Reshiram and Charizard GX
fire energy
with that
in the
flare
discard
strike
as
takes
well.
the knockout.
Does have the
and
giant card, so that's
are
one
now
part
getting
of the equation
things
that
going at least on
needing.
Ross's side of things. This Stellar Wish is going to be pretty big though.
Fantastic. So we see Ross using really giant harm. We can see that Gabe 4 wanted to save Stellar Wish because bench base is going to be a hand valuable. And Ross probably wants to deck. Gabe knows that a change out of. It's only going to have and the option cards to may even use one to or find that Wario GX. Maybe once 3 additional cards throughout the game because a lot of this bench space has to be devoted for Reshiram and Charizard GX still is not used his GX attack yet.
You see Gabe
so
hovering
this could
over
be game.
that
Welder double fire. All Ross
strike,
needs is a switch
maybe
and a fire
discarding
energy.
It for later, or
and then
being able to come back with the Reshiram and Charizard GX. That
interestingly,
he
Gabe
started the
also
game with
the
first attack. So
single
the
strike
ordinary rod, getting it back in, just getting more options. There's an energy.
We are going to Ross have the switch of take this game fire crystals coming down into play, 3 fire energy to the hand for that Reshiram Charizard is fully loaded.
There will Pokemon communication
double
off
blaze
power
GX 200 damage. And Ross is going to take
needed to get things going, and
what
it's a little scary.
Exciting match.
Drawing that single strike energy. Ross was just hoping to draw well off that Barney, and it seemed like he did perfectly everything you really want. Finding the last Welder and having the quick ball for that Reshiram and Charizard GX to
coming down onto that Tyranitar. Let's just take a moment to appreciate the fact that Ross did all of that with a Welder back. Since
without
using
Tyranitar is
Choreo
going to be
GX,
taking
Dedenne
a
GX,
massive
Crobat
Ryan's
no
turn
liabilities
with
on the
its
bench.
single strike
That
crush
is
attack
a phenomenal draw, not even for the
240
last dig of the
damage.
game. Just finding everything that he needed
attack with Jirachi's summon
4 cards
a
of
very
your
strong
own
ability
deck.
indeed.
When you use it, with the
We'll have to
addition
see
of
if
single
Gabe is
strike
able to change
energy,
things up.
that is
He's
doing
so close
base
and actually taking that game there. Just needed one more turn. Not bad, but the fact that you have to deal yourself damage too is also a liability against a deck that is able to do just incremental amounts of damage as the game goes on. Ross is gonna have
Let's
to
get right on to the
together
second match.
good
I'm sure
here.
the game is
Now,
going to be opting
with
to
the
go
Houndoom's
first.
attaching
I'd
the
have
energy.
to
There is 60
imagine.
damage on that
But
Tyranitar V,
we'll
so
see
a little
how these
easier to
players
take a knockout with
start
Luceflon,
off the
but
match.
still gonna need to figure out
one
maybe
thing
another
you
attacker for next
can
turn. Go first
My
to get that
concern
Houndoom
about
evolution
Gabe's
as quick as
board
possible,
position,
but
Gabe did
you also
find
kind of want to
a
stop
Marnie
Ross
off
from
the
getting that
prizes.
turn
Very
1
good.
attack
Gabe
with
did not
Welder.
have and it looks like that's the option Gabe is going for, in the wanting to play the first supporter. If Ross is able to take this knockout with this hand, a single prize, I'm glad he chose that. Ross,
very glad. Yes, it would have been a short game.
Off the game. It would have one more knockout. Right? Ross doesn't bench. Getting your evolutions into play as early as possible. Very good. 2 prize turn on. Seems to know his own Ross is going to have taking a look at this opening hand, finish this game off, and before Gabe is probably very thankful. He chose second because it's possible that Ross could have had an explosive start.
We know there's a ton of fire energy in the hand at least. Now we'll never know.
Right. We'll never know. And Ross is going to have
to Gabe was forced into it. You either play the Marnie
Welder in the discard pile
or you
right now.
play the Jirachi GX and pass.
And is going to need to start building up a backup attacker.
This hand's looking a lot better
because this Blacephalon is definitely got two Houndour out. It's only got 120 hit points, and whether or not all of these Houndoom in play, you can also see and I like that Gabe has got 2 earn the stadium vitality to counter in his hand, meaning that he can recharge. Ross puts down a giant card. The single strike going to want to have lost back into the deck. Power of Darkness to put in charge of another that giant single strike or Shifu as he uses.
Right. Well, here is draw 7 cards. Bringing back 3 of the fire from the discard to the cards. We're gonna see a Fireball Circus to take the knockout. What a hand from Ross there. Just a ton of energy in ordinary Ross. There's no attacker though on the bench. Add the Dedenne GX to get out of it.
Fortunately,
still
Ross
needs to find a Welder fire energy
that team
to get an attack off this turn.
With its Stellar Wish ability, Dedenne GX, taking a look at the list, it doesn't appear as if low hand size, either player Ross does not have reset stamp in their fit, so we're not going to be seeing in play right now. That hand disruption to low maybe so good. This Marnie could have an impact on Ross's ability the welder finish that you need the game. Power up if Gabe just has to promote this rapid or single strike to see Shifu V and take the knockout. Marnie off of this set Ross's hand 4 cards and hope that Ross
could even be a Jirachi if Ross has the game plan as always when you're playing something like dig for that Welder Marnie for hand number 1. You need to find Welder. Granted, it's not any turn you don't really the reset stamp that you hope it is when your opponent's at 2 prizes. It's a turn that you're not really doing much. Getting them down to 5 cards on the next turn. You can work with that, especially against 0.
Other draw something that's really Ross's deck. Interesting. I think Ross's draw power comes from either Welder considering this promotion Crobat and even Dedenne GX Houndoom for a second. Choreo GX doing the math. Okay, if I get 4 Welder single strike, usually the strategy a Houndoom type deck. Then I'm going to be doing 80 plus 50. That is technically a knockout, right? But to help find Welder, I think the Gabe has used also a large amount of their earns at even if Ross doesn't find Welder this turn, being able to believe that would probably be in the active position is going to be better for his board position overall rather than getting that Heatran GX.
Yeah, not what you want to see, especially when you're trying to prolong the game by attacking with a single prize. Would be bad is if Ross did to anything else other, but not finding the this Welder, but having the quick ball does mean the Cramorant will be out next turn. It is a pretty easy pass right now. Knockout on that Crobat V with something
Looks like the dig
another
has
scoop up net.
True, scoop up net can pick up that Galarian ball going for another Jirachi, and even if Ross doesn't have use headbutt tantrum, putting a Jirachi on the bench, Crobat V down and just passing, it's going to allow Ross to just enough for Cramorant V's spit shot. I think that for Gabe's best opportunity to win this game would be to find a VMAX.
Right, well,
unfortunately, does
Gabe's
not see a
big
VMAX
turn
in his
right?
hand.
Gets the Professor's research.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see.
Needs to find ways to get
impact
Houndoom
for
in
the
play,
knockout
but here, no real way to get it right here. At least
you don't have the extra
HP.
HP.
Still 190. Another basic Pokemon.
Right. It is going to be tough. It's all going to come down to
other than that, you'd have to discard this entire hand with the cards that he needs if you want to try to get those Houndoom and get an attack off this turn.
He's got Jirachi to promote. Stellar Wish going to allow Ross to look at the top. I think the GX is looking like a good rabbit train there right now. But with no attacker set up on the Welder yet, he needs being able to. It's not as easy as finding Welder the lead with Tyranitar. Take one of these
fire energy in the discard as well. Does have the giant heart, so that's one part of the equation that
find the cards that he needs.
And this Stellar Wish is going to be pretty big though.
Bumped. So we see Ross using giant heart. Doesn't have the luxury of Stellar Wish. This is going to be a hand and that Ross probably wants to a lot data change out of and see some more cards.
This is a pretty good hand from Gabe here. Finds the Houndoom and a Pokemon Communication to get a second one in play.
Cards.
And with an energy attachment,
but Ross going in for Reshiram and Charizard. GX still is not used his GX attack
pretty
yet.
Good here,
so this could be game. Welder double fire. All Ross needs
really hasn't
is
been much going on.
And a fire energy. For Gabe,
and
Gabe knew
being able to
GX
come back with the Reshiram and Charizard GX that he started the game with the first attack. So the ordinary Rod getting it back in, just getting more options. There's an energy
research and didn't see Ross have the switch. And take this game, still had Tower of Darkness coming down into play. Dig 3 fire energy to the hand. That Reshiram Charizard is fully loaded. Really not a lot to ask of this deck. Double Blaze GX, 200 damage.
Here we see
Furious Anger. Game 1.
Single strike, Scroll of Scorn. In combination with Ross, was both of those single hoping to draw well off that Marnie, and it seemed like he did perfectly everything you really want. Finding the last Welder and having the quick ball for that Reshiram and Charizard GX to finish off the game.
70 damage. Let's just take a moment to appreciate the fact that Ross did all of that and with the Welder deck of using without using Oricorio GX, strike, Dedenne GX, Scorn, Crobat is no liabilities able to conserve their energy. That is a phenomenal draw. Not even for the last dig of the game to the just finding everything that he needed with Jirachi's Stellar Wish ability. It's going to mean a very strong ability and just easier overall for Gabe to respond should this Tyranitar
Gabe is able to change things up.
The amount of
so
damage
close
that
and actually taking that game there. Just needed one more turn, but the fact that you having access yourself to the damage too for next turn also a liability against the deck that is able to do. But Ross just incremental amounts of damage as the game goes on. Needs to get an attack off.
Let's get right on to the second match.
Stellar Wish, but with 2 cards in hand and one of them being a fire energy, I do almost have to think.
But we'll
what is that last card?
Players and start off the match. This is on a bunch of
one thing you can go first, get that Houndoom evolution as quick as possible, but you also kind of want to stop Ross from getting that turn 1 attack with Welder.
And it looks like that's the option Gabe is going for. Wanting to play, there are 2 cherished supporter of the game himself, and with this hand, Oricorio GX he chose that. A pinch, but
very glad, yes. It would have been a short game.
It would have, things aren't right. Getting your evolutions right play as early as possible. Very good. Gabe seems to know
you
his
could say
own
that
deck
again for sure.
is taking a look at this opening hand.
Just pretty much setting up everything
is probably
perfectly
very
here. Has
thankful
the double switch in hand, so
because,
no boss stall.
It's possible that
for
Ross could have had an
and
explosive
having
start
access
that
to the scroll of scoring again.
Yeah,
just takes another knockout on the Jirachi, but Ross is going to be left. You know, Gabe was forced into it. You either play the Marnie or you play the Jirachi. He said down all those quick balls, not what you want to do here. And use the quick ball for this Jirachi in the first place. When they don't find you that welder,
Gabe has got two
the deck just
Houndour
seems like
out.
a completely different.
Thinking whether or not they want to retreat into Tyranitar V, and Gabe is just setting up the stadium just to counter very convincingly a single strike JaviviHD on the Gabe is going to want to have single strike energy on Tower of Darkness to put occasion in counter that Tyranitar V still with 200 hit points in the active position. Research and draw 7 cards with Tower of Darkness. Ross could take a knockout with 9 Hot Burn GX though.
What a hand from Ross there. Just a ton of energy.
The Tyranitar has 230 hit points. Never mind.
Get out of it.
Yeah, that's 200
to find a welder and a fire energy to get an attack off this turn.
With a welder. Right. But Ross has not been seeing welders out of that low hand size.
Yeah, check to see if they're still in the deck, but I believe they are.
Yeah, I'm sure Ross is using Giant Hearth in play right now. Welders in there. Consistency option. Still Hot Burn GX. Good when that Jirachi's in the active position. For 210 damage short. This Tyranitar V is going to be taking a return knockout with single strike. Scroll of which Pokemon Ross grabs off of this quick ball.
This Tyranitar V is furious right now. Could
It's
even
so
be a Jirachi
Look
if
at it, fully
has something
powered. This is the dream. Furious anger.
That's number one. You need to find welder. Any turn you don't really welder with this welder toolbox deck, it's a turn that you're not really doing. Not been the game for Ross's side of things.
Precisely
down
0 other draw supporters
just the Dene
in
GX
Ross's
in
deck.
play.
All
A couple firepower
comes
in
from
hand.
either welder or
could
Crobat
get a knockout with a
or
Galarian Zigzagoon.
Dene GX.
Maybe get a
This
couple
is
Bios.
true. Maybe that was what Ross was thinking. Usually the strategy
Galarian
Zigzagoon, so being able to find
Attach
welder
to the
is such
Dene
a
and
key
retreat.
part of that. Actually good for a number of reasons. Not just to help find I've heard it said before. Because it only gives up one. Getting Marnied per game. Ross doesn't find well. This is a Jirachi in the active position. Definitely getting Marnied per game. Position overall, rather than getting that Heat GX knocked out.
I think I can say that as if Ross didn't have anything else in hand, but not finding the welder, but having a quick ball does mean there will be really angry Tyranitar V to just pass right now. Mode through the Pokemon field.
Looks like makes you wonder if Ross had all these welders in his opening hand, and then they just got Marnie to the bottom of his deck, and then Ross just spins his wheels, unable to find a welder for the rest of the game. And it turns out the fire decks aren't very good for just attaching one energy to put that Heat Train in the active.
Yeah, you could say that again for sure. Gabe's game turn 3, here, right? Ross is gonna need to draw those welders as soon as possible, and needs to find ways to get a little Houndoom in play, but the no real way to get it right here, at least for now, having access to quick ball to find another basic Pokemon.
Looks like players are getting ready for the third final match.
Other than that, you have to discard the entire hand with the Dene GX if you want to try to get those Houndoom and get an attack off this turn.
And I think that if I'm Gabe, I think the Dene GX is looking like a good option right now. Ross is on the back foot, hasn't found welder yet. As being able to set up their board, the lead with Tyranitar, take one of these Jirachi out of play will mean Pokemon Trading Card Game Ross just has one stellar wish to find the cards that he needs, and Ross just got his Giant Hearth bumped, so doesn't have the luxury of guaranteed fire energy in his hand, and with just one stellar wish, he's going to have to find choosing to play the second fire crystal, so you know that he's got
is a pretty good hand from Gabe here. Finds the Houndoom and a Pokemon Communication to get a second one in play.
It
and
allows Ross to still use Giant
as well. Things are starting to
low
look
on energy
pretty good here, especially since Ross setup where there really hasn't been much going on.
This is the dream for Gabe. Gabe knew in the DX was worth playing. All Gabe had to do he get one Hound Doom and one energy. It's not a lot to ask considering just played research and didn't see either of them. And still had Tower of... Oh, it was the only one that you got it off of the Stellar Wish. It's really not a lot to ask of this deck. And I thought I saw Furious Anger.
Well, here's a Pokemon Scroll of Scorn in combination with allows the Pokemon communication energy is able to we do see that single strike to take the knockout on Jirachi, hits the board.
That is a really cool play. Here it is, 70 damage attack. Way to knock out Jirachi. And one of the benefits of using that single strike Scroll of Scorn is that Gabe is able to conserve their energy with that single strike energy attachment to the bench
maybe find
Marnie and being able to spread that energy out. It's going to mean that it's going worth it to be just easier overall. You really have to respond should this Tyranitar go down. It also decreases the amount of damage that the Tyranitar has limiting from how Ross's hand size is going to
also
be
having access to the Pokemon communication for next turn for the VMAX.
There are
if they
3
choose,
Marnie, I think.
Ross still needs to get an attack off. We found a boss's orders off this Stellar Wish.
I would even go as far
with 2 cards in hand and one of them being a fire energy. I almost have to think, what is that last card?
And Ross is down a bunch of quick ball at this point.
That is not a Marnie. Does have the Tower of Darkness.
A few quick ball.
That is
quick
2 more cards to try to find it here.
Fire decks 3 in the deck. It's really the only search that they have. There are 2 low hand disruption as well. Could grab Oricorio GX in a pinch, but we see Ross going for the boss stall, and things aren't going
and down to
just right when you're going for the boss stall.
Not being you could say that again for sure. It could mean a little bit pretty much setting up everything perfectly here. Has the double switch in hand, so no boss stall for a while, and having access to the Scroll of Scorn
backup attacker
just takes another knockout on the Jirachi. Ross is going to be left with nothing really in hand, and like you said, down all those quick balls. Used a quick ball for this Jirachi in the first place. When they don't find you that welder, the deck just seems like
still got 310 hit points. Absolutely, and Gabe is just setting up this board is on the bench very convincingly. Gabe does not have Frank Review from on the bench to play. No way. On it, Pokemon communication in the hand. Tyranitar V still from with 200 hit points in the active position. Ross could take a knockout with Heatran's Hot Bird GX though.
Is not able to find Cramorant V, so take a knockout, maybe then something like a Dedenne GX.
The Tyranitar has 230 hit points. Never mind. Yeah, that's 210
with a welder,
HP. Or even Oricorio with a welder. But Ross has not been seeing welders.
That is true. Oricorio GX. We haven't seen it yet.
We
have to see if they're still in the deck, but I believe they are.
Yeah, I'm sure Ross is using Giant Heart. This could be. I see the welders in there. Ideal time for it. Still, Hopper GX for 210 damage short. Yeah. This Tyranitar V is going to be taking a return knockout with single strike. And there it is. Scroll of Scorn.
Yeah, this Tyranitar V is furious right now.
It's so angry. Look at it. Fully powered. This is the dream.
Your opponent takes a knockout
furious anger.
So really
270 damage
in this deck that plays a bunch of these single card attackers. This has not been the game for Ross's side of things.
Ross using here's Cramorant
GX in play. A couple
using
fire
the Dance of Tribute
in hand,
kind of signaling that he's already got some pieces in the hand.
Maybe get a
this
couple
just needs to find the attacker. That was what Ross was thinking.
Well, we got the attacker. We have the welder. The third energy comes down. Just needs a way to get out of the active. There's the switch, and with that, the
I've heard it said before getting Marnied for
GX gets knocked out, and Ross will take our first
definitely getting Marnied for game.
American bracket match today. Ross, you can say that again. Just not drawing well off that
Cramorant
Marnie and a really angry Tyranitar V.
Discard just all the energy attached to it.
Pokemon field.
in order to use
Makes
it, but
you
it
wonder
doesn't
if
matter.
Ross had all
If
these
you were winning
welders
the game
in his
does
opening hand, and then they just got Marnie to the bottom of 100, and then
160 damage.
Ross just spinning his wheels, unable to find a welder
that
for
Dene
the
GX
rest
out
of the game.
and
Turns out
catapulting
fire decks aren't
Ross.
very good when you're just attaching one energy at a time. One match further.
You could
in
say that
the
again for sure. Game
bracket. If
3,
he's able
Ross
to
is
piece
going to
together
need to
2
draw
more wins,
those
he'll be
welders
in
as
the
soon as possible, and hopefully we
global
get
finals.
a little mix of
Gabe
the game 1
still has a shot, though.
We saw
We'll be moving
fun
on
back
into the
and
losers
forth
bracket.
there.
For sure.
Yeah, hopefully we get
Looks
to
like
see
players are
some
getting
more
ready
from them
for
later,
the
but
third
we
and
have
final
our
match
next
of
matches
this
ready
set.
for y'all
Let's get
here
some hype
today.
going.
As
As
era 6, si no
they
quieren
set up
Twitch,
the boards
podemos ya
digitally.
type on out.
Pokemon Trading Card
Chrome
Game Online.
and